market in the next couple of weeks for sure.
Claudio, what do you think the likely response from OPEC Plus is going to be?
So OPEC Plus, this is very important because what we have seen is that of course, we are going through an extremely volatile period in the Middle East. This is, Israel attacked Iran already 2 weeks ago. And what we have said is that the OPEC Plus is a lot of spare capacity. So we're talking about almost 6 million barrels a day of production, which is kept offline as a result of the successive production cuts that the organization made over the past 3 years. So this is a very important cushion because imagine there is a facility which is hit somewhere in the Middle East, maybe 100,000 barrels per day are basically taken out, but there is this 6 million barrels a day of capacity that can come online at any point in time. The problem, though, is that it all sits on north of the Strait of Hormuz. So even if this spare capacity is brought back online, it still need to go through the Strait of Hormuz. So this is very important to bear in mind. But it is a fact that at least we have the ability to deploy some capacity by OPEC Plus, which is considerable. Also, very important, Saudi Arabia can direct some of its production from east to west using a pipeline, bypassing the Strait of Hormuz. Also, the United Emirates, they can use a pipeline to Fujairah to bypass the Strait of Hormuz. Therefore, there is the ability to kind of address any problem through the Strait of Hormuz, but it's not going to be the 20 million barrels a day that go through the Strait of Hormuz on a daily basis. Probably you can redirect 6 to 7 million barrels per day. So it's Strait of Hormuz remains an extremely important deal right now at this point.
Right. That's a key point, having the spare capacity, but what about having it move around where it needs to go? Claudio Galimberti, Chief Economist at Rystad Angie, thank you so much for your insights. Now, China has criticized the U.S. strike on Iranian nuclear facilities, saying again that it's willing to join international efforts to restore peace in the Middle East. And U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is calling on Beijing to ensure Iran keeps the Strait of Hormuz open.
Well, I encourage the Chinese government in Beijing to call them about that because they heavily depend on the Straits of Hormuz for their oil. If they do that, it'll be another terrible mistake. It's economic suicide for them if they do it. And we retain options to deal with that. But other countries should be looking at that as well. It would hurt other countries' economies a lot worse than ours.
Good. All right.
Let's bring in our China correspondent, Min Lo, for us. So, Min, what are we hearing exactly from the Chinese side?
Yes, China has condemned the U.S. attack on Iran's nuclear sites. We know that China has previously called on the U.S. to do more to calm the conflict, but I guess attacking the nuclear sites isn't exactly China's vision of calming the conflict. In fact, there is a Global Times editorial that really criticized how the U.S. is escalating the conflict even more by entering the fray and using more higher-level weapons to escalate things even further and destabilizing the region. And China says that Iran will likely see this as an act of provocation. It could threaten to spill over this conflict to the wider region. So China is extremely against this move from the U.S. But of course, analysts are saying that the fact that U.S. is engaged in this war in Iran, it is a distraction for Washington from the strategic competition with China. So there's a side benefit that China could reap from this in some ways. But China's stand is still the same as before. They strongly condemn the attack from Israel and from the U.S. They continue to call on all parties, especially Israel, to cease fire and says that they are willing to do what they can to mediate or facilitate peace and stability in the region, but nothing beyond that rhetorical support so far.
Yeah, it's interesting that no sort of meaningful support has really been given in terms of beyond normal trade relations, right? But what do we know in terms of the outsized impact that any sort of Strait of Hormuz blockade would have on China in particular?
Yes, China relies on the Middle East for nearly half of its energy needs. And as you heard from the analyst earlier, China imports almost all of Iran's oil, crude oil. And so it does have some leverage over Iran. And as Marco Rubio also mentioned, it is in some ways economic suicide for Iran if it closes that Strait of Hormuz, given that 85% of Iran's exports come from its energy exports. So it's a very sort of critical choke point here. And as the analyst said, it could be quite difficult for Iran to actually close that. Iran controls the northern side of that Strait of Hormuz, and Saudi Arabia, Qatar controls the southern side of the strait. But China right now, according to official statistics, Russia is still China's largest source of energy imports. And it does have imports from other countries in the Middle East. And as the analyst mentioned as well, there are these alternative pipelines that Saudi Arabia and Emirates have. Although the capacity is limited, according to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, they can free up additional about 2.6 million barrels of oil per day on average, but that's a drop in the bucket compared to what the Strait of Hormuz handles a day, about 20 million barrels a day. So, of course, markets are already pricing in the risk of potential disruption to oil flows.
Bloomberg's China correspondent Min Min Lo there with the latest. More ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
Who is the market for? It's for all of us. Because when you invest in ETFs from iShares, the market is yours.
Take a look at how we're setting up. We're just 15 minutes away from the start of cash trading here in Australia. We're seeing decidedly lower outlook when it comes to Asian stocks, likely to really follow the track of US futures lower there as well, as we continue to watch what goes on with the Strait of Hormuz and those risks to global oil flows as the Iran and now US involvement in this conflict continues. Well, the International Monetary Fund will also be closely watching the impact of the US strike on Iran. Let's get over to Tokyo. Our co-anchor Sherry Yan is standing by with our next special guest. Sherry.
And Heidi, perhaps lower and more pressure on the global economy, given, of course, the ongoing uncertainty, not only from geopolitical tensions, but also from the trade environment. Joining me now here is the IMF Managing Director, Kristalina Georgieva. Managing Director, great to have you here in Tokyo. Welcome.
Thank you.
It's very difficult to say right now how these geopolitical tensions in the Middle East will unfold. But at this point, what is the IMF watching very closely on how this could impact the global economy?
We are looking at this as another source of uncertainty in what has been a highly uncertain environment. And we are watching for two things. One, how would that impact risk premia for oil and gas? There has been some movement upward. How far would it go? And two, would there be any disruption in energy supplies? For now, no. But let's see how events would develop, whether either the delivery routes or spillovers to other countries may occur. I pray no.
Right. Is the transmission mechanism, the channels where you're seeing the biggest Middle East shock in energy prices at the moment?
It is in energy prices, yes. Of course, there could be secondary and tertiary impact. Let's say there is more turbulence that goes into hitting growth prospects of large economies, and then you have a trigger impact in a downward revision of prospects for global growth. As you know, we have already revised the downward growth projections for this year, and we will be coming up with our next projections in July. So far, what we see in the first 2 quarters of the year broadly confirms the picture we have painted in April, and it is somewhat slower global growth, but no recession.
Especially when it comes to the United States, you also upped the potential of recession risk in your last update in April.
Indeed, indeed. We went up to nearly 40% risk of recession, yet when you look at the probabilities, still there is a higher probability that the US in this year may avoid recession. But please, let's not rock the boat any further.
Especially given that we have inflationary risk as well, right? Given that we do not know where energy prices will end up being, but at the same time, given the transmission mechanism, is stagflation risk in the US a real concern?
For now, we see the disinflation in the United States continuing, but not to a point in which the Fed feels comfortable to cut interest rates right now. What we expect towards the end of the year is possibly for the Fed to apply judgment that time may have come for some adjustment of interest rates downwards. We are not seeing dramatic change in the US. Labor market remains strong. We see 4%, around 4% increase in pay. What does it translate into? Consumers feeling more comfortable to spend. But the more there is uncertainty, the more there is volatility, the worse it is for business. When there is uncertainty, what happens? Investors don't invest, consumers don't consume, and that holds growth prospects down.
And it really complicates the matter for the Federal Reserve, and yet you still expect them to at least be able to act if conditions were kept until the end of the year.
Well, I mean, inflation has been going down. It is almost to target. At the same time, there is a little bit of slowdown in economic activity, and that could lead the Fed to apply judgment that the time has come for some reduction in interest rates. But for now, they are saying, well, let's see what next, because as you said, we don't know whether there may be upward pressure from energy prices on inflation. We don't know whether the tariff situation would stabilize. There have been some positive steps, some agreements already in place, a commitment to continue to negotiate, but that has not yet been finalized.
The blanket tariffs, the pause ends on July 9th. We don't know which way that will go, right? We have seen this ongoing uncertainty and, of course, the geopolitics as well. A little bit of a lack of confidence when it comes to American assets, whether it's the U.S. dollar or treasuries and volatility around that. Do you expect that to continue? I guess my question is also something that has been asked a lot, the end of U.S. exceptionalism.
Well, let's recognize two things. One, the U.S. economy is very dynamic. It is an innovation-driven economy. It is one of the very few where productivity has been growing, much stronger than in the rest of the world. It has very deep and liquid capital markets. and it attracts financial flows for all these reasons. When we look at the size of the U.S. economy, say about a quarter of the world economy, and then we look at the size of financial assets in the United States, which is almost 3/4 of financial assets of the world, inevitably there would be some thinking maybe there has to be more diversification to other places. What is the problem? The rest of the world economy doesn't show the same dynamism and profitability for money to fly there.
Are you seeing more of that here in Japan?
I am impressed by what Japan has been doing over the last years. We have seen monetary policy normalization proceeding robustly, steadily. Japan's growth is very close to potential. We assess potential growth at around Japan. We expect to grow this year, maybe even 0.6%. But aging population and limits to that ability to offer more dynamism means that policymakers and businesses have to do more.
And it's so difficult for the Bank of Japan that's trying to normalize and hike rates, and we're seeing this divergent monetary path around the world. That brings its own risks.
It is a very different world today than what we had right after COVID. Right after COVID, we had central banks going in a lockstep. Monetary policy opened up more space for injecting liquidity in the economy. So monetary policy, fiscal policy, all over the world, pretty much doing the same thing. Now we are in a very different place when monetary policy around the world has to go in different directions. We have in some countries monetary policy some tightening. We see some countries actually losing, getting a bit more space through monetary policy. And why is this difficult? It is much easier if you can sit in your chair as a governor of a central bank, look around and say, everybody is cutting, I'm cutting as well. Or everybody is tightening, I'm going to tighten as well. Now we are in a place where everybody has to judge on data for their own conditions.
Managing Director, really good to have you here in Tokyo. Kristalina Georgieva joining us, of course, of the IMF here in Japan, Avril.
Sherry-Ann in Tokyo for us. Let's take a quick look at how futures are faring in the Asia Pacific. Likely to be a risk-off day based on what we're seeing. Plenty more ahead. This is Bloomberg.
Just like that.
There's a sense of urgency that we all must do something.
We shouldn't feel defeated.
We can do it. Perpetual planet means protecting nature as if our lives depend on it.
We have to keep hope alive.
How can we use our skills to solve these global problems?
I love for my research to have an impact in the life of people.
It takes a collective effort from all of us to inspire, to educate.
Putting all the knowledge together.
Más gente involucrada, más gente. We are not going to stop until we get the job done.
It was just the beginning. Fantastic.
Sir, it seems that the Gladiators get a lot of positive social sentiment.
Innovation changes everything. With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
What a hotel.
Right? And only $250 a night for my favorite site. What?
You didn't check Trivago.
I got mine for $155. You have to check Trivago.
Oh, yeah? Prove it.
On Trivago, you can compare hotel prices from multiple different sites.
Even your favorite one.
Look, same hotel, $100 less.
You didn't check Trivago?
I didn't check Trivago.
Check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel? Trivago.
No more child marriage. No more street harassment. No more staying quiet. It'll take all of us working harder than ever until we are all equal. So all girls can lead, learn, decide, and thrive. Are you with us? Give now at planusa.org/no more.
This is the Asia Trade. We're counting down to Asia's major market opens. And Heidi, for much of the past week, we have been waiting to see the extent in which the U.S. would be directly involved in this conflict with Iran. Now that it's been drawn into Israel's attacks on Iran, it's also really interesting how there's still not much clarity when it comes to markets, particularly for oil.
There's also not much clarity when it comes to exactly how much of those nuclear capabilities and materials have been destroyed, right? The evidence is sort of conflicting in that sense. We wait for more clarity on that. We wait for more clarity when it comes to Iran's sort of domestic approach and strategy when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, because that's obviously going to determine where we see oil prices go next.
Yeah, and as some of our analysts were pointing out earlier, it's also about the extent in which OPEC Plus can channel its spare capacity in the event that Iran takes a very extreme course of action. But today, we are seeing that bit of risk of filtering through into the stock markets. But this muted response, following on from what we already saw in U.S. futures, perhaps this speaks to the sense of how difficult the geopolitical situation has been for investors to position. The yen moves perhaps capped or offset by what we're seeing in the gains in the US dollar. Now flip the board and take a look at what we're seeing in Korea as well. Likely to see a bit of that risk off in markets there. The extent of the decline much more severe than what we're seeing in Japanese stock markets. And again, watching out for the signs of the dollar short squeeze, seeing the Korean won on the back foot there, Heidi.
Take a look at what we're watching when it comes to Australian assets at the moment. Quite decided downside when it comes to just a staggered start to trading here as we come online for the ASX, but stocks already seeing somewhat lower, about 0.4%. They were also seeing that back foot trading when it comes to the Aussie dollar, a clear kind of assessment of risks there. Also, what's been quite interesting is that muted reaction we've seen across treasuries. Clearly not one of the key beneficiaries when it comes to this sort of haven rally. These initial gains in oil are seeing that sort of fade as well as we wait for further developments. In terms of Australia's position, it's interesting. We've had some breaking news just over the past sort of hour or so, abandoning its previous neutral stance on Iran and those strikes, and backing US President Trump's strikes on those nuclear facilities. A pretty major departure in terms of Australia's position there. Let's bring in now George Barburis, who's the Managing Director at K2 Asset Management. So in a sense, I mean, clearly the risk assessment is changing sort of minute by minute and hour by hour. What are you watching for at the moment, and where this could progress from here?
Good morning. Good to be here. A number of moving parts, but first and foremost, as investors, we always reinforce alert but not alarmed. We're always looking through uncertainty to see what comes at the other side. And in this case, the geopolitical event is just that. It's concentrated at this stage. And even though people call it complacency or muted response, we are fully invested across the asset classes, and we don't see, and there won't be any hard data impact of what's just happened over the weekend. weekend with the US and Iran, and obviously 2-3 weeks ago when Israel started to intensify those bombings into Iran, there was a amplified vol pickup at the time and risk off across the different asset classes. But just to reinforce is that for here and now, geopolitically, we'll wait and see if there's a response from Iran, and that would take some time. But the thing to reinforce is that the week ahead has got PCE deflated from the US. We've got commentary from the Fed last week. We know the hard data is more resilient but slowing, and we know the soft data in the US is quite weak, and it's the lowest correlation of soft data to hard data. That's keeping us awake as we're trying to gauge what the future credit conditions and impact to earnings will be and the bottoming out of the US earnings cycle. That's what we're trying to find out, and through the hard data month by month, and we'll just keep doing that. And these events over the past 24 hours and geopolitical events, they'll come and go. But again, finishing where I started, people are calling it complacency and muted response. We are actively looking at it, and there's no real need here to be selling assets across the board. We're just fully invested across the asset classes, all parts of the capital structure, and it seems quite reasonable, the prices there, given where one-year earnings are, even though they're weakening.
What changes that for you then, George?
Hard data changing. Hard data changing. So we know, for example, why is there a muted response, for example, for oil price? Well, it's very convenient that the Saudis increase supply into the global market to help cushion the GDP detraction from the trade wars. So it's not quite like for like, but that is a good cushion for the year ahead. So that's context that's quite important, and that's a muted response to oil. Also, the US has got the independence to energy, and that's also quite convenient. But we need to find out how the trade wars are impacting the hard data in the second half, and the survey data has got that. It seems to have a low correlation to predictability at the moment because it's so severe on the downside, and it's quite resilient so far. So if we get 1 to 2 readings of hard data that's quite weak, then we see that you have to have, what do the Federal Reserve say? At the moment, they've been quite cautious, even though PCE deflator is well in check. They're sitting back, rightly so, and to see what sort of outcome, because the US is going to roll out the deregulation and extension of tax cuts in some form. So again, I'll reinforce it. What's the impact of hard data? What's the verification of that, and what's the impact of the earnings? At this stage, it's slowing, but it's resilient relative to expectation, which is the survey data.
George, I was just going to say, it's almost easy to forget that we are still in the midst of a trade war. I mean, as you alluded to, what do you think the impact ultimately is going to look like, not just in the second half of this year, but perhaps into the first half of next year, especially on earnings?
Downside impact to earnings from the trade war in aggregate, and downside impact to global GDP. Then there'll be a turnaround sometime mid-next year and upward revisions. Now, just to reinforce in some context again, active fund managers like ourselves, like many others, we are, and this may be an issue, that we may be incorrect, but we are second guessing that a 10 to 30% global tariff range will be the outcome broadly, with some outliers in there. Let's just say China. That is, the world can absorb that. That is quite reasonable. The earnings impact won't be as bad, and the downside to GDP of up to 0.7% of detraction from global growth may not occur. But if it's anything outlier for long periods of time of 90 days, then we'll put downgrades to that. But at this stage, again, the tariffs are going to be a detraction. That's already priced in, and the IMF downgraded in April after upgrading in January. The hard data and the second order condition and the momentum of data is slowing, but not at the same rate that people thought, so it's resilient, and the earnings impact. But again, context, the Saudis' increased supply over the past 3-4 months has been a reasonable cushion and support to the tariff trade, but it's still net negative for global growth. But again, reinforcing, the Federal Reserve seems to be leading globally, where it's not reinventing its core inflation forecast to justify rate cuts. It's a wait-and-see approach to be what is the most reasonable outcome, and for them to sit back and say rate cuts in the second half of the year on the hard data slowdown verification seems reasonable, and that seems to be what we've been looking at, the way the portfolios and the risk across the capital structure.
George, while you were speaking, we've since heard from the Israeli IDF and how they have identified missiles being launched from Iran towards Israel, as we keep an eye on the extent in which Tehran is going to choose its response. And you're, of course, looking at some of these live pictures from Tel Aviv, their incredibly tense situation. I wanted to get your thoughts as well. What do you think the role of the dollar is amid all this?
Yeah, a very good question. Even though we have been second-guessing the White House that they wanted a weaker dollar this year without an official status of that outcome, the thing to reinforce is that if there is a real big spike in volatility, something extreme, the dollar will be bid, as with the yen, US Treasuries will be bid, and gold will be bid again. So those things will come to the fore if there's a large kurtosis event or a large sigma event across the board. But at the moment, what is going to be concerning is that the headlines are very unpleasant. And obviously what's going on in the Middle East and the intensification of the conflict can be controlled, and there are implications for the key GCC Gulf states that have been doing quite well economically, particularly Saudi, UAE and Qatar, but UAE and Saudi have been the big beneficiaries of it, and UAE been the beneficiary of earnings outside of resources because of the large growth in banking and bank earnings, obviously with Dubai growing. So that will be on the pause and hold for the short term. But taking a step back, a large amplified volatility event, the dollar would be bid again in the short term, even though we're getting a sense of that weakness year to date is what the White House wants, but it's not an official outcome. But we see dollar strength in calendar 2026 as an FYI.
That's really interesting to hear, George. And indeed, I think we're seeing in the short term today the dollar catching a bit. Thank you so much for your analysis. Really great to chat. George Bourbaras is Managing Director at K2 Asset Management. Now, it's interesting. We've been seeing, right, Heidi, how there is a risk off today, but it is a pretty muted reaction, all things considered. The steeper movers are what we're seeing in terms of defense stocks. Those are the stocks that are kind of going against the grain of the broader market moves, both in some of these Japanese counters as well as what we're seeing in Korea.
Yeah, and of course, a key focus remains over what we see when it comes to pricing action within the oil space. And what's really kind of been quite interesting is that perhaps more than anything, even as we see some of those sustained gains across the oil rally, markets obviously weighing that risk after the US strike over Iran and what it means when it comes to the debate over the Strait of Hormuz, which could be targeted by Iran in retaliation. There's been a domestic vote on that. That has been really key. But of course, there's also been a lot of narrative as to who exactly that benefits, not even Iran, right? But certainly huge downside when it comes to markets like China as well. But this is the picture as we look at energy markets at the moment. Also watching energy stocks as well, particularly those that are trading here in Australia. There's a whole cluster of them. They would expect to see some volatility in trading there as well. But that initial move, interestingly, when it comes to oil trading in Asia, has been a little bit of a fade rather than much more of a spike. So clearly the lack of signs that supply disruptions are happening, at least right now, when it comes to international oil infrastructure, is creating a little bit more of a pullback when it comes to this market. But of course, we continue to watch what will happen. We've seen Israel refraining from targeting the main crude export terminal at Karg Island for Iran, and at the same time, there's no confirmation, at least at the moment, that Iran or Tehran will move against the Strait of Hormuz or its production facilities in neighbouring states as well. But of course, this is very much a breaking story and a movable feast. More ahead on the Asia Trade. This is Bloomberg.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
Just like that.
WCK is obviously at the center of this entire massive effort. Food heals people, so. And that's what we're doing.
Kids Choice Awards Slime. Are we ready to have some fun? Hosted by Tyler Slime.
Don't miss the party of the Summer Slime, the Kids Choice Awards. Now streaming on Paramount Plus.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives and laying the foundation for the future. From finance to defense, AI to entertainment, and from the road to the stars.
Bloomberg brings you the latest stories from the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Annabelle Drulers in Hong Kong.
I'm Sherrian in Tokyo. Watch Bloomberg Tech Asia. Premieres June 27th only on Bloomberg Television.
We have a window of opportunity to return to dialogue and diplomacy. If that window closes, violence and destruction could reach unthinkable levels, and the global non-proliferation regime, as we know it, could crumble and fall.
The bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction.
We do have some breaking news from the state-run IRNA citing Iran's foreign minister, I should say, on a visit to Russia, that Iran's foreign minister Araghchi will be meeting Putin for talks on, quote, shared threats, according to this report. This, of course, is quite interesting because at the moment we see these sort of strategic allies of Russia and China as having provided really just rhetorical support so far, no major substantive support to Iran. We know that when it comes to the Strategic Cooperation Treaty signed between Iran and Russia earlier this year, it was made very clear there were no mutual defense obligations there either. So this conversation will be one to watch. This as we continue to brace for Iran's response. We have heard that update from the IDF that they've identified missiles launched from Iran towards Israel just in the last few minutes or so. And Tehran has warned that all options are open after the US attacks. But given the more muted response from these allies like Russia and China, let's take a look at the economic and geopolitical impact now. Joining us now is Bloomberg's chief economist, Tom Orlik. Our China correspondent, Min Min Lo, is also with us from Hong Kong. And Min Min, you know, it'll be interesting to watch the discussion between Russia and Iran, because certainly when it comes to Beijing's response, they've really wanted to kind of play peacemaker. The support that they've given has been largely rhetorical, as we've mentioned. What is the balancing act that China is trying to strike right now?
Yeah, China is carefully positioning itself as the neutral party here, and it definitely doesn't want to risk going into proxy war with the United States, knowing that Israel has the Trump administration behind it. And China is also trying to avoid getting entangled in any secondary sanctions if it were to provide any material support to Tehran. And that's why it's been very careful. It's provided just diplomatic support, calling for all sides to as soon as possible to cease fire, and especially calling on Israel to stop the attacks, also condemning the U.S. attack as well. There was a Global Times editorial really criticizing the U.S. for escalating tensions even further by wading into the conflict and using these bunker buster bombs to achieve what Israel cannot. So essentially using higher level weapons to escalate tensions even further instead of cooling down the conflict. So China has condemned that, but beyond that, it's not really providing any significant support aside from rhetorical support, as you said.
Tom, let's bring you in. I mean, there's been all this talk about Beijing being displeased if the Strait of Hormuz were to be cut off. But what are you seeing in terms of the demand backdrop for oil in China?
So that's a really interesting question, Avril, and I think a key question, not just for China, but for the world as a whole, is what is Tehran's next move, and what does that mean for global oil supply? Now, in an extreme scenario, if Iran decides to strike back hard, potentially closing the Strait of Hormuz, that's when we could see oil prices rising towards $130 a barrel. And that would really be a game changer for the global economy, significantly pushing inflation higher and dragging growth lower. For China, already struggling with a trade war with the United States, real estate stress, certainly those higher oil prices will be very unwelcome. The big question, though, is that the path that Tehran plans to take? Our bet, and we've got some pretty deep experts in the geopolitics of the Middle East at Bloomberg Economics, is that probably, difficult though it will be, Tehran will be reluctant to escalate a war against Israel and even more a war against the United States that it just knows it can't win. With a high degree of uncertainty, our base case is that Iran attempts a calibrated and telegraphed response aimed mainly at domestic political audience while also trying to de-escalate with the United States and Israel.
And it's really the risk intersection, right? Because lest we forget, there's also still a trade war that's really only on pause. Could the timing end up being quite catastrophic for the global economy? And how challenging does it become for major central banks as they try and price in the potential risk of higher inflation?
So it's a great question, Heidi. And as you know, there's two really significant things happening at the same time. We've got the US tariffs, which threaten to push inflation in the United States higher and global growth lower. And now we have the risk of significantly higher oil prices, which would be an additional impulse to global inflation and an additional blow to global growth. Now, for central banks, this is the toughest place to be. They see growth going lower, so they want to cut, but they also see inflation going higher, so they want to hike. Even worse, coming hard on the heels of the post-pandemic inflation, which may have de-anchored inflation expectations, higher oil prices, if that's what we see in a sustained way, well, this time round, it would be difficult for central banks to look through that shock.
Min Min, even as we hear from the Chinese side on the attacks on Iran, it's also interesting how it's playing out in the Chinese public. How widely is this being discussed on social media? What are people saying?
Yeah, it's interesting to watch what people are saying about the war in China, because a lot of the commentary that we have seen on Chinese social media is talking about how Iran has set an example for the world. In fact, that's the hashtag that is the #1 trending topic on Chinese social media right now. And the common thread throughout all these comments is that Iran has shown itself to be quite naive to believe the U.S., which is a very untrustworthy party. And it just shows you the lesson that you can take away from this is that appeasement tactics does not work, and only by fighting resolutely can you ensure your sovereignty. That's the lesson that many Chinese people are taking away from this. But that said, though, China does have a principle of non-interference, which means it is very unlikely to get entangled in this war that is very far away from its home country unless its direct sovereignty is being threatened.
Tom, when you take a look at the sort of idiosyncratic risks that are already in place, even without this layer of geopolitical uncertainty and the possible of, a widening Middle East conflict situation, how well is an economy like China doing in terms of returning to, sustained levels of growth or at least economic stability that might be able to carry through some of that growth momentum for the rest of the world as we've become so accustomed of expecting from China?
So I think this is a tough moment for China's economy, Heidi. You've got some structural factors, demographics, a shrinking working age population weighing on growth. You've got significant overcapacity, a significant burden of debt weighing on growth. And then you layer on the Trump tariff shocks and now the possibility of sharply higher oil prices. It's a lot to take on. China's policymakers towards the end of 2024 already signalled a shift in policy towards doing significantly more to support growth. We saw that reinforced by Li Qiang at this year's National People's Congress with a commitment to significantly boost consumption and some additional fiscal firepower behind it. In the days and weeks ahead, we'll see how the trade war and the Middle East conflict plays out, but it very well may be that China's leaders need to start using that additional stimulus just to stabilize the economy's growth momentum.
Even as we watch for how China potentially might help offset what we're seeing globally, it's really about the growth inflation dynamic. We're hearing these warnings again come back to the fore about stagflation. Tom, I wonder, what is your assessment of how these more recent warnings differ from what we've been seeing in past few years?
So I think we need to sort of disentangle the short-term shocks from the long-term pressure when it comes to China's inflation dynamics. If we think about what's happening right now, what we're talking about today, the US bombing of those Iranian nuclear sites and all that could potentially mean for oil prices, that's an inflationary impulse for the United States, for China, for the world. The longer-term trend, though, for China is certainly one of disinflationary pressure, maybe even something similar to the Japanese experience of deflation, a consequence of all of that overinvestment, all of that overcapacity, now needing to find a market and the downward pressure that exerts on prices. So I think if we see higher oil prices, that will certainly be a concern for the PBOC. Their bigger long-term challenge, though, will be staving off that deflationary risk.
Tom, thank you so much for sharing your analysis with us. Tom Orlik from Bloomberg Economics and our China correspondent, Min Lo. And subscribers can also turn to the terminal for more on this. T-Live Go is your function for the latest updates, plus commentary and analysis from our expert editors. More ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg.
With our very online world, we're getting bombarded with ads all day, every day. So when an ad is so well tailored to who you are, it really stands out.
We didn't have the creative firepower or the time to deliver ads that could be variations at the personal level.
But then we were asked to create the impossible ad using Google Gemini.
We came to these agencies and said, what could you do today that you simply could not have done last month, last year without AI?
Hatch is a sleep wellness company. They have a very clear brand promise, which is to be your ally in rest. What was impossible was pulling off what they wouldn't have budget or the time to do without AI.
So we asked Gemini to look at all the information available and come up with personas that would be potential users of the Restore 2.
Gemini landed on the stress professional, the biohacker, and the wellness enthusiast.
Through Gemini, we're able to have this dynamic conversation with a persona, and we really homed in on how we're not just marketing a sleep device, we're marketing whatever is important to you in your life.
Knowing that we had the power of AI production, we were able to change the copywriting, the story, the core content that would connect to different personas at scale.
By using Google's ImageFX, we were able to produce 27 different environments. And with Performance Max, users most likely to engage with Hatch could see that ad wherever they might be across the internet. We saw an 80% increase in click-through rates and 46% higher engagement on the website.
With the power of technology, we can do the impossible.
Take a look at how gold is faring as well. We saw it jumping earlier, pairing those gains now, perhaps speaking to the world watching out for Iran's response amid all this. This is Bloomberg.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
The traditional marketing funnel has collapsed. Today's modern media behaviors are searching, streaming, scrolling, and shopping. Google and YouTube are where all four of those modern media behaviors converge, which means advertisers can get consumers from discovery to action even faster. At its heart, marketing is about moving consumers to action. And in the age of AI, there is no better way than AI-powered campaigns with Google and YouTube to do just that.
The U.S. has said Saturday's strikes obliterated Iran's nuclear capabilities, but were not about toppling its rulers. Still, President Trump has been musing on just that topic in a social media post, asking why there wouldn't now be regime change. That's even as his senior officials reiterate that the focus of the U.S. action is solely on Iran's nuclear program.
What we are focused on is not the changing of the regime. Okay, that's up to the Iranian people if they want to do that, but that's not what we're focused on. Our national interest is about one thing, and that is Iran not getting anywhere near the capability to weaponize and have nuclear weapons. They're not going to get anywhere near that capability. The president has made that clear from day one.
Joining us now is Douglas Silliman, a former U.S. ambassador to Iraq and Kuwait. He's now the president and CEO at the Arab Gulf States Institute. It's really good to have you with us. First off, I'd just like your thoughts. I mean, we're hearing these mixed signals from both Trump and his top team about whether the goal is regime change. What is your assessment?
The answer is I don't think even President Trump knows what the actual goal is. This was a problem in the first Trump administration where some in the administration wanted to work toward regime change and others thought that pressure on Iran would be more productive simply to try to change Iranian behavior that the Trump administration in the first term did not like. There is still the same division inside the Republican Party and inside the White House now that there was during the Trump's first term. I tend to believe that Donald Trump himself is not seeking regime change. He is seeking, as he said very clearly in his statement from the White House on the night of the attack yesterday that he wants to make sure that Iran does not have the capability to get a nuclear weapon. But there was a lot of conversation within the Republican Party about whether there should have been an attack at all on one side, and on the other side that since we've done this, maybe there's something we can do to push the Iranian people to rise up or to change the regime. So I think there is real uncertainty, and as I said, I think in the White House and even perhaps in the president's mind, he's not sure what the goal of his Iran policy is aimed at.
Where do you think we go from here then on the military campaign by the U.S.?
What I found today, I've been a little bit surprised that both the rhetoric coming from the Trump administration and coming from the Iranian regime have been relatively mild. I mean, the president said last night after the attack that this was the attack, it was over. The goal was to eliminate the possibility of nuclear enrichment and that the U.S. had obliterated the targets. That there was now an invitation to come to peace talks between the United States and Iran. I think ultimately that is the goal that President Trump probably would like to have. On the Iranian side, they today seem to have been focused much more on the political manifestations of reaction to the U.S. strikes. You saw that the foreign minister said that Iran would reserve the right to self-defense, and that he would be going off to Moscow to consult with the Russian government. Interestingly, also, that the Iranian parliament recommended that the government consider closing the Strait of Hormuz, but doesn't really have the authority to do that. So it was messaging possibly to the oil markets to put pressure on other countries, that there might be some economic pressure that Iran could put on the rest of the world as it enters this phase. There have not yet been, as far as I have heard, any Iranian military attacks on any American officials, any American facilities in the region or anywhere in the world. And at the moment, everyone seems to be trying to calm down and rationally move forward. I don't think either Iran or the White House at this point want a wider war. I will say that the wild card in all of this is going to be Israel, which has continued attacks on Iran, as Iran has continued attacks on Israel. So I think that what Iran and Israel do with each other could have a big implication for what the next steps of the United States will be.
The talks with Russia will be interesting, right, because we've seen and we've been speaking about really so far just the kind of rhetorical level support that we've received from Beijing and Moscow towards Tehran. How alone is Iran at this point? Do we write off the potential possibility of recovery for most, if not all, of its proxies?
Well, I think what you should realize, first of all, is that the number one goal of the regime in Tehran right now is regime survival. So they are not going to do anything that's going to increase the possibility of the current leadership being thrown out by a foreign invasion or foreign military action or by some sort of internal dissent. I would note that there isn't really a lot of internal dissent right now in Iran. The protests that we saw a couple of years ago about Mahsa Amini and the women's use of headscarves and the freedom of women has really quieted down. And there is no ethnic group, Baluch or Arab or Azeri, that seem to be engaged in any sort of insurgency or independence movement. And there is no generally agreed upon movement inside Iran that would seek the fall of the regime. In fact, I think that American and Israeli attacks on Iran may have the impact in the short term of unifying the population in a patriotic way behind the current government. So I think right now the Iranian regime is probably safe. What I don't really know is whether or not they are going to determine that because the United States and Israel have now taken such extreme steps to damage or destroy their ability to produce enriched uranium and possibly have a nuclear weapon, will this encourage the regime to actually rush toward the construction of a nuclear weapon, thinking that that is the only real deterrent that Iran might have? And in answer to your question, Iran is strategically weaker now than it has been in a very long time. It has lost its number one proxy, Hezbollah, in Lebanon. It has certainly doesn't have the same degree of influence over Hamas, which is really locked in a battle with Iran. And the proxies that it has in Iraq are themselves divided. The one effective proxy is probably the Houthis in Yemen, and the Houthis will be people to watch in the coming days. If Iran wants to put pressure on the United States or the international community, places other than the Persian Gulf could be the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, where the Houthis have, up to this point, targeted traffic going to Israel and American and other Western shipping. So I think that Iran's control and influence on its proxies is significantly weakened. But some of them, particularly the Houthis, may find that they have things that they can do to help the Iranians that will also help them politically at home in Yemen.
That does also make me wonder if that sort of vulnerability or even desperation perhaps gives rise to more of a hardline view. But before we let you go, I did want to get back to the point where you said, so much of this depends on what Israel does next, right? And no doubt Netanyahu has taken a much more aggressive posture since October 7th regionally. Is that helpful strategically, do you think? And how much influence does Washington, does President Trump really have at this point in terms of how this has played out?
I think one of the things that will affect the way that Israel continues to see this is going to be the damage assessment, the bomb damage assessment of the U.S. strikes, particularly on Fordo, but also on Isfahan, and whether or not the United States or Israel or the IAEA is confident that it knows where the about 400 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium actually lie inside Iran. Some fear, as I mentioned just a minute ago, that Iran has broken up that enriched uranium and dispersed it in different places in the country so that it can later be brought together for the purpose of constructing a nuclear weapon or just simply preserving the work that has already gone into enriching it to 60%. I think if it is clear that the Fordow enrichment facility is significantly damaged or beyond repair, and if it is clear where that 400 kilograms of enriched uranium has gone, reduce Israel's need to continue attacks. I also think that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has a real stake in getting a military victory over Iran for his own political future in Israeli politics. So to the extent that he can continue to be an ally of Donald Trump in the United States and trying to prevent an Iranian nuclear weapon, he will do better in Israel. If that seems to be falling away, he might escalate what Israel does with regard to Iran and again take more military steps to try to make sure that there is no further enrichment and that the Iranians do not get to what the Israelis consider is an existential danger of a nuclear weapon.
Douglas Silliman, former U.S. ambassador to Iraq and Kuwait and the president and CEO of the Arab Gulf States Institute. Really great to have you with us and those insights. Take a look at how futures in Europe are opening, and quite a different picture than how we ended the session on Friday, where we saw European equities really gaining and quite a bit of optimism in terms of where they're headed towards the end of the year. Strategists really seeing Europe extending those gains by the end of the year, despite, of course, the slowing down of that rally due to tariffs and, of course, these ongoing geopolitical pressures. We're seeing quite a bit of downside, including for the euro, as the strengthening of the US dollar continues with that flight to havens and safety. More ahead on the Asia trade. This is Bloomberg.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says a U.S. airstrike on the best defended Iranian nuclear facility delivered, quote, a great deal of damage, but the full extent is not yet known. Let's get more on these implications of these strikes. Joining us now is Doreen Horashig, who's a fellow for Project on Nuclear Issues at the Centre for Strategic and International Studies. Doreen, really great to have you with us, and I really hope that you can shed some light on this, given that even satellite images have not definitively been able to tell us what the damage has been, how much of it has been damaged, whether, as we know, the movement of some of these stockpiles has managed to preserve some of the enriched uranium for Iran. What can you tell us from the data and the evidence that you can see?
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. So you're exactly right in that we don't know all of the damage assessment yet, and we actually might not know that for several weeks to come because we don't have the International Atomic Energy Agency in Iran. So if they can't go in, it's going to be hard to actually have someone independent to assess the damage done. And you correctly said Netanyahu and Trump claimed that there's complete and total destruction, but we do still need to have that confirmed. And the Pentagon released a statement saying that there was some damage, and that has been confirmed by third parties and satellite imagery. So there's definitely damage, but we just don't know yet how deep Fordow was penetrated and whether the facility was completely destroyed. And then, yeah, we actually don't know exactly where the 20% and the 60% enrichment, highly enriched uranium stockpile is. Iran might have actually moved that a while ago. We don't know that. And we also are not sure if Israel knew or if the U.S. Knew where that material was. And then on Fordow, Iran also had about a week now since Israel first striked to move materials out of that facility. And there's been reports on quite a bit of truck movement there. So we're not sure if enriched material got moved from Fordow or if even centrifuge parts were moved. So there's a lot of unknowns here.
A lot of unknowns, and one of the scenarios that has been posited, including from our previous guests, saying that this could, first of all, it could convince the leadership in Iran that they need more than ever to hasten progress towards nuclear capability and that they could be rushing to get to that point. Do you think, technically, personnel-wise, that's a possibility?
Yeah, so that was one of the big risks with strikes and preventive counterproliferation in the first place, that Iran then would be more determined than ever to proliferate, and that Iranian knowledge is there that cannot be destroyed. I think these strikes and other counterproliferation methods like sabotage and cyber attacks and assassinations can damage the capabilities of the Iranian nuclear program, but it's really difficult to interfere with the intentions. So Iran might be more determined to proliferate, and it's going to be hard to strike that knowledge, right? And that knowledge base that is just there around uranium enrichment and the reactor technology and the fuel cycle that's sort of necessary for sustaining nuclear fission.
Doreen, could you also share with us a bit more about how effective past instances of counter-proliferation strikes have actually been in the Middle East?
Yeah, so Israel has quite the record of using counterproliferation methods. It successfully destroyed the Iraqi Osirak reactor in 1981 and then the Syrian reactor in 2017. But they are very different counterproliferation cases because it was a single reactor in each case that Israel attacked. It was still more than just using an airstrike. There was a lot of intelligence work done before that. But overall, the programs were in a much earlier stage. So the strikes were very surgical and the programs were halted in the long term. Not necessarily Iraqi determination to proliferate, but it definitely had some success. And now the Iranian program is very different in that the sites were very dispersed. And so the whole counterproliferation operation was a lot bigger. And it's very difficult to compare here on how successful this is compared to Iraq and Syria. But Israeli methods against Iran beforehand, like assassinations, because we know that wasn't the first time last week that Iranian scientists were assassinated, and also the sabotage against the Natanz facility a few years ago, and the cyber attack Stuxnet that was conducted with collaboration from the US, were halting the Iranian program in the short term, but it didn't really do a whole lot in the long term. And we've seen Iran taking steps towards advancing its nuclear program. So there's quite a bit of debate on how successful Israeli counterproliferation is. And it really depends on how you measure success. Is success the complete elimination of a program, or is it halting it and buying more time?
Doreen, as part of Iran's response, we're hearing speculation about how it might withdraw from the nuclear treaty. What might this mean for the international nuclear regime?
Yeah, so this would be not great news. It would really hurt the norm against nuclear proliferation, and the international community would kind of have to wrestle with that question. Critics will also say that may create a proliferation cascade in the region. We know Saudi Arabia a few years ago has said that they would be getting a nuclear weapon if Iran got one. And some even say it might have a global effect, that we see more nuclear proliferation. But coming kind of back to the effect on the NPT, the Non-Proliferation Treaty, which is our bedrock of the non-proliferation effort, we're not sure yet, and I wouldn't be too quick to say that the regime will break down, because we saw with North Korea withdrawing from the treaty that might not be the case. There's still about 190 countries who are signatories to the treaty, and we have non-proliferation, we have nuclear weapons-free zones, and a lot of members there who are very adamant about promoting non-proliferation, and there's a real low risk in some of these regions that actors get interested. So I think we will definitely have to wrestle with this question of how does it affect the norm against nuclear proliferation, but we also should be careful to say that the non-proliferation regime will completely break down. So we really have to see what Iran will do here.
Doreen, really good to get your insights on this. Thank you so much, Doreen Horschig, Fellow for Project on Nuclear Issues at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Meantime, IMF Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva says the impact of the Middle East escalation on energy supplies and prices is a key concern. She told us more about the rising geopolitical risks facing the global economy.
We are looking at this as another source of uncertainty in what has been a highly uncertain environment. And we are watching for two things. One, how would that impact risk premia for oil and gas? There has been some movement upward. How far would it go? And two, would there be any disruption in energy supplies? For now, no, but let's see how events would develop, whether either the delivery routes or spillovers to other countries may occur. I pray no.
Right. Is the transmission mechanism the channels where you're seeing the biggest Middle East shock in energy prices at the moment?
It is in energy prices, yes. Of course, there could be secondary and tertiary impact. Let's say there is more turbulence that goes into hitting growth prospects of large economies, and then you have a trigger impact in a downward revision of prospects for global growth. As you know, we have already revised the downward growth projections for this year, and we will be coming up with our next projections in July. So far, what we see in the first 2 quarters of the year broadly confirms the picture we have painted in April, and it is somewhat slower global growth, but no recession. It is a very different world today than what we had right after COVID. Right after COVID, we had central banks going in a lockstep. Monetary policy opened up more space for injecting liquidity in the economy. So monetary policy, fiscal policy, all over the world, pretty much doing the same thing. Now we are in a very different place when monetary policy around the world has to go in different directions. We have in some countries monetary policy some tightening. We see some countries actually losing, getting a bit more space through monetary policy. And why is this difficult? It is much easier if you can sit in your chair as a governor of a central bank, look around and say, everybody is cutting, I'm cutting as well. Or everybody is tightening, I'm going to tighten as well. Now we are in a place where everybody has to judge on data for their own conditions.
IMF Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva there speaking with Sherry a little bit earlier in Tokyo. More ahead on the Asia trade, this is Bloomberg.
Choice Awards slime. Are we ready to have some fun? Summer party famous slime. Wow, this is so great. Music, slipping, blimping slime. Make some noise, let's go. Hosted by Tyler Slime.
I get to control who gets slimed, right?
Don't miss the Kids' Choice Awards. Now streaming on Paramount Plus.
Take a look at how it's shaping up when it comes to the picture for US futures as well as Greater China futures and Taiwan futures as we head into the start of trading in about half an hour or so. Largely fairly comparatively muted, I should say. Some downside, of course, that we're seeing there at the moment, but really awaiting for further developments when it comes to Iran's response. What happens with the Strait of Hormuz? This is Bloomberg.
What a hotel.
Right? And only $250 a night for my favorite site. What?
You didn't check Trivago.
I got mine for $155. You have to check Trivago.
Oh yeah? Prove it.
On Trivago, you can compare hotel prices from multiple different sites.
Even your favorite one.
Look, same hotel, $100 less.
You didn't check Trivago.
I didn't check Trivago.
Check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel? Trivago.
Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier.
President Trump, they're speaking at the White House following U.S. strikes on 3 Iranian nuclear facilities. You're watching The China Show. I'm David Ingles in Seoul.
And I'm Yvonne Men in Hong Kong. Our top stories this morning. Crude prices and haven assets rise following the escalation of the Middle East conflict, raising the risk of a wider war in the region and disruption to global oil trade through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran launches a fresh wave of missiles against Israel as it warns of everlasting consequences after the U.S. attack. And China condemns the Trump administration's move, with Beijing saying it's willing to join diplomatic efforts to stabilize the Middle East.
A pleasure to have you all join us. There's lots to get through as we make our way into the opening bell today, Yvonne. And I think the biggest difference I've noticed so far, and it's early Monday, just to caveat that, compared to this time last week when things kicked off, was we're getting a lot more responses coming through right now. We'll talk more about the Chinese response, of course. And in the last couple of minutes, the South Koreans have come out where I am here. They talked about how they'll be watching markets very closely. We've heard from the Thai exchange operator that they'll be limiting the downside and some of the extreme price moves by half today going into this open today. And just in the last few minutes, I think we're also hearing from the Japanese Foreign Minister, Yvonne, as well.
Yeah, certainly we're heading into unprecedented territory here when it comes to the Middle East and what we heard from the U.S. and their response in these airstrikes over the weekend. And that's why I think you are hearing more of the market regulators talking a little bit about the warnings out there. The shipping industry certainly has been on high alert as well. But interesting enough, you take a look at the knee-jerk reaction that we saw with oil prices briefly, surging a little bit, but really we've come off a little bit now this morning already.
Yeah, we have. In fact, let's have a look at where we are market-wise going into the open today. And certainly it is a fairly nuanced narrative and take when you look across these markets, right? 27 minutes to the opening bell. And as you can see, a two-day look Friday and where we are Monday morning, Asia Pacific, that vertical leg lower in the U.S. dollar. And as you can see, compared to that low point about 3 hours back, we have certainly come off lows of the session. All that being said, markets are either putting in some hedges or staying out of this altogether. When you look at the Brent curve, let's start with that as well, right? So in terms of where we are as far as the range is concerned, we're on the higher side compared to the highs of last week. But as you can see, though, we're nowhere near the 3-4% pop that we had in the opening minutes of the Monday session. Same goes with West Texas. Let's have a look at that side of the energy curve as well. And that, of course, is $1 or $2 lower across the curve compared to where you are on Brent, but similar gains as you can see on your screens. Now, make no doubt, it's still a very risk-averse session out there when you look at things like gold, for example, a Japanese yen. Where we also have the Swiss franc coming up on your screens very, very shortly, and VIX futures, as you can see, of course, tacking on about half of 1 point. Now, Asia Pacific looking like this. Asia, you're getting Taiwan coming online. The Nikkei 225, we talked about the Kospi Index, of course, where I am, and regulators looking to watch these markets with a closer observance today, given, of course, everything that's going on. Kospi's down 1%, and we're softer in futures, Yvonne, by about half of 1% going into the Monday session.
Yep, certainly there is a bit of risk off here this morning as we continue to watch the latest headlines crossing in the Middle East, and Iran now saying on all options for retaliation are open after the U.S. struck 3 of its nuclear sites on Saturday. Meanwhile, President Trump has warned of greater attacks unless Iran makes peace with Israel. Let's bring in our Bloomberg economy editor, Michael Heath. He joins us with the latest right now. We're still waiting for that full damage report from these U.S. strikes, Michael, but, to what extent do you think this attack from the U.S. has derailed Iran's nuclear facilities?
Well, the expectation, Yvonne, is that this, the Fordo site was the main one that had to be hit. But and as you mentioned, it is too early to make any judgment on how much has been done, whether it's Israel or the IAEA or the US. No one's got a really clear picture. But people have been looking at satellites and just questioning how much damage has been done. Now, some of the US military officials said it would be likely, or it's a normal practice for them to have to go in and do follow-ups once they've assessed how much damage has been done. So we're not really in the clear on that, but it does take us obviously into new territory here with once we have the US involvement, just how, as you mentioned, how Iran will react. But yeah, the big question at the moment is just how much damage has been done, and of course there's Iran has this highly enriched uranium to about 60% that the International Atomic Energy Agency has lost track of over the past week. Iran acknowledged that it's moved it, so this is no one's really sure where that is as well. So there's a few moving parts, but the main one is people will be trying to assess that initial damage.
Michael, David here, do we know anything more from what Iran has either said or done in the last, let's call it 18 hours or so, to just inform us of what the potential response might be?
Yeah, I mean, look, David, we've had the Supreme Leader who, at the end of the day, he makes the big calls on all of these things. One of our reporters was just noticing that he hasn't actually spoken publicly since the US attacks. It's been about 24 hours now, and on social media, etc. There's clips of his text of his old speeches and things like that. And the word sort of coming out is that Iran will respond. Now, on one hand, this is it's a fairly aggressive regime, and it would like to maintain its prestige, but it's also very, very pragmatic, people have said as well. So you've got this unusual combination of quite ideological, but when it's backed into a corner, it can be quite pragmatic in terms of survival. So the real question is, will they try and respond against US bases or US personnel, or even worse, perhaps, they attack the Gulf countries, even though the relations between Iran and the Gulf countries have improved a lot. I mean, they've got a lot of options there. The other thing is that the question that's sort of out there is that Israel has been targeting the launching, the missile launching pads that Iran has. So there's also questions about just how much ammunition or hardware they've got there, or the ability to deliver that hardware anyway. So again, a little bit like the damage assessment, it's sort of watch and wait. And there's a degree of hope out there that perhaps Iran looks at it and says, this isn't worth pursuing. Let's try and come back to the negotiating table. And it certainly seems like that's what President Trump was suggesting that they should be doing. Israel has said that it still has on its list of targets, it still has some to go. But I think in general in the developed world, everyone would love to see some dialogue now. It sort of feels like that the strikes that needed to take place to set back the program, not months or a year, but years now, have taken place, presuming that they have actually succeeded, and that everyone would like to negotiate. But it's really up to Iran. Does it judge that it needs the boost to prestige? That's the question.
Michael Heath, thank you so much. Our Bloomberg economy editor joining us with the latest and some context there. Joining us now for more insights is Matt Kurtgen, Chief Geopolitical Strategist at BCA Research. He joins us today. Matt, good morning from the Asia Pacific. Thanks for joining us. I have to mention that you guys saw this coming. So I want to understand now, so what now? In other words, let's start with what you think is the most probable response from Iran.
Yes, thank you very much, David. We did see it coming. In fact, we saw a general destabilization of the Middle East coming before the Hamas attacks. Then we saw Israel likely to attack Hezbollah, and then we saw that as a preview for an attack on Iran, and then ultimately American intervention. So the way we've done that is, first of all, to be nonpartisan and try to be empathetic to all the different actors, looking at their national interests across time and across regimes, but also then to really assess the situation, which was that with each step of Israel's counterattacks following the Hamas incident, we saw weakness on the Iranian side. We saw a collapse, ultimately, of the arc of influence that they had tried to create all the way to the Mediterranean. And this just continues to draw in Israeli and then ultimately American intervention, because the Iranians can't do anything about it. Now, maybe we're going to find out that they've been withholding the ability, which they do have probably, to affect regional oil supply. And I think that they actually will pull that trigger, even though in the markets that's a bit of a debate.
Okay, they will pull that trigger. Do you specifically think blocking the Strait of Hormuz, Matt? I mean, most people are gaming scenarios. It's either full closure or nothing, but is it more nuanced than that?
Yeah, I think it's more nuanced. I mean, here's the main issue, is that the Israelis and the Americans have limited commitment to this war. They're both divided at home in their domestic politics. And the problem is, for Iran, the problem is that they're not really suffering an economic cost for waging this war. So if Iran starts to dial up the pressure through the oil channel, then those two actors are going to have to start reassessing how much they want to push this. Now, the Israelis can push for quite a while, but then they ultimately run out of ammunition. Now, the Americans, their perspective is that President Trump knows from previous presidencies that an oil shock is very dangerous and very damaging for his administration. So I think that they would first start to derail oil production in Iraq and see where that goes. Does that signal to the Americans that they need to actually reduce their commitment to this war and sort of declare victory on what they've already done by knocking out the nuclear program for the most part? Or do they actually start to strike ships? And they could hit ships in the Gulf of Oman. They can hit ships even in the Indian Ocean, which we saw just a few years ago. There's different ways for them to do these things and dial up the pressure. But ultimately, if they think that the regime is in danger from Israeli action and American action, then yes, they could pull the Hormuz trigger.
Well, Matt, let's talk about that. What probability, or how are you thinking about that possibility? Regime change in Iran, and what lies on the other side of that door?
Well, it is absolutely essential to have a probabilistic assessment here, because no one can see the future, and we don't want to add to the noise. Everyone has an opinion. The point is, in a context in which the U.S. has intervened to destroy the nuclear program, you should assign a higher probability to the Iranians attacking regional oil supply in order to create a cost, to try to create a change in American politics through that higher cost, higher prices at the gasoline pump. But then the other thing is global attention. Iran doesn't want to be left alone. Of course, they are left alone. Russia and China aren't really capable of doing much about these attacks. But they don't want that to continue. In fact, they want all the countries in the world basically to be lobbying Donald Trump and saying, hey, let's not have a global oil shock and recession over this. Let's calm things down. And the way to do that is to threaten oil first and try to get that symbolism across and change behavior. If that doesn't work, though, and again, if Israel just continues to pound the regime and start to hit a very critical infrastructure in places where the regime starts to think they might fail, then that's where they could conclude that they don't have anything left. They have nothing left to lose. And that's where they could then try to pull the Hormuz trigger.
Yeah, and you say that against a backdrop where Iran does find itself more isolated, right? I take a look at their allies like Russia and China. It seems like they're only at this point offering rhetorical support. Hezbollah and Hamas either are unable or refuse to engage in all this right now. So does Iran continue to stay pretty isolated in this whole conflict?
Right, that's correct. They're completely isolated. And in fact, what we've learned, and I suspected this, but I think what the world has learned is that, China is still a long way off from being able to project power in the Middle East. Russia's having trouble projecting power into Western Ukraine, not to mention the Middle East. They've lost their foothold in Syria, for example. So all of this suggests, again, that there's this extreme vulnerability of the Iranian regime. They can't really do anything about their circumstances right now, and that's why you assign a higher probability. And so I would conclude there's basically a 60% chance that they retaliate out of the desire to raise the cost of this war, knowing that the Americans are divided and don't really want to go all the way to try to create some kind of regime change. And the fact of the matter is there can't be regime change. Iran is a mountain fortress. There's no way anyone's going to invade with ground forces. The president's already said that there's not going to be any boots on the ground. All of this confirms in Iran's thinking that they can actually batten down the hatches and weather through this while they inflict a cost on the rest of the world. But again, I think they can dial that up. And I think the first thing we'll see is that oil production in the region, especially in Iraq, is probably likely to start to be derailed and disrupted.
All right, Matt. So whether it's oil traders out there or users of oil, for example, I mean, to your point, we don't really know, and this is really a spectrum of probability. So what's the likely range of oil prices you think the next couple of months here, because of the possibilities you've underscored?
Yeah, I mean, when we look historically at geopolitical crisis events in the Middle East, the median increase in Brent crude is about 8%. And then over a period of months, say 3-6 months, you can end up even higher, like in double-digit territory. Major shocks like the Iranian Revolution or the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait, they can even create much higher double-digit increases in oil price. So let's say we're at a fair value of around $60 per barrel, and we're moving toward 90 per barrel just to price in the risks here. Now, if there's no shock to the actual supply, if it just continues to be the case that Iran refrains from hitting oil supply, then the market's going to be very volatile, sort of dipping back down. But if I'm correct, and they actually do try to increase the price by hitting supply, and again, I give us about a 60% chance to that, then what happens is we move from 90 and maybe above. And it really depends on the magnitude of the shock. There's about 10 million barrels per day, very roughly, of spare capacity. If the shock is beneath that, then you get a price move, but then you get that price move coming back down because there's still enough spare capacity to adjust. But if you get above that, meaning that if Hormuz is closed, or if shipping in other ways is blocked, or if Saudi Arabia is hit, those are last gasp actions by Iran. But if they happen, then of course we would start to move toward maybe even a doubling of oil price. I mean, definitely over 100 per barrel.
Matt, it's so great to have you. Thank you so much for staying late for us. Matt Gerken there, Chief Geopolitical Strategist at BCA Research, joining us from Kansas City this evening. And coming up on the show, we're going to track market reactions to the developing situation in the Middle East. Reed Capital and CBA will be joining us. Plus, Pacific Basin's CEO Martin Fruergaard joins us with his outlook for the shipping industry and how trade tensions and new geopolitical risks are going to be there when it comes to vessel movements as well as flows. We're counting down to the open of trade in Shanghai, Shenzhen, and Hong Kong. This is The China Show.
I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
This is a chessboard where people test their skill, imagination, and daring. Because it's also a map, complex logistics can be reinvented with AI. Thanks to reliable and secure connectivity from AT&T Business, goods are delivered quickly and efficiently.
Your ads are ready for their big break. Advertise on shows your audience can't miss with ads they can't skip. Put your business in show business with Paramount Ads Manager.
Well, I encourage the Chinese government in Beijing to call them about that because they heavily depend on the Straits of Hormuz for their oil. If they do that, it'll be another terrible mistake. It's economic suicide for them if they do it. And we retain options to deal with that. But other countries should be looking at that as well. It would hurt other countries' economies a lot worse than ours.
That was U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio there telling China it should ensure Iran keeps the Strait of Hormuz open to shipping. Beijing, meanwhile, has criticized the U.S. strike on Iranian nuclear facilities, saying again that it's willing to join international efforts to restore peace in the Middle East. Let's bring in our China correspondent, Min Min Lo, and tell us a bit more about that Beijing response.
Yeah, Beijing's response has been very consistent. It hasn't really changed. It's condemned Israel's attack. It's also condemning the U.S. attacks as well. There is a Global Times editorial criticizing the U.S. for escalating tensions even further, even though China has previously called on the U.S. to do more to calm the conflict. But I guess hitting these nuclear sites in Iran is not their vision of calming the conflict. And in fact, the Global Times editorial is saying that U.S. is escalating the level of weaponry being used by using these bunker buster bombs to achieve what Israel cannot. And Iran is likely to see that as an act of provocation. It's going to cause the conflict to possibly even spill over to the wider region. And that's what they are deeply worried about.
Min, the topic is also being discussed widely across social media. Could you just give us a glimpse of what the sort of more pertinent ones are?
Yes, this is very interesting to watch because people are discussing this very widely on Chinese social media. In fact, the top trending hashtag on Weibo today is that Iran has set an example for the rest of the world. And the gist of the comments there, they're all saying that Iran essentially is quite naive in some ways to believe that the U.S. is a trustworthy party here. And here's a comment that says, first, Iran was deceived by the U.S. into some negotiation which made Iran lose its vigilance. If we can flip back to the previous post. And then it was attacked by an American ally. It was resisting the attack. Iran had hoped for mediation from the U.S., but soon American bombing arrived. So it was all about how Iran is being squeezed by the U.S. And the lesson here for many Chinese people is that these appeasement tactics, they don't work, and only by fighting resolutely can you protect your own sovereignty. That's the lesson that many Chinese people are taking. But that said, China does have this long-standing policy of non-interference. So China is unlikely to wade into that conflict unless its direct sovereignty is being threatened.
Min, thank you so much. Min Lo, a China correspondent there with the latest take from the Chinese side of things, of course, and a response coming through as well there from the Chinese. Right, very quickly, going into the Open today, we have the fix, two things. We have the fix of the day that's coming out on your screens very, very shortly, and also this sort of pull-up we're seeing across the Shanghai crude space. So the fix, let's start with that, 717.10. We're also looking at, can we have a look at oil prices, please, in Shanghai? We're up 15 renminbi there, which effectively now puts us almost at par intraday to the high that we hit back in early February. And at about these levels, we're effectively at the highest here in 2025 so far. Plenty more ahead, including a full preview of these markets. This is the China Show.
Just like that. and a lower, well, not quite a lower low, but it's getting there. It's oversold, okay, on the 4-hour, and it's retesting this low. So there's hidden bullish divergence or exaggerated bullish divergence. We can say it that way. Now, normally, this means this is more than likely not finished. I see some more down, very likely tonight or tomorrow potentially. It doesn't have to come tonight or tomorrow, but it could, and I think it's very, very likely that it may. We may see some volatility coming here. Normally speaking, when you get a pullback like this, the market makers like to give it a 3-wave look, so that, and give you a little bit of a bounce, right? So that some traders can go long here, going long, so they can sell into those longs, because they want to give you the 3-wave shape, okay, so that people will go long looking for continuation, and then they roll it over and take you out. Okay, so you'll notice that happens very, very much at the tops. When you get a top and you get a move, it spends a little time looking 3-wave-ish, so that some of the boys can get in and go. Now, my bias is to the downside, so I'm not trading longs. The only kind of long I'm trading are hedge positions. But so, in other words, I'm looking exclusively for shorts, understanding that any long I take is a hedge against my short until the chart makes a change, which then I change and I'm looking for longs and only hedging on shorts. So that's the way I think about trading right now. My bias is to the downside. I'm looking. My favorite count is down, but that doesn't mean that is what the market's going to do. So what could this be? Well, we got a couple of counts here. So if this is an ABC here, it could be finished here, or this could be wave 4, and we could be looking for one more hit to the high. In other words, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, looking for 5. And that would still be the same count as an ABC, okay? It takes out one more level of liquidity, okay, before it gives you that C wave to the downside, okay? Now, that's one idea. That's one possibility. They go up and hit the high again. Everybody gets even more bullish than they have been. We got a 3-wave shape here. We go hit the high again. Everybody gets freaked out. It's the FOMO wave, and then boom, okay? They hit you and they take you out just like that, okay? And that's another count. So there's a possibility we come hit the high. They stop hunting anybody who's gone short for now, and then go. Remember, price often goes where you expect it to go, just not how you expect it. So if you're thinking price is just going to make one straight move down to your target, I got another thing coming for you. It generally doesn't happen like that. Why? Because they can't make it that easy, right? If it goes straight to target, then too many people make money, and they don't make enough money because they don't collect the liquidity along the way. They've got to go in choppy fashion with a big wave every so often. So in other words, wouldn't be surprised to see another hit to the high here, and then boom, 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 then a big rebound, boom, stuff like that, right? We understand that price moves choppy like that, but final targets, the 50 to 60K range is what I would expect to see. 50 to 70K, just to give it a bigger range there, I would expect to see that. Now, if this is a wave 4, we're looking for a wave 5, okay? Now, how do you know when that takes place? Well, you don't really. But one thing I like to do, and you might consider it, is I like to count what I call counter trend lines. What is a counter trend line? Well, the trend is down, so if it goes up, it's going to start breaking trend lines. So here we're going to draw that trend line right there. Okay, we're going to draw this trend line right there. So off of these two peaks and then off of these two peaks. Those are two, and then we could draw one more tight one here. This isn't as good of one, but it's definitely one you could draw. And what you can do is you just watch the progressive breaks of those trend lines. If it breaks that one, we get a little bit more bullish. You get a pullback and a continuation. It breaks that, you're getting more bullish, right? but this could just be a 3-wave, and then it could come down. So you got to watch out. The break isn't a tell-all, but it starts to change the way you think about things. Why? Because ultimately, when this trend gets broken, okay, as these trends get broken, the more likelihood it is that we're dealing with a bullish wave. So I like to take the trades when it breaks a trend line and pulls back. I like to take the trades as close to the last low as I can, hoping it goes the other way. At least I've got a low stop there. I've got a place I can stop my trade out and manage risk off of. So that's an idea you can consider. It's not always that simple, but I try to take those trades as close to the pullbacks of as I can the previous lows. So we got to be patient for that wave structure. If you don't get the pullback, kind of like this wave right here, how you didn't really get a pullback here. You got a break of that trend line. You got a little dinky pullback, and it just continued. It didn't really offer you much of a trade for that wave, okay? So that made it a little bit more challenging to trade that wave that way with that strategy. That's not the only thing I look for, and I can't divulge everything that I do. I'd be glad to teach you how I trade coming into the Discord if you like, and everything that I look for to take my trades. With that said, you can watch these breaks, and if we start breaking these trend lines, we get a little bit more bullish, okay? But as those trend lines, as wave structure develops, okay, and it starts to work its way down, you can draw these counter trend lines to look for downward moves, right? See these breaks here? These breaks, all those breaks there, that break. They always break and pull back, break and pull back, break and pull back, break, pull back, break. Okay? So break and pull back is what we want to look for. All right? Okay. So there's some trades. So watch those counter trend lines, and they can kind of change your bias a little bit. To me, this line right here is the more important one for now. Want to really pay attention to that guy. If that breaks to the upside, then I think there's a good chance that this wave has finished. Now, if this is just a 3-wave move, how do we count it? If it's a 3-wave move, I don't think it's a 3-wave move. I think it's the beginning of a much more bearish wave, but I think they're going to spend a little time here making it look like 3 waves. Okay, so how will you count it? Well, one way to count it is A, B, C. Okay, that's one way to count it. And what you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the C wave. That's an ABC. Instead of counting it as 5 waves, you can count it as 3 waves. Call it ABC. And then this is a 3-wave move, boom, and now this is boom, boom, boom. So you basically got a W, X, and a Y wave. It looks like it's about at the 1-to-1. If not, it's very close. Okay. Yeah, we pop down and hit the 1-to-1 extension of that wave. That's a beautiful wave. Okay, that's a beautiful 3-wave shape, right? It's too beautiful in my opinion, right? Right, Seth? Okay, we got a pullback right now. We've come, didn't quite hit the 382. I would expect this to roll over, hit the 382 or even the 441, and that could be a finished wave. Okay, if price comes down here like this, boom, look for a V shape and a potential wave up here to take this high out. I think that's something you could consider as a possible wave structure and play. But also watch for this to come down, hit that level, 3-wave back, respect this trend line, and then roll over and continue down. That's another thing, and you won't know which one's going to happen. You just have to be nimble and play both. So to me, if this gives me a setup for a long, I might consider a long here. If I get the wave structure that I'm looking for, I'll get the volume that I'm looking for, I get the trend lines that I'm looking for, and I get the small time frame move to the upside that I'm expecting to see, then I might put some skin in the game and take a long, at least for me, a hedged long position, hedging my short for a pullback, because we know that the market makers like to give you a 3-wave look, bounce off of it, and then take you out if it's not 3 waves. Okay, or if it is 3 waves, then they're going to give you a look. They might even come hit the low one more time and then tick it up. Okay, so we know that they're going to play around with this 3-wave shape, and I think that's going to be, you know, today and tomorrow. They're going to play with that and get traders to take some trades off of that, and even give you a bounce. So I think it's a high likelihood that we do get another low tonight, but a bounce off of this area, maybe off of this zone here, maybe around 95, 96K, which would be the 441 retrace area. It'd be a nice area to see a potential bounce from there, which could go to the moon or just go hit the high and then reject off of that. So expect some shenanigans around the top. We've already seen some shenanigans already, but you know, this wave structure has been kind of full of shenanigans. Now, what if it's more bearish than that? We have a series of 1-2s on our hands. What if this is a 1 and a 2, 1, 2, and this is 1, 2, 1, 2, and there's a 1, 2. That means we're in the middle of a wave 3. That means this is going to roll over and come down, pull back, come down, pull back, come down. Okay, if it's a 1, 2, 1, 2, this is going to continue down with relative. All the pullbacks will be very shallow. They'll be short-lived. They will get taken out, pull back, taken out, pull back, boom. A bigger pullback somewhere around here. Okay, like that. Okay, and we would see price working our way down to target with relative speed. If this is a series of 1-2s, you say, Jim, what's a 1-2, 1-2? How many? Is there anybody here who does not know what a say? Let me know in the chat if you do not know what a 1-2, 1-2 is. It's okay to say I don't know, but I'd like to know how many people out here don't know what a 1-2, 1-2 is. Maybe I'll just take a minute and explain it. But I'd like to see if there's anybody that needs me to explain it. Okay, Alexandra Olivier doesn't know what a 1-2 is. I'm glad. Thank you for sharing that. Okay, so a 1-2, 1-2 is impulsive wave structure says 5 waves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me draw that a little bit better here. Okay. So that's right there. That's the shape of an impulse wave. It's 5 waves. Okay. Now the third wave has a sub wave count of 5 waves. So this third wave right here, this wave, we got 1, 2, and then 3. It has a sub wave count of 5 waves. So what we're going to do is we're going to draw those sub waves. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Notice now you have a 1, 2, 1, 2. There's a 1, 2, 1, 2. Now, what's interesting is the third wave of that wave. So we got 1, 2. Here's the wave 3, right, of the third wave. So we're going to draw the sub-wave counts of that. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And what you notice is that the price then would start to rev up. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, boom, down. 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5. Okay. But you see how if I take away these lines, you see how the wave progresses. It looks like 3 waves at the beginning, but it's really just 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, boom, gone. Okay. So how do we apply that? Okay. Does that make sense? Does that make sense, Alexandra? Or is it Alexander? Okay, so we're looking at this as wave 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, there's wave 1. There's wave 2. That's the big wave 1, 2. Now what? Well, wave 3 is coming, right? The big wave 3. So there's 1. There's 2. Here's a big wave 3. Okay? So let's do the subwave count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But look here, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Okay. So in other words, what we're doing is we have a nest, what we call a nest of 1-2s. It is very bearish or very bullish depending on which direction it's going. In this case, if that is a 1-2-1-2 that we're looking at, it is very bearish. Now this may not be a 1-2-1-2, okay, but it has a possibility that if it is, this is a big major impulse that's coming. It's coming down fast and furious, and it's just revving up. She's about to fall off a cliff. But right now we're pausing this sell-off. Why? Because it needs to look three-wave-ish so it can go up again, or so people can think it's going to go up again. Okay? I mean, just take a peek here, guys. This is what happens. Okay? So we look at this price structure here. We had a rejection. Boom. We came back up, okay, to retest that level, right? Took that level out. What happened? You got an impulse. Impulse. Boom. Three-wave. Came down. Boom. That looks very three-wave-ish. What are you expecting? More to the upside. Looked like a three-wave correction. Let's go up. And so they gave you that look. But they stopped, respected the trend line to some degree, and then rolled over. Okay? So they gave you that three-wave look, gave you the fake bounce, and then rolled over to go down fast. Okay? That's a liquidity grab. Okay? So we've already kind of had that happen already, but could they do it again? Yes. You had the move back up. Boom. They retested. Boom. Retested. Okay. Could they come back up and do this and then come down? They certainly could. If they do that, then this isn't a series of 1-2s, but rather this is an A wave or a 1 wave, and this would be a flat B wave looking for C after that, or a wave 3 after that. Okay? So hard to tell what's going to happen here in the small time frame. But those are some ideas in the small time frame what could happen. We just check in on XRP here. Do a little. See, notice my trend line that I have here. We're bumping up against it. Okay. Question is, what is this? Is this a 3? Is that a flat right there? If that is a flat, then this is simply setting up for the next move down. If that's a 3-wave move, setting up for another low. Okay. But if we start breaking up to the upside, I mean, it doesn't mean with certainty that it's not the flat, because this could come up and that could still be a flat, just bigger and deeper, coming up to this trend line and still come down. But if we start breaking out of this one, then we say, oh, we start looking at this as, oh, that looks finished. We look for a pullback and then maybe a long, maybe, right? So that's just small time frame thinking about trading with you guys, just thinking about trading with you. Right now, I'm thinking, okay, let's hit the low again. I'd like to see some volume come in. We did get a significant amount of volume right here that came in. Okay, if you look back at this volume came in, and this is the kind of correction we got. Boom. The same amount of volume came in, and we're getting the same size correction. Chances are this is heading down again, because these volumes are just, you see this volume right here? You had the same size correction. Okay, so you had the same amount of volume. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, and you're getting corrections of similar size. I think the likelihood is more down based on that volume on XRP. Now, it's not certain, but that's certainly something to consider. Okay, let's look at the small time frame here, very small time frame, and just kind of take a peek at, okay, what is this? Okay, looking at the volume signature here, you'll notice that we had volume at the bottom of this move. We had volume come in, and we got this three-wave correction. Okay, at the bottom of this move, we had volume come in, and we got this three-wave correction. At the bottom of this move, we had volume come in, and now we're getting a correction. And so this is not significantly bigger than these, though it is bigger. But notice it's in line with all of these small corrections. This is a little bit bigger, and we're getting a little bit bigger of a correction. But nonetheless, I think this is corrective. You'll also note that we have hidden bearish divergence working, okay, on this pullback. So again, this could be just a three-wave pullback, now revving up for another move to the downside. That would be that's the way it looks for now, unless the volume changes, unless the wave structure changes. That's the way it looks. So on small time frame, I'm watching this trend line right here, okay, and I'm watching this trend line right here to get a sense for which direction the wave might be moving temporarily. Now, just because it breaks this trend line doesn't mean it can't pull back and then do that trick. And then what I'm doing is I'm watching this trend line right there, so that if this comes back down and breaks that trend line, I'm looking for more downside, okay? So again, because you'll notice that as this wave went up, you'll notice it created three waves. When it broke, it pulls back to that trend line and continue down. So you see these breaks, right? These breaks of structure, pull back to them, continue. Pull back, break, pull back to the breakout, down again, pull back to the breakout, maybe down again, right? So that's the way price moves, guys. That's the way price moves. And sometimes you get bigger moves down. Just you never know where price is going and how far it's going to go down. All right, how we doing? You guys doing okay in the live there? Hit the likes if you can. And that just helps the algorithm, lets your friends know, and lets people know on YouTube that this is something you enjoy watching. All right, so there, guys, I have done the macro analysis. I've done some micro analysis. I've offered the bull and the bear ideas and what to watch for. Okay, told you my particular bias. I think we're in a 1-2 and a nest of 1-2s to the downside. It's my favorite count, but again, I'm ready for that hit to the high that I shared with you. So let's see what happens, right? My bias right now is at least another low. This looks corrective. I think another low is potential and plausible. Let's take a peek at Ethereum, see if Ethereum gives us any clarity. Okay. Notice you have the same three-wave structure. You've got the same flat structure as you had on the other charts. You got 3 waves to the upside, 3 to the downside, 5 to the upside. That looks like a flat. Okay, it looks like a correction. Would love to see this break back down for another wave to the downside. I would like to see this pick up some steam. Okay, start moving down with speed. Okay, but that may not happen until tomorrow morning or late tonight. My take on Ethereum is that this needs to be 5 waves. 1, 2. This is wave 3 to right there potentially. This is wave 4. And now I need a wave 5. So this needs to come down fast and furious. Okay. And that would be 5 waves ending what I believe to be 3 down, 3 up, 5 down. Let's get down to $600 to $800. Okay. All right. 600 is a better target for wave structure. Even $500 to $400 would be great. This wave to just crash on down here. And what that would be it would be lovely as a W, X, and a Y. That would be a lovely WXY. Now, that may be wrong. What I just drew may be incorrect, but that's one wave. And then, so basically the way that would correlate with Bitcoin is that Bitcoin would come down to that 50K range. XRP would make it down, not XRP, but Ethereum would make it down to this $400, $500 range, okay? And then as Bitcoin rallies, you're going to see Ethereum just start shooting the moon on Bitcoin. You're going to see the ETH BTC chart. ETH is just going to start making all this because we're going to the new financial system, and Ethereum is going to be part of that more than likely. So Ethereum, I think this is just going to hit the low for a cheap buy-in price for the big boys, and then they're going to V-shape that thing, and it's going to take off. I do believe that Ethereum is a good purchase. I'm not giving you financial advice. You do your own research, but that's my belief system. Looking to buy some Ethereum if we get a low down there between anywhere between $400 and $1,000 in Ethereum. It also depends on what I think Bitcoin is doing, and what the wave structure is telling me. But that's what I'm thinking. I think a lot of people believe that this was the reversal. This is a three-wave pullback, and here we go. We're getting ready to go to the moon. I think that's a possible count, and I think you should consider that, where this could be some kind of first wave, and this is a three-wave pullback, and now we've got a 1-2 on our hands back to the upside. I think that's something to consider, and I think that's something you should pay attention to. But I think also what would shock a lot of people is if this rolled over and came on down. I think that would mess up a bunch of people. Liquidity grab underneath this wave, okay? Finish a big three-wave system, okay? And then let's go to the moon after that. That's when we go to the moon. Not in 1 year, but as Bitcoin recovers, okay, you're going to see Ethereum just taking off. Because I think Ethereum is going to be part of the banking system and the money system in the near future, DeFi. Okay. So that's Ethereum. Now, what's a bullish count here? Well, I'm not a big fan of this count, but I certainly want to give it a little bit of credence here. What if this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? This is your three-wave pullback right there, and that's it. That's all you get. My problem is this looks three-wave-ish here. It doesn't look five-wave-ish. It looks three-wave-ish. Okay. Yeah, what if that's 3, and then we're getting, so this is 3, 3, 3, and this needs to come down to finish. It'll be a wave very similar to this right here. So we're due for a bit of a pullback on the 4-hour chart, on the daily chart. But is it going to happen tonight? That pullback? I mean, maybe, but or we could hit the low again. Let's look at the micro here and just see what the wave structure looks like here. So you see this three-wave shape there. This could have been the end of the wave. 1, 2, 1, 2. We're in 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5. Something like that. It might be coming down a lot deeper. You got hidden bearish divergence on the hourly. 30 minutes. You got hidden bear. Now let's see if this is 3 waves and this rolls over and comes down for another wave. Okay, guys, that's the analysis. I'm bearish on the macro. I have, just to summarize here, but I have some contingency counts that take us up from here, though this wave structure doesn't look beautiful for the up move, though we could get some temporary up waves before. So we could spend some more time in this range before we really roll over and get moving fast to our lower targets. We could spend some time up here. I think that's likely that we spend a little bit of time. But they could surprise us and just dump it tonight. Let's take a peek at S&P and the NASDAQ and see what they're doing. Let's look at gold and silver and the DXY, see what they're doing, just kind of get a general sense for the overall market. All right, let's start with the S&P. So here's the S&P. You'll notice that we had a red day here. It's kind of rolling over. Are we going to get a deeper move? Because if I draw that right there, if this war that we just had causes some kind of a dump in the markets, this could be the beginning of a couple of months of red moves. Okay, you'll notice that you get these big pullbacks and then they roll over. Okay, and they come kind of back straight up and then they roll over. It's kind of come straight up. Are we going to roll over? I think it's very likely that we roll over here, and we may have a red day tomorrow coming into Monday after war happened over the weekend. We might come in. Of course, Mondays very often are bullish days. We've noticed in our Discord that it's Merle especially. If you're listening, buddy, Monday is always bullish. At least it has been lately for a while. So we might have a bullish day tomorrow, which means we might finish the dump tonight and then start getting pullbacks and bullishness into London and New York session tomorrow. So we'll see. I would personally like to see another low made. Some major volume coming in, and then let's get a larger pullback on XRP is what I'm trading for now. But same thing on Bitcoin. I'd like to see one more low made. But it may not be that simple. We may correct and go sideways in a correction between now and morning, and that dump may happen in the morning, and then it might pump the rest of the day or something like that. We get a dump in the morning just to get everybody bearish quick, and then they reverse it and move it to the upside for liquidity before we get a continuation to the downside. So they're going to play. They're going to utilize this wave structure, so it ain't going to go as fast as you want it. So don't be afraid to take your profit and look for other trades. More than likely, they're going to use this three-wavishness to bring price back up to resemble continuation. They could even take the high out and then reverse off of it. That would be some kind of a wave 5. And I think finally the big bullish count is that this is some kind of wave 1, 2, and we could see a big bullish move heading up. I'm aware that that's a possibility, but I don't see that as a high likelihood. But it could happen, and then it would really, really alter my view of the market as a whole, as a unit. I would really have to revisit if we get a major pump out of this. I'd have to revisit the way I'm looking at the chart for sure, or my primary idea. Now I do allow for that count. The wave structure could make it up there, but is that my first understanding of the wave structure? No, not really. But again, watch these trend lines, okay? So the more these trend lines that I shared with you that break to the upside, the more bullish you're going to get, okay? And if you want to take trades off of those trend lines, you can. Just make sure that you have you understand where your stops are, so you can stop it out. All right, I need to take a drink here. Give me 1 second, and then we'll look at the S&P. We already looked at the S&P. Let's look at the NASDAQ and the DXY. So there's the S&P. I think it's very likely we got some bearishness this week coming up. NASDAQ, same thing. It started rolling over last week. Again, we tend to get these things that go straight up and then they roll over and come down. So this might be 3 waves. Boom, we roll over and come down. I think the bullish count here is that this was some kind of a pullback here, and this could be heading up for one more wave to the upside. We could shoot. This could start getting real parabolic to do a final hit to the high FOMO wave before it drops. But I'm curious to see if we're going to get a move like that where this just rolls over. Right now, you've got a 3-wave shape. Boom, boom, boom. Is this going to roll over and come down after 3 waves? Maybe. No guarantees, though. Because all it would have to do is just pull back a little bit and then go up again. Okay, that's the NASDAQ. That's the S&P. Let's look at the DXY. Hugo, yeah, Mr. Calories, of course. You can if you got any requests, I'll look at whatever you want me to look at. DXY. Okay, so again, I've been very bearish since 110, and looking for this to come down. Right now, we've got a 3-wave shape rocking. I think this could come up here a little bit and then roll over and come down. So we could see a little bit of a pullback here, but more down on the macro. So on the 3-day chart, I'm looking, at the end of the day, I'm looking down, but on the daily and the 4-hour, yeah. This could just be boom and then roll over again, or it could come up, give you a 3-wave shape. I wouldn't think it's going to come hit the low and then come up, but down more eventually. Stephen, let's see. Let's look at Jasmine quick for you and VET. VET turned out, your sell turned out to be a great sell when you sold. Yeah, so what is this? Let's It looks like death to VET, right? Large, man, that is so hard. Yeah. I'm not sure, man. This wave structure is super sketch, super challenging because this low didn't hold. So that impulse right there, it pulled back and that low hasn't held. They took it out. So, I mean, what does that mean? I think this low is going to be revisited. So I think that's where we're heading. Don't think we're ready for a buy yet, buddy. I just don't think we're ready. Now the question is VeChain going to make it? Is it going to be a utility coin? Is it going to make it? I don't know, man. You might know better than that. Here's what I would do if you want to buy.
About a long-term settlement here.
While the Trump administration urged Iran back to the negotiating table, Iran's foreign minister said the door on diplomacy had closed.
The warmongering and lawless administration in Washington is solely and fully responsible for the dangerous consequences and far-reaching implications of its act of aggression.
Following the American attack, Israeli strikes on Iran continued through Sunday, as the UN Security Council met to discuss the situation, and its Secretary General spoke of grave alarm.
The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. The United Nations stands ready to support any and all efforts toward a peaceful resolution. But peace cannot be imposed. It must be chosen.
This is a conflict with many moving parts, moving civilians to fear for the future.
Neither party are telling the truth about whether there has been contamination as a result of the strike. The task is not to allow this region to turn into another Chernobyl. I think the war is going to expand even though people here in Tehran say it is going to end. I think the government may close the Strait of Hormuz.
Attacking Iran is an intervention by an American president with unpredictable consequences. The US says it's in touch with Tehran, privately and publicly, giving it every opportunity to come to the table for talks and for peace. If this momentous decision has been criticized internationally, it has been domestically too. Many in the MAGA movement, which put Donald Trump in power, are unhappy at his engagement in a foreign conflict. Many in Congress are unhappy that he didn't inform them first. A world that waited for America to strike now waits for Iran to strike back. The United States has spoken of an attack of precision and certainty. Neither applies to what comes next. James Matthews, Sky News, in Washington.
Our US correspondent Mark Stone sent us this update from Washington.
First, and I think the most significant of these three posts, is a reference to regime change. This is a hint at what next, what America plans to do next. He says it is not politically correct to use the term regime change. But if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a regime change? And then he writes, MIGA, make Iran great again. He's coining a phrase there. An adaptation of MAGA, but a very significant tweet. He seems to be flirting with the idea of perhaps changing the regime. It's kind of an extension of what he said in his statement to the address to the nation last night, where he insisted that what he wanted this past 24 hours to be was one strike, one series of strikes, and a line drawn. Iran then comes to the negotiating table or conforms to what America is demanding that it does, which is quit altogether its nuclear program. It is hard at the moment to see that happening, but the fact that he's now flirting with regime change, that is significant indeed. The second, and linked to what I just said, the second post, he talks about, in another post, about the damage to Iran's nuclear sites is monumental. The hits were hard and they were accurate. Great skill was shown by our military. This is kind of pushing back on a few noises that we've heard over the course of the day from different people, some indeed within his administration, suggesting that maybe these strikes last night were not as monumental as first thought. Donald Trump saying it completely destroyed Iran's nuclear programs. Since then, we've heard J.D. Vance, the vice president, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the top general as well, saying, look, it's going to take a little time to work out how successful these strikes were. And behind the scenes, experts have said to us repeatedly, you can't completely remove Iran's nuclear program just by airstrikes. And then finally, we've had word that the B-2 bombers who carried out this raid have now returned to their base in Missouri. Donald Trump said the great B-2 pilots have just landed safely in Missouri. Thank you for a job well done. These pictures from Missouri, from the Whitman Air Force Base, an extraordinary, I mean, in simple military terms, an absolutely extraordinary mission. They flew for 37 hours non-stop. They were refueled multiple times in the air, a whole load of planes around them as they made that journey across the Atlantic into the Middle East, dropped those bunker busters, and then returned to Missouri.
Well, Iran's immediate response to the U.S. attack involved firing more than 40 missiles towards Israel. Sirens blared in major cities and several buildings sustained extensive damage. It comes as Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said his country is close to achieving its goal of destroying Iran's nuclear program. Sky's Cordelia Lynch reports now on what impact the strikes will have on Israel.
Glass-filled streets, scattered shrapnel, and the skeletons of homes. The people of Ramat Aviv woke with a shuddering jolt, and buildings decimated by an Iranian missile. Orly is picking up what little of her life she can.
I'm living in the apartment over the other side. The apartment itself is ruined totally.
These are images from inside. The attack wiping out nearly everything she owned. America has now got involved.
Yeah, I know.
How does that shift your view of this war?
I thought from the beginning that this is a justified war. I still think that. I hope it will make the war a little bit shorter, but other than that, it was a threat to Israel, and it's a threat that should be eliminated. And I hope it would be they will do it fast, because the suffering is very, very hard.
But there were no casualties. A community safely hunkered down in shelters.
Skyrocket of price into gold, particularly, hopefully silver will follow. Okay. Once the sell-offs finish, and it's buy time again on the other markets, which could take years for those sell-offs to take place. But once those markets reach their the apex of their sell-off, okay, you're going to see money moving out of gold and silver back into the markets that will be sustained. So there'll be a market shift. Markets will reposition, and then you're going to see the AI and all the other intelligence markets. You're going to see certain things just start to skyrocket. Tesla is going to be one of those that you're going to be buying and holding for lifelong wealth. So it's an investment time in the next 5 to 10 years. It's going to be, investment for your children. But in the next 3 to 5 years, I would imagine. I said 5 to 10, but I would say 3 to 5 years, we could see a very low pullback and a time that you could invest. Hopefully, the geopolitical landscape won't be so crazy that you can't buy anything. But we know that they're taking us to a digital economy, and we know some bad black swan stuff's going to happen. So I don't know what the landscape's going to look like. I really don't. I don't know if we're all going to be fighting for survival or not. But life as you know it may completely be shifting. And one thing I know about the New World Order and the bad guys is that they don't want us to succeed and thrive. And so they need us subservient to their system. So I think they're not going to allow us to have any money. So what may be coming could be so devastating that we just have no way to buy. And we lose everything. The banking system could collapse. You lose all your money out of your banks. Maybe a black swan, nuclear event happens, or some kind of maybe a power outage worldwide where it sets us back, years. Or, who knows what's going to happen? But it's going to precipitate very hard times, and then us crying for help from the government, and the government will then say, okay, yeah, we got the digital system, we're gonna move us over there, and we're gonna fix everything, okay, and then everybody's gonna embrace complete bondage to the governments of the world, monetarily as well as financially and the monetary system. So I'm hoping that kind of a bad situation doesn't happen, and that we can transition to this new system without the calamity. But just knowing their playbook, they bring calamity in to do what they do. So I'm a little nervous about it. I don't know what's coming, but doing our best to get prepared, right? So, okay. Let's take a peek here at Gala for Mr. Farrahill. Oh, come on. Oh, that chart sucks, man. Again, Mr. Farrahill, I mean, the way I would trade this, because I can't Elliott wave this chart, unfortunately. There's just no wave structure here. Okay, there's nothing here I can count. Draw that trend line there. A break of that is bullish. A break here is the beginning stages of bullishness. Yeah, I don't like that trend line because it's so small. We've already broken this right here. See how we broke this right here? We broke, pulled back, and continued. So are we going to get a break again and continue up? So yeah, that might be on the horizon there for you. That's the bullish look, right? I don't know if Gala is going to be here forever. Again, I believe that we're setting up for the fall of a lot of crypto. So this one may just go to zero, like along with a bunch of other alts that are going to die in this crypto winter that could be on the horizon. If Bitcoin is going to pump up and out of here, and that big bullish count that I offered you is in play, then you could see all these alts take off. Okay, so if all these, if Bitcoin is going to pump up and out of here, we could see these alts get up and out of here as well. So that's the scenario. Is Bitcoin going to dump or is it going to pump? Right? Which scenario is on the chart? I tend to think it's going to dump and kill some alts in the process. But you never know. You never know. So not a whole lot I can share with you as far as a wave structure count here. If this happens again, which I doubt it will, but it could, then we're looking for a bit pump to this trend line. If it breaks up and out of here, we get more bullish. Okay. All right, I'm going to do Metis, and then we'll call it an evening here. Yeah, same thing there. Just draw that trend line there. It's really looking like a potential break up and out. So that looks a little bullish here, especially if we get a green candle out of here. That's a spot buy zone for me with a stop on a break of that look. This trend line right here, we're going to break it. If that breaks down, then we don't want to. I mean, you could hold it if you want, but if you want to have a stop, that keeps your stop tight. So you got a setup right there. Okay, so if you get a break up and out of here, it could roll over like that. So that's why we have the stops. But if it breaks up and out of here, then maybe spot buying in this range, hoping to get a move to the upside. Okay, there it is. Hope you guys have a fantastic evening, guys. Oh, Keith wants me to look at Link. Let me look at Link for Keith. Sorry, buddy. Let me look at Link real fast. Yeah. So we've got this trend line here. There you go, Keith. You got a setup here. Is this going to break to the downside, break that line, and then finish this wave? Is this a three-wave pullback before it comes down? Or is that a 1-2, 1-2, and this is getting ready to go? A big giant 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. There's your bullish count, Keith. That's your moon boy count right there. There it is. And we're getting ready to break up and out of here. So you get a candle up and out of here on the weekly. Boom. Then maybe consider spot buying and holding to $50 or more. Especially if Bitcoin is gonna pump. If Bitcoin pumps, then. But if it breaks that low, what's that wave structure gonna do? Is Link here to stay, Keith? You think it's viable for the future system? Do you have any evidence of that, or is it just another crap coin? Well, I think Ethereum is a much more certain buy for sure. But all the best to you, my brother. All the best. Guys, we're at a key moment. Let's see if we get a pump up and out of here, or if this is going to dump a little further. I hope you guys have a great night. Thanks for joining me tonight on Sunday Night Charts. I hope that gets you ready for all the possibilities. We try to look at the market from both directions, bullish and bearish, and we don't stick to one perspective. We just try to stay rational and stay just have a healthy look at the market. Hopefully that's been helpful for you guys. Thanks for joining. I hope y'all have a great night. Take it easy, guys. Bye-bye.
Target was Fordo, believed to be Iran's most sophisticated uranium enrichment plant, 60 miles south of Tehran, built in tunnels shielded by 80 meters of mountain above, beyond the reach of even a 13-ton bunker buster bomb, but not perhaps 12 of them. In this satellite image from before the attack, you can see Fordo's security perimeter and 3 tunnel entrances. Compare that to after the strike. These grey areas
just made recently about the damage specifically to the Fordo facility or other nuclear facilities throughout Iran, including the Natanz uranium enrichment plant, as well as the Isfahan nuclear research campus. At least according to the president's statement, monumental damage was done to all nuclear sites in Iran, as shown by satellite images. Obliteration is an accurate term. The white structure shown is deeply embedded into the rock, with even its roof well below ground level and completely shielded from flame. The biggest damage took place far below ground level, bullseye, according to the President of the United States. And it is once again largely showing us at the moment that the President of the United States is continuing to push forward the claim, and it appears that we are also able to corroborate that claim, that a massive amount of damage was caused to the Fordo facility, which we are also able to see in this satellite footage right here. Once again, we do believe that this was taken by the Maxar satellite, but the picture that you're looking at here is actually a picture of the facility before the blasts. This is the satellite picture after the blast. And we can see that there was, once again, a significant amount of damage and also smoke that is actually pouring out through the open craters that were caused by the MOPS as they burrowed into the ground and then exploded in the facility that is underground. You can actually still see that smoke rising and dissipating into the air, but most of the damage, as the president is claiming, which is true, did occur underground and is not clearly seen from any kind of satellite footage or any sort of picture or video evidence that we've been able to get so far. We do have to remember that this facility was at least several hundred feet underground, meaning that what we're looking at right here is quite literally the tip of the iceberg as far as the damage is concerned. The real damage has occurred somewhere below 200 feet underground. And while we have been able to hear that this facility has largely been destroyed, and we can confirm that at least 6 GBU-57s were dropped directly onto the facility inside of the mountain, we also are able to confirm that there is still at least some small parts of the facility that may have been left slightly intact after the resulting explosions several hundred feet underground. Once again, this has been a little bit of a point of concern to many today, but I want to make it clear that it's not one way or the other that the facility has been either entirely destroyed or that the facility is largely intact and perfectly fine, as we've been hearing both sides trying to say today. It is actually a little bit of a blend of the two. The facility has largely been destroyed and has been rendered inoperable in its current configuration. But there is the chance or likelihood that the Iranians may be able to recover or salvage some of the small remaining parts and centrifuges of the facility that may have been able to survive intact, and attempt to use those in the future to restart their nuclear enrichment programs and to continue to work on their nuclear weaponizing programs, or nuclear proliferation programs is the best way to put it. And so it does appear that we are hearing about that at the moment, and it also appears that there's been a little bit of a mystery as to what was happening before then, earlier in the day, as we were able to get uncorroborated reports yesterday that we were not able to get video or picture evidence on, that apparently Israeli special forces or Israeli commandos had actually been dropped into the facility or near the facility somehow, and were actually conducting a raid onto the facility itself. We were never able to confirm that with any video or picture evidence yesterday, but we were able to confirm that today, as we were able to see videos possibly showing Israeli commandos moving around the facility hours before the strike. Really quickly, I'll show y'all this footage and I'll let y'all make what y'all want to make out of it. I once again gotta say that we can't really confirm exactly, at least by geolocation, that this happened at Fordo, but many people have actually been saying that this was showing Israeli commando operations around the area of Fordo. So I'll let y'all be the judge of the footage that we're going to be seeing right here. What we can see right there are what appears to be armed soldiers moving around a corner and peering around it quite slowly.
Now, what do you make of that? That's crazy right there. I saw this footage earlier today when I was looking through the news and all my different sources, but honestly, for some reason, like, it's hitting me different this time looking at it. That is crazy. Those guys look like they're in plain clothes for the most part, and they're obviously creeping around. What, did they at the perimeter fence or something?
I'm not really sure. I actually believe that they may have been, if we could line up this footage with anywhere, they may have been around this facility somewhere up here within the northern area of the Qom uranium enrichment plant. It seems like that would make sense because this is an above ground facility that this is being filmed at, and this does appear to be in the middle of the desert. So if this footage actually is from Fordo, and we've actually been able to see a lot of people suggesting that it actually is, it is possible that this actually was Israeli commandos, at least moving around the northern area of the facility facility that was actually above ground a couple of miles away from the underground uranium enrichment facilities that we could see here on satellite picture as well. A very interesting sort of a video, but once again, folks, I'm not going to confirm or deny what this is. I'm going to give you all the Glomar Explorer answer on that one. Well, we have no clue what this actually was or if this came from Fordo, but we were able to hear unconfirmed reports of gunfire and other sorts of combat actions occurring around this part of the facility hours before the U.S. strikes were conducted, so I'll leave it up to y'all to say whether or not that actually was any sort of Israeli Special Forces operation that was dropped off in the area. Still, a very interesting development nonetheless, and a very interesting video to see. However, there's been a larger issue that's now started to arise after the fact. No actual radioactive damage was generally seen from the area of the Fordo enrichment plant. And a lot of people have been thinking, what is going to be happening next before I even get into this next piece of news? And so, Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so we've run a poll question here, a very general question about this conflict between Israel and Iran, because of course right now we're in a bit of a waiting period here. We're waiting for the calm before the storm to end and for the storm to begin. That's currently what we're waiting for. So what is going to happen next? About 37% of the audience said the U.S. will conduct even more Iranian strikes, while 26% said Iran will close the Hormuz Strait, and 24% said Iran or their proxies will hit U.S. bases. And honestly, it's a bit of a close call. And this poll is actually almost evenly split across the board. And I would say the next step probably is the proxy forces will hit U.S. bases. That'll probably be the next immediate thing to happen in the course of events throughout this conflict. And then after that, we'll probably see the Hormuz Strait get closed as well. I have a feeling that's going to be closed at some point here in the near future because already the Iranian parliament has approved the closure of the Hormuz Strait. So I think it's pretty much inevitable at this point that the Iranians are going to probably give the final go-ahead for that. But it's not certain just yet. But I have a hunch that they probably will go through with that. But I think the proxies will be the first ones to hit the bases, and then Iran's probably going to follow up with their own attacks on some U.S. bases. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would generally have to say I believe that the United States is going to be conducting more strikes inside the Islamic Republic of Iran. I believe that might be highly likely at this point because we are looking at a situation where a lot of loose ends have been closed. Largely, the nuclear program in Iran has been halted, at least for a continual period of time, due to the destruction of the key bases at Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. But at the same time, I also think they're going to be running into some larger issues as well, in general, with the fact that there is about 400 pounds of 60% enriched uranium that is currently missing somewhere inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran that wasn't able to be accounted for in the explosions last night. With that in mind, I think that it's highly likely that further U.S. strikes are going to be conducted, as we are most likely going to be trying to ensure that there is absolutely no equipment left to enrich that uranium to a weapons grade at 90%, or for the Iranians to be able to try and salvage the remaining equipment that they have left and to continue to try and press forward with the nuclearization of their country in weapons form. It does appear that that's already being suggested or touted by the President of the United States, as I do have to give you all the bombshell news that the United States of America, at least for the moment, is claiming that they do not know the whereabouts of Iran's stockpile of near bomb-grade uranium, according to a New York Times report. That was from a senior U.S. official that apparently did not disclose their name to the New York Times, but from what we've been able to hear from other sources throughout the day, it appears that approximately 400 pounds of 60% enriched grade uranium, which is currently fuel-grade uranium, has gone missing inside the Islamic Republic of Iran. There was no trace radioactivity from the Fordo uranium enrichment plant or the Natanz uranium enrichment plant, which were hit overnight, which is largely suggesting that the enriched uranium had been moved out of those facilities prior to the strike. The one thing that we've actually been able to confirm the Iranians were telling the truth on. The Israelis are claiming that they actually have some sort of credible intelligence on where the missing enriched uranium has gone, although we do not know what that intelligence is because the statement is largely being cryptic. However, it also appears that the President of the United States is starting to move into a more warlike mindset at the moment, as we have been able to hear that the President is now suggesting a possible regime change inside of the country. It does seem as though, considering that the United States of America is not able to find the enriched uranium right now, that the United States of America may be moving on with a more intensive plan against the Islamic Republic of Iran, which is to see its government dismantled and a regime change occur. This may be the likely next step in the conflict, as the United States and Israel may be moving forward to completely change the regime, so the next government coming in inside of Iran wouldn't even be attempting to pursue or look for a nuclearization option in terms of weapons. So it does seem that at the moment the United States of America is now possibly suggesting the future of more anti-Iranian activities or more U.S. air operations against the Islamic Republic of Iran. We so far have heard that there is no possibility of the consideration of ground forces being involved in this conflict, at least on the U.S.'s end, but it does appear that, at least according to the statements and information that we're getting right now, it would be highly likely that the United States government would consider the action wise to take further hostile actions against the Islamic Republic of Iran in support of denuclearization operations. We have also been able to hear inside of Iran a decent amount of significant government developments that have been happening throughout the course of the day, as we were able to see that inside the Iranian parliament they were once again pulling off the usual shtick of death to America. I think a lot of people need to see this, because some people actually do believe that the Islamic Republic of Iran is some sort of a friend to the United States of America. And I do want to show y'all what appears to be some sort of a sanctioned activity, at least at the moment, from the Islamic Republic of Iran. And just quickly moving forward to show you all the picture here, this is in front of the entire Iranian National Assembly. They were burning a printed picture of the U.S. flag in front of the entirety of the National Assembly, and the entire assembly was chanting "Death to America," making it incredibly clear the Islamic Republic of Iran's official position on the United States of America and largely U.S. citizens wherever they may be, either inside the United States or abroad. Outside of that, we also were able to hear that the Iranian government has announced that they will be rebuilding nuclear sites and continuing operations with even greater strength in the future. Whether those statements are largely just rhetorical or whether they actually have any proof to them will yet to be seen. But we have been able to hear that the Iranians are now preparing a response, at least at the moment, to the United States and Israel, as the Iranian envoy has said that the timing, nature, and scale of Iran's response to the United States strikes will be determined by its armed forces, largely suggesting that the Islamic Republic of Iran is greatly considering, even still, hostile actions against the United States and our armed forces inside of the region. And there is a significant amount of bases and garrisons that the United States has throughout Syria, Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and several other countries within the region, including Bahrain and Qatar, which could end up seeing the ire of an Iranian attack or an Iranian proxy force attack here in the near future. And we are hearing that apparently militias may be preparing to strike at U.S. bases here soon, as American military and intelligence officials have detected signs that Iran-backed militias are preparing to attack U.S. bases in Iraq and possibly Syria in retaliation for U.S. strikes in Iran. But so far, the groups have held off, and Iraqi officials are working hard to dissuade militia action, according to a U.S. official who stated that information today. There are several military facilities that still have a decent amount of U.S. forces at them within the area, including the Al-Assad Air Base inside of western Iraq, the At-Tanf garrison within the area of southern Syria, and the Victory Base at the Baghdad International Airport within Baghdad, Iraq. All three of those bases currently do have U.S. forces inside of them, and there are also some smaller U.S. garrisons within northeastern Syria, still under the Syrian Democratic Forces zone of control, and also within northern Iraq as well, near to the city of Erbil, which could all possibly become targets for these Iranian proxy forces. One of the most significant forces that we've been able to hear of right now that has made a clear and evident threat against U.S. forces in the region is the Al-Najaba. This is actually the direct statement or letter that was issued by the leader of the Al-Najaba, stating that the lives or well-being of U.S. citizens, soldiers, and diplomats, along with any U.S. interests in the region, would be targeted and hit just by the Al-Najaba if there was harm done to the Iranian Supreme Leader or to the Islamic Republic of Iran in general, making it incredibly clear that, at least if we were to go off of that prior statement, a militia action of an Iranian proxy force against U.S. forces and bases within the area is actually highly likely, at least at the moment. We also understand that the Islamic Republic of Iran is attempting to actually create a force escalation ladder at the moment, attempting to use proxy forces as their first escalation against the United States, leading up or preparing for an actual official Iranian strike against the United States of America and its forces within the area. A lot of people are actually talking, in the meantime, however, about where where the enriched uranium that has now gone missing, about 400 pounds of 60% grade enriched uranium, has gone. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right. So, unfortunately, the U.S. does have a little bit of a crisis on its hands at the moment. Also, Israel has a bit of a crisis as well, because right now the enriched uranium, which was at the Fordow site, is allegedly missing, according to Israeli intelligence. So, right now we're trying to track that down. The two countries are trying to figure out where it went. Netanyahu says he believes he knows where it went, but the United States is saying that they have no clue where it went. So, a bit of a dilemma right now. But the big question to the audience is, where do you think Iran's enriched uranium has been transferred to? Because obviously it was transferred somewhere, and somehow Iran got tipped off about the Fordow strike, and they had dump trucks come in and also other trucks as well, and they took the uranium out before it was struck by the B-2 bombers. So 59% said Iran moved it to a secret location, while 17% said a foreign country likely took possession of the enriched uranium, and about 12% said it's in several moving vehicles moving randomly across Iran. So all of these options right here are current theories about where the uranium has gone to. I would generally say it probably is a foreign country which took temporary possession of it. Of course, that is pure speculation. Right now, we have no details about any of these options. It's purely speculation. I would say it's most likely a foreign country has taken it into their temporary possession to keep and safeguard it, and then return it to the Iranians after the fact. Now, the next runner-up option would be that it might be in several moving vehicles. That would be another theory. I believe that theory was actually proposed by an Israeli source, that maybe Iran loaded into box trucks and they're driving it around the entire country to keep the Israelis off kilter. So that's another option as well. Or maybe it could be as straightforward as Iran moved it to a secret location, and maybe we'll find out where that is, and we can come back in with the B-2s and strike that second spot. But I'm kind of confused how the Iranians got the jump on the Israelis and the United States, and was able to get tipped off about the strike several days in advance. That's a bit of a very disturbing information piece right there, and I'll be very curious to see who the rat was. But Enforcer, what say you?
It's a very interesting development, because it does appear that most of the enriched uranium inside of the country is at large at the moment. We do not know where it is. Currently, I do have to make it clear that the Islamic Republic of Iran being able to enrich that into a weapons grade at 90% or higher is largely not going to be possible, at least for now. The uranium has been enriched to a 60% grade, which is exactly on line with being able to produce uranium fuel rods for a nuclear reactor. So at the moment, it is not a weapons-grade uranium source that could be used for the production of a nuclear weapon, at least according to what the IAEA chief Grossi said earlier today, at least about the details of the amount and also the percentage grade that it had been refined to. So at the moment, the threat of a nuclear bomb being developed and then used is still unlikely for now. However, there is still the risk that this enriched uranium could end up somewhere to be produced into a dirty bomb, and that is largely where the larger or greater concern is at the moment. The fact that the Iranians were tipped off, a lot like Matthew was saying, to the fact that there was about to be a strike, or at least they were expecting a strike, was either a stroke of rare genius inside of the Iranian government to believe that a strike was going to be coming to those facilities and attempting to knock it out, or either they were tipped off by someone inside of the Israeli or U.S. government, which means that there is a mole currently inside of the U.S. government or the Israeli government, although we don't have any proof to show that at this point. It does appear, however, that uranium has now gone missing, and I would have to believe that the Iranians have most likely moved it to a secret location. Some people have actually said that the People's Republic of China may have picked up the enriched uranium and actually flown it back into China, but I'm considering that to be highly unlikely. We have rarely ever seen, at least so far, any kind of enriched uranium of any type being transported by aircraft. That is usually incredibly rare. So I actually would go with the theory or the idea that there is some kind of enriched uranium storage site, or an impromptu enriched uranium storage site, that exists somewhere in Iran that is currently holding that uranium right now, meaning that that uranium has most likely never left Iran, and it's still inside of the country somewhere. That's probably pretty obvious. We do have to remember that usually most of the time, the places that are the most likely for something to be put are usually the most obvious, which leads a lot of people to believe that it would be elsewhere. Like, for example, a lot of people believe that Saddam Hussein was hiding in some sort of a crazy location out in the desert in Iraq. The reality was that he was hiding in the town of Tikrit along the Euphrates or the Tigris River the entire time the U.S. forces were looking for him. So I would have to say that, in my opinion, it would have to be fairly likely that the uranium is somewhere inside of Iran.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well. Generally speaking, I would, but also there is the strong possibility that maybe a country did temporarily take possession of it. That's also a real possibility as well. Right now, I want to reiterate this: it's all speculation. We do not know, and if the U.S. intelligence agencies don't know, then we definitely don't know either. So that's the big mystery right now at the moment. But one thing I do want to say is I do see some people saying, well, how do we know that the intelligence agencies are telling the truth? Like, is the U.S. telling the truth? Is Israel telling the truth? We need to know. Here's what tells me they're telling the truth. We were expecting to see some localized radioactive contamination in the city of Qom, which is right next to the Fordow facility. You might recall last night that we've said there was no noted radioactive contamination in that city whatsoever, and they confirmed that today. The IAEA confirmed it, and also the Iranian Atomic Energy Agency confirmed it as well, which that tells us apparently the uranium was taken out because there's been no contamination on the city of Qom. So that does back it up, actually, that apparently it was evacuated beforehand. And once again, the big question is, who's the rat? Because somebody told and tipped off the Iranians that we were coming for a fact, and they were so confident in that they actually took all the uranium, they took it to a secret location, or they sent it off to a foreign country, and now it's protected somewhere. But even the bigger question than that, here's the real big question: are these strikes even successful at this point? Because we've destroyed the nuclear facilities, or at least damaged them severely, but we didn't take out the enriched uranium. So are these strikes even considered a success, or is it a failure at this point? That's my question.
I would have to say that generally I would still consider them to be a success. We do have to remember that the original intent behind the airstrikes was not to destroy the enriched uranium. It was actually to destroy Iran's ability to further enrich uranium to a higher grade, or to enrich further amounts of uranium resources at all. And at least at this point, that has been completely stopped. The only two facilities in the country that could enrich uranium, at Natanz and Fordow, have been completely destroyed at the moment. So at least in its initial objectives, it was entirely successful. However, in any secondary objective that was had, which was the destruction of the enriched uranium that was supposed to be housed inside of these sites, it appears that that was not able to be achieved. I would still generally consider this to be a success, however, because we do have to remind ourselves here that while the Iranians do have 400 kilograms, correction there, it's actually not 400 pounds, it's 400 kilograms, while they have 400 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium somewhere floating around the country, they don't have an ability to enrich any of that to a further grade to actually use in nuclear weaponry, at least for now, and most likely will not have that ability for years at the moment. Another thing that's also important to remember is that the Islamic Republic of Iran cannot also even attempt to enrich any further uranium than about the 400 kilograms that are somewhere inside of Iran right now. So in general, we are seeing that the entire Iranian nuclear program has stopped dead in its tracks at the moment, and whatever they had, at least in terms of raw uranium, is all that they have left for right now. And there's no way to get any more of it, and there's no way to enrich any of the current uranium that they have into 90% grade, weapons grade uranium. So that is generally a good thing, in my opinion, from the strikes. I'd still consider this to be a significant success, but there are still loose ends to be tied from this point, highly suggesting there will be further U.S. action against the Iranians here in the near future, whether the Iranians directly attack the United States forces in the Middle East or not, because we will still have to find and try and destroy the enriched uranium wherever it may be, or try and take possession of it somehow, some way. So we will most likely have to see how that is going to go, at least at the moment. And also,
one other thing as well is there's still disputes by the Israelis about whether or not the facilities themselves, the Fordow, were even completely destroyed. There's still disputes about that. The United States is standing by their assessment that they were completely wiped out. It was taken off the menu, and they're saying that these facilities are no longer in functioning condition, and they can't be easily be repaired either. But the Israelis are saying they're a little bit questionable about whether or not Fordow is still able to be functional, or if it's able to be repaired very easy. So the question at that point is, which one of those assessments is accurate? Because we haven't got photos from on the ground of these facilities, and we can't see a first-person view of how they look. So it basically comes down to, who do you believe, the United States or Israel, and whose assessment are you going to run with? Because the Iranians are claiming, and of course they would claim this, they're propagandists, they're saying they can go back into these facilities, easily repair them in like a few months, and be right back to enriching their uranium. So, I mean, the Israelis are saying there might be some truth to it. So that's what's making me question the U.S. assessment.
I would generally have to say that I would largely believe the U.S. assessment over the Israeli assessment, largely due to the fact that I would believe that U.S. intelligence services largely do know what they're talking about. Just to say this really quickly, the Mossad says a lot about what they do. The CIA largely does not. And the CIA is generally a larger and more effective intelligence agency than the Mossad is, at least in my opinion. And so if the intelligence is being gathered either by the U.S. Department of Defense or by the CIA that facility has been completely destroyed, and that's what the U.S. government statements are, I would generally go with the facility has been pretty much entirely destroyed. We have been able to hear, however, even from U.S. sources, that there are some small areas of the facility underground that may have been able to survive moderately damaged with still usable components inside of them at the moment, but we do not know the actual gauge, scale, or scope, because I once again want to show y'all the satellite footage that we have, because of course this is the most obvious thing here. We can't really see down into the facility because the MOPS traveled several hundred feet into the mountain before they exploded. So it's not like you're going to see a massive crater with all the floors of the facility visible and literally eviscerated. Any damage that was done to the facility was done out of view of the satellites. All we can see are the impact points of the MOPS. We can't see anything else beyond that point. So with that in mind, there is a high chance that the facility was actually destroyed underground, because if the Israelis and the U.S. are looking at this satellite footage only, what leads the Israelis to believe that only a part of the facility has been destroyed, or the U.S. to believe that the entirety of the facility has been destroyed? Because we really can't see it, at least from the surface. All we can see are the impact craters of the bombs as they burrowed into the ground, and that's it.
Yeah, that's a big question. And also, by the way, I see people mentioning the satellite Maxar footage showing these dump trucks pulling up to the front of Fordo. We did get that, by the way. We do have those satellite images. And I can confirm there was a very long line, about 16 trucks that had pulled up to Fordo, the nuclear site, in the days preceding this attack. It was like June 19th and June 20th, about 2 days ago, when we saw these dump trucks pulling up. They were clearly going into the entrance to go retrieve some type of material, and then they were leaving. And from there, I would assume that they were tracked. Obviously, we are not informed about where they were tracked to which location, but I would assume that they were tracked. But the big question is, if the United States knew that the material was getting evacuated out, because they knew this obviously ahead of time, they studied this intelligence daily, then why did we pretend like we knew it was there the whole time? We sent in the B-2s, we destroyed the facility, and then pretended like we destroyed the enriched uranium too, because we apparently already knew it was evacuated. So, we destroyed the facility, but we left them with the product to be able to refine elsewhere if they possibly get that capability.
And that does appear to be a bit of a concern at the moment, but we'll generally have to wait and see what the developments are over the coming days, and that'll start to tell us whether or not there was any significant damage enough to stop Iran's enrichment abilities, but also considering that the Islamic Republic of Iran is now hostile pretty much to the outside world, including everything but Iran, it's highly likely that the IAEA will not be able to observe in any way, shape, or form any kind of nuclear developments happening in Iran. So largely at this point, it's going to rely entirely on U.S. intelligence or Israeli intelligence and whatever they are able to gather to be able to see what's actually going on inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran as far as their nuclear warfare programs or their nuclear weapons development and research programs. But outside of that, it does appear that we've also been able to get some additional news as well of another concerning thing that may inevitably happen now as a result of the U.S. actions against the Iranians overnight, as we have been able to hear that there has been some significant electronic warfare jamming inside of the Strait of Hormuz, affecting approximately 970 ships within the area. This is actually the area just on the northern side of the Strait of Hormuz. This is actually around the area of Hormuz Island right here. And this is the city of Bandar Abbas, a significant naval wharf for the Islamic Republic of Iran's Navy. From what we are able to generally see, at least from what we can tell in the Strait of Hormuz, it appears that the Islamic Republic of Iran is attempting to GPS jam or spoof through electronic warfare to be able to knock a large amount of these vessels off course. If these vessels are knocked off course due to faulty GPS coordinates or data, or their ability to not necessarily navigate all too well, they may actually end up venturing into Iranian territorial waters, where the Iranian Navy would have the right to stop the vessel, seize the vessel, and also take the crew crew hostage. This is something that we have seen in prior years before the outbreak of the current events that we're seeing right now, that occurred within the area of the Persian Gulf, as we were able to see that some British tankers several years ago were actually forced to divert into Iranian waters where the vessels were impounded and their crews were held hostage by the Iranians until the British were to relent on and give in to Iranian demands. So it does appear that the Iranians are creating a dangerous situation in the Strait, and we've also been able to hear that they are moving forward with an attempt to close the Strait of Hormuz by either mining it or forcefully blockading the area. If the Islamic Republic of Iran moves forward with this will be a clear and blatant violation of international law, as they will be closing off an international waterway within the Strait of Hormuz. And not only that, they'll pretty much be cutting off the entirety of the Middle Eastern markets from the outside world, meaning that oil prices will most likely soar as a result of the lack of stockpiles or availability of oil that could be shipped anywhere around the world at any given moment, which could end up causing significant impacts to global economic logistics chains and also start causing economic damage pretty much to every single country in the world, as global oil prices are actually global. They are not a regional sort of a thing. So oil will not cost one thing in China and another in the United States. A barrel of oil is a set price globally around the world. So if the Iranians take that action, the price per barrel of oil is actually going to be rising uniformly around the world as a result of this, which will start to cause massive impacts not only to the U.S. economy, but also the economies of even Iran's allies, including the People's Republic of China and the Russian Federation as well. So a very concerning development at that. Beyond that, we have also been able to hear that U.S. bombers have been on the way home, as we were able to see that apparently Operation Midnight Hammer, which is what the operation was named, appears to have been successful. Interestingly enough, this infographic is not showing the B-2 bombers flying over the Pacific like our information suggested prior. It actually is showing these bombers flying over the North Atlantic through the Mediterranean to their targets inside of the Fordow area and then turning around and flying all the way back. This is a fairly interesting thing, as we were able to see yesterday clear evidence that there was a large amount of stratotanker operations being conducted throughout the area of the Pacific, including the areas of Hawaii and even some areas even further west, near to the area of the Islamic Republic of Iran. It actually appears that that was either a ruse or the United States of America is currently putting out faulty information about the strikes, which may have shown that the aircraft flew in the completely opposite direction to reach Iran instead of the direction over the Pacific. We're not entirely sure which one it is, because we weren't able to see any clear tanker activity, at least traveling over the North Atlantic or anywhere within that area, that would have suggested that these B-2 bombers took their flights towards the east and towards Iran from this direction instead of from the west over the Pacific. So a little bit interesting to see, and possibly suggesting that the entire U.S. stratotanker operation over the Pacific may have actually been a decoy to throw off where the actual bombers were coming in from, either from the west or from the east. Outside of that, we are able to confirm, however, that from this infographic, our information that U.S. naval forces fired at the Natanz and Isfahan facilities, specifically with their Tomahawks from the Arabian Sea and the Gulf of Oman, that information was undoubtedly correct. But moving on from that and out of that news, we have also been able to see these B-2 bombers actually returning into the United States earlier today after their successful operation. We can actually see the B-2s flying over New Jersey.
Those are the B-2 bombers.
That is so cool, by the way.
Literally
Those things are just like,
on Iran.
it's like, what do they say? The pixels are missing from the sky. You know when pixels start disappearing from the sky that you're in some deep trouble.
Man, you certainly know it for sure. And we also get to see them landing at Whiteman Air Force Base later in the day as well in this clip. Very impressive stuff to see. We see the B-2 coming in on its final approach to the runway.
That's $2 billion flying through the air right there. That's just magnificent.
And they're so silent. It's actually amazing.
You know, it's actually a feat that those can actually fly. The thing software that they actually stay in the air.
Yeah, it's a really interesting thing. I actually understand that the F-117 and the B-2 Spirit actually were not possible, at least in their current designs, because computer technology was not able to be created up until about the 80s that would actually allow for these aircraft to be flown by a pilot. Apparently, the inputs that would be needed to the control surfaces continuously by a pilot would be far too much before the computer technology arose in the 80s to make these aircraft possible. And so, for that reason, these designs were not even attempted until the 80s when the computer technology came around that would allow for the computers to make a lot of the inputs and adjustments necessary to be able to make these aircraft airworthy and also flyable by their pilots. Very interesting fact about the F-117 and the B-2. We see it landing there at Whiteman.
Also, by the way, I see some people saying, well, you know, they flew for a continuous like 36 hours or something like that. It was a super long flight that they took, literally there and straight back. The B-2 is actually equipped with a full bathroom, not a full bathroom. It's like I think it's like a chemical toilet and some space for one pilot to rest while the other one operates the aircraft. So it's not super spacious, but there is room inside the cockpit for one pilot to be taking it easy while the other one flies. So it's not luxurious, obviously, because it's a military aircraft, but it is comfortable enough. So that way, both pilots aren't, you know, sitting in the cockpit chairs the entire time with their legs going numb the entire flight. So quite interesting.
But it is rather Spartan, that we
Oh
can
yeah,
say.
yeah.
But outside of that, we have also been able to hear inside the United States that a worldwide caution has been transmitted by the State Department or the U.S. Department of State, as we have been able to hear this statement from the U.S. Department of State about the security alert for worldwide caution event. The conflict between Israel and Iran has resulted in disruptions to travel and periodic closure of airspace across the Middle East. There is the potential for demonstrations against U.S. citizens and interests abroad. The Department of State advises U.S. citizens worldwide to exercise increased caution. Please read carefully our travel advisory, country information, and any recent security alerts when planning travel at this link, which is the Department of State's website on international travel and the conditions or the current prevailing situation inside of each country globally worldwide. It is a very interesting to note. We believe that this is actually the first time in our channel's coverage that such a worldwide statement of caution has been made by the U.S. Department of State, and it is showing that the United States is concerned that some sort of terrorist activities could be conducted by supporters or extremists that are loyal or sympathetic to the Islamic Republic of Iran, at least here in the future. But we will be seeing and waiting to probably find out what that might end up resulting in. We've already heard of a possible Iranian-related incident within Minnesota, as it appears that some sort of a gunman went into a church the other day and may have been able to, I believe, kill one person inside of the church, which was a very unfortunate
Nope.
event. See what?
Actually, the gunman was actually shot dead by the church security guard, based on the information I got. So the church security was so on point that the gunman never had a chance to get into the church and actually go get anybody because the security was literally waiting for him. The guy rolled up in his truck or car or something. The security just unloaded on him. Apparently, that's the rough version of the story that I've heard so far.
Dang, well, I suppose praise the Lord and pass the ammunition up there in Minnesota. But beyond that, it does appear that that was at least the first incident of any kind of extremist activity we've been able to see in the United States that has been affiliated with the Islamic Republic of Iran, possibly, but we haven't been able to hear of any so far. But still, it appears that the security of that church was a little bit more accurate than the gunman could have been, and luckily, a major crisis or a mass casualty event was averted thanks to the security at that church. Good on the security. And so with that...
Also, some people were saying he got hit with a car or got ran over. Let me double check that real quick and get that story straight because I'm curious myself. So let's see here. So apparently, the gunman was a 31-year-old male, motivations unknown, but they said he was suffering from a mental health crisis. Obviously, something was wrong, but let's see here. The suspect got out of his Nissan truck wearing a tactical vest, armed with a long gun and a handgun. He approached the church building. He began firing his weapon. Several staff members from the church approached the gunman, adding that the parishioner struck the gunman with his vehicle as the gunman shot the vehicle repeatedly. So it looks like the gunman was run over actually by one of the parishioners. Two of the staff members shot the gunman. So he was shot later, but he got ran over first, then he got shot, then in that order, and that caused fatal wounds. So apparently, first he got the flattening, and then he got the two shots. Apparently, so that was how it went.
He got flattened like a pancake and then turned into Swiss cheese. So it appears that that church was working overtime, at least on security. Luckily, the crisis was averted, however, and there was not a mass casualty incident that happened at that church, which is a very good thing to hear. And great to hear that those folks were on their toes for the large part, at least as we're seeing that tumultuous times may be coming around for the world, as the Islamic Republic of Iran may be calling sleeper cells and other extremists sympathetic to the Iranians to their cause and to try and conduct chaos and acts of terrorism, both inside the United States and inside of countries that are our allies abroad. But still, a very interesting thing to hear. Outside of that, though, that is generally all of the information and news that we have at the moment on the actual conflict or the developments of the conflict with the Islamic Republic of Iran. But we have also been able to hear a very interesting statement from the Russian Federation. And let me make sure to get this for all of you, because we have to make sure that we get it. And I quote, "The irresponsible decision to subject the territory of a sovereign state to missile and bomb attacks, whatever the arguments it may be presented with, flagrantly violates international law." And that's coming from the Russians, people. It's quite interesting to note that the Russian Federation is apparently now the moral grandstander. There are quite a many moral grandstanders out there who do talk out of their ass that would state something this stupid, considering that they are also conducting missile and bomb attacks on the state of Ukraine, which is a sovereign state, even by the Russian Federation's admission. And it also, according to them, would flagrantly violate international law. The Russians do not know hypocrisy's end, because this is almost the exact same sort of stuff that they said about the Nazi Germans at the end of World War II, about the German invasion of Poland. And if many of y'all do not know, the Germans and the Soviets, through the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, actually invaded Poland from both sides simultaneously, meaning that the Soviet Union was as equally liable for the invasion of Poland in 1939 as Nazi Germany. But in the Nuremberg trials, only the Nazi Germans were held accountable in the Nuremberg trials, because the Soviets were part of the presiding judges and administration that was holding these Nazis accountable for their war crimes, that were actually held accountable for the invasion of Poland. So once again, it appears that Russian hypocrisy truly knows no end, either in 1945 or in 1939 when the invasion of Poland happened, or even in the present day in 2025. The Russian Federation continues to look at the world not through an unbiased, not through a biased lens looking out for their interests on a global stage, but quite truly an absolutely asinine sort of a viewpoint that has absolutely no logical grounding anywhere in the world. It is just absolutely bizarre to see a statement like that coming from a country that for 1,215 continuous days has been conducting a direct armed invasion of the Ukrainian state. A very interesting thing to see from them, and I have a feeling that no one's really going to be taking that anywhere. And also, if y'all will note, have the Russians done anything yet? It's been 24 hours after the U.S. struck the Iranians, and the Russians have done nothing. And that's because the statement was true. The Russians will do nothing, and they'll like it, because the Russian Federation has no ability to power project in the Middle East or to support the Islamic Republic of Iran in any real fashion. And neither do the Chinese, at least for now. And so, a very funny thing to note, that their massive threats amounted to a diplomatic protest, much like we said on the channel. The analysis of that was correct. And so far, the Russian Federation is doing quite literally nothing else in support of the Iranians for now. But nevertheless, we have been able to hear a lot of people talking about the U.S. operation to strike the nuclear facilities. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well before we move on into the Ukraine war and what's been going on up there?
Okay, so this is our last poll on the Middle East so far. So the big question to the audience is, do you consider the United States operation to strike Iran's nuclear facilities a success or a failure? Because right now it's kind of up for debate. So 39% said a success because the facilities were destroyed, while 31% said we need more intel for more clarity, and 18% said a failure because the uranium is now missing. And I'm very confidently with the 31%. I think we need some more intel. Right now, it's hard to tell who to believe because the U.S. has their own version, Israel has their own version, and then Iran has their own version. The only one we can rule out is Iran's version because they're the liars. So between Israel and the United States, it's a bit of a toss-up, honestly, because they both have really good intel agencies, and maybe one knows some information that the other one doesn't know. So I'm with the 31%. I say I need more information, and I really can't say it's a success or failure until we learn some more details. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would generally have to say that at least the original operation or the Midnight Hammer operation, I would still deem it to be a success. The facilities were destroyed, destroying the enriched uranium from what we understand, was a secondary, or not even really even a secondary objective, at least from these strikes. So it does appear that at least on the original confines of the mission, it was generally a success. However, that does not mean that the problem has been solved and everything is over. It is quite far from over. As long as that uranium is missing inside of Iran and we do not know where it is, that can end up being a significant issue and problem for the United States and our allies here in the future. So that means the United States has to remain vigilant and has to continue operations, most likely, against the Iranians to eventually find and destroy those specific uranium storage sites or enriched uranium wherever it may be inside of the country. I'd still generally consider it a success, however, in my opinion, because it does appear that the facilities themselves were rendered unusable due to the severe and crippling damage that they suffered as a result of the strikes. But that would just be my opinion, and of course that's largely subject to interpretation, whether you consider it to be a success, a failure, or somewhere in between, or whether you'd want more information. But with that, I hope we were able to address that well, at least on our end, and we are going to be moving on into some of the significant developments that we've been able to see in the Ukraine war. But before we get on into that, I do have to point out that we are only $300 away from the fundraiser goal to help the USO, or the United Service Organization, to support American troops overseas. The USO does amazing work for the U.S. Armed Forces, wherever they may be, whether they're in the Middle East or around the world, supporting these soldiers when they're wounded, supporting families whenever service members unfortunately lose their lives in the line of service, and also providing these soldiers with communications, better food, and also shows to provide some entertainment and to make life overseas just a little bit more palatable while they're serving in the name of the Republic. And so if you would like to support the USO, we would be greatly appreciative, because any support that's provided to the USO will actually be going to help out soldiers and their durations that they are currently spending in deployments overseas at the moment. But with that in mind, we are going to be making sure to grab a couple of questions and also recognize some top donors that we've had in between this current news segment and the Ukraine war news segment. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, and first of all, I do want to say this. A huge shout out to every single person that's donated tonight so far. Sadly, we can't read off every single donation, though. We only read off the top donations, because otherwise we'd be here all night reading off donations. So we will have to read off just the top ones, but a huge shout out to literally everybody that's donated so far. First off, I want to give a big shout out to Joe in the Box for throwing in a $200 donation. That is the largest donation of the night, and thank you very much, Joe in the Box, for supporting the fundraiser. We also have a 100 from some guy called the Enforcer, who happens to be one of the hosts on the channel. We also have a 100 from BC Skyman, as well as Old Warrior and Just Chillin'. We also have a 50 from Samuel Sizamonski, as well as a 50 from John Rempel, John King, Heather Fitzgibbon, as well as VLK OLAAK, as well as Rad Doctor and Mitharandu and Sam1234 threw in a 50 as well. And a huge shout out to all of our top donors as well, and everybody else for donating and helping to help us reach the goal. And Enforcer, what say you?
I got to give a massive shout out and appreciation to all the folks who have been supporting the fundraiser tonight and helping it to keep on running. Whether your donations are big or small, they are making a difference and are continuing to support American and Western interests around the world in some way, shape, or form. And to that, we are massively appreciative of y'all, because our channel always runs Sunday night fundraisers whenever we can, however we can, to be able to support some sort of interest overseas. This channel has actually been able to raise, over the course of its lifetime, around $1.5 to $1.6 million in support of nonprofits operating in Ukraine, in Israel, and we've also been able to help out fundraisers, including those helping out the firefighters of Los Angeles who were fighting the wildfire some time ago, as we just hit the goal. Would you look at that?
Look at that. We smashed the goal. Look at that. For a really good cause, the USO. And it looks like Kiowa was the one who brought us right over the goal with a massive $250 donation. And now we're sitting at roughly $2,700 raised, which is about roughly $200 above the goal. So tremendous work once again.
An absolutely incredible work to see. We have to thank the entirety of the folks here tonight in the Lee Spring Army for supporting this fundraiser and helping it to keep running and to make sure to hit it to that fundraiser goal. It's an absolutely amazing thing to see that we just hit the goal, and it's a wonderful thing to know that the folks here on this channel continue to support the United States and our allies around the world in every way, shape, and form that we can. The channel has raised over $1.5 million for nonprofits around the world, helping out across the entirety of the globe, either in Ukraine or the Middle East or elsewhere. It is a thing that we're incredibly proud of here on the channel, and a lot of people take great pride of that in our Elite Spring Army community, or the LSA Army, as we call it here on the channel. And I got to thank you all massively once again for being a part of this fundraiser tonight and continuing to help support U.S. and Western operations or interests around the globe in some way, shape, or form. A lot of people can talk words, and a lot of people can virtue signal and say that they like this or they like that, but the folks here who supported the fundraiser tonight are not just speaking with their words, but they're also speaking with their pocketbooks and making sure to actually support things that will have a significant impact down the road in the future. And so a massive thanks to all of y'all so much once again. And with that, we're actually going to grab 3 live chat questions before we move on into the Ukraine war. So what do we got, Matthew?
Okay, so our first question from the live chat goes to Paramecium13, who said, how close are our fleets to the Strait of Hormuz?
They are fairly close, at least for carrier strike groups. They are somewhere within the Arabian Sea at the moment, within CENTCOM's area of responsibility. So we would assume that they are several hundred miles away from the Gulf of Oman, but they are not going to be dead inside of it. With carrier strike groups and their general operations, we would see that they would be at almost the maximum aerial range from where they would most likely be called to operate at, because you do not want to put the carriers or the vessels in the carrier strike group under any kind of threat of a possible anti-ship missile being fired at them from the shore that they may not be able to intercept or shoot down. The greater the range you have from the imminent threat, which is the Iranian coastline, the better, because it gives you more time to detect and intercept any kind of incoming anti-ship missiles that may be fired at the carrier strike groups, whether it be the USS Nimitz or the USS Carl S. Vinson, which are currently within the area of the Arabian Sea at this moment. So with that, I hope that does address that the best we can, at least from what we have at the moment. And a big thanks to every single one of y'all once again for asking great questions, and I hope that the question answered that incredibly. Answered that question incredibly well. So a huge thanks to you so much once again, man. I've been feeling like, Matthew, you and me have been stuttering over our words all night tonight. I don't know about you. I feel like I'm tripping over my words the whole night. It's just been a long week, folks. It's actually been almost 2 straight weeks of news coverage, and for some reason, I'm really feeling it tonight. I don't know why. But with that, we are on to the second question of this segment.
All right, this live chat question goes to Jeff Alley. And Jeff said, what are the chances of a terror attack here in the United States? And unfortunately, Jeff, the chances are going up dramatically. Homeland Security put out a bulletin today saying that the risk rising of a terror attack here in the United States by an Iranian or proxy group is going up dramatically. And we also learned today that apparently Iran informed the United States president that if he carried out the attack on the nuclear facilities inside of Iran, then the Ayatollah would activate sleeper cells in the United States to start conducting attacks. That's at least a report right now, and that's what we're going off of. So it sounds like the risk is going to be rising soon. We're not sure if the attack in Michigan today was connected to the Iranian regime or not, but of course it does seem to line up though. So it appears to be possibly connected, but we're really not sure for a fact. But of course, the chances are going up, and that's very disturbing to me. But at the same time, though, it's not time to go cower in a corner. We still need to, obviously go and do our usual stuff throughout the day. But at the same time, though, it's good to be vigilant when you do get out in public, because when you have nutcases roaming rampant and they've been told to go hurt people, you got to keep 2 eyes peeled and keep looking around. But Enforcer, what say you?
There is a significant chance of a terrorist attack happening in the United States at this point. Unfortunately, there really isn't a way for us to do much about that, at least here in the United States from what we know. Of course, due to the system that we have in the United States, where we generally respect the letter of the law and people are treated innocent until proven guilty, the U.S. internal security services like the FBI and other law enforcement agencies aren't able to treat these people like they are a criminal just because of their ideological beliefs. Generally, the sleeper cells, like multiple groups of people, are usually flagged by the FBI and are observed quite heavily. But generally, those are the groups that would not be the ones to be concerned about. It's generally the lone actors that are the most concerning. And these lone actors could be quite literally anyone. We have been able to see in prior attacks that have been conducted by terrorist groups or people conducting acts in the name of terrorist groups that a lot of these people could literally be anyone. There isn't any sort of a specific, just to put this out there, ethnic background of any terrorist. It could literally be anyone. It could just be anyone who ends up aligning themselves for some deluded reason with the Islamic Republic of Iran who could end up conducting these attacks. So there isn't really like a likely or key group of suspects of any type, of any kind of appearance, any kind of statements. Some people don't even make statements until they conduct the very attack, and then they usually release a manifesto or something right before they conduct the attack. So it's very hard to say who is going to conduct the attack, what they will look like, what to be on the lookout for inside the United States, because it can happen anywhere and can happen from anyone. Generally, the smart thing to do at the moment, not trying to say that people ought to hide in a corner, but generally one of the biggest, most important things that we have to remember is that terrorists like to conduct activities that usually target large groups of people. So any kind of larger gatherings like concerts or parades or ceremonies generally probably should be avoided, or people should be incredibly vigilant while at those sorts of events to make sure to look out for any suspicious activity and report it immediately if you see it. That would probably be one of the best moves that people in the United States could make to look after their own security. But once again, folks, I have to say that there are no better people in the United States that could look after your security than the Department of Homeland Security or the FBI. So any sort of statements that they would make would be far more informed and knowledgeable than I ever could make about how to stay safe and remain vigilant in public spaces or large public gatherings. But please make sure, folks, to be out there and exercise a lot of caution and smarts when out there in the streets here in the future, as it could happen anytime and anywhere. I would generally say that, in my opinion, an attack of some type is most likely going to be inevitable. We already saw that there was an attempted attack on a church yesterday, apparently in Michigan. It was not in Minnesota. It was actually in Michigan, to make a correction on that. That was thwarted. But once again, these could happen anywhere and on anyone. So make sure to be very careful, and make sure that if you see any suspicious activity, to try and report it to your local law enforcement immediately, as immediate action, proactive action, could end up saving lives of dozens or hundreds of people who may be targeted by these nefarious and sick, twisted people. So I hope that answers...
And also, by the way, I see Rebecca saying this is causing me so much anxiety. Don't get like too overdone with it. Like, I will say that. Now, obviously, do stay vigilant when you get out in public. Mainly, when I say in public, I'm referring to like what the enforcer is saying. If you're going to something that's like a large event with a lot of people in it, like for example a concert or something where there's a lot of people gathered, like for an event of some sort, that's where you should be especially careful, because of course these sickos want to go find crowds and do something nasty. That's what they specialize in, and you got to watch out for that. Now, typically day-to-day activities, you know, like driving places, going to the store, something like that, you should be okay. But also they could target a store. That's also where people like to show up in large numbers as well to go shopping. So you just got to keep your eyes peeled, basically. And if you're allowed to carry some type of weapon on you and it's legally permitted, then probably wise to do that. If you know how to use it, of course, so you're properly trained, but only if it's legal in your state. But it's just good to keep your eyes peeled at least. At least if you don't want to carry a weapon, just at least stay vigilant so you can see your surroundings. And if you see something odd, then get the hell out of there and tell somebody and notify somebody. Don't feel like, awkward telling somebody, hey, there's some suspicious dude over here acting weird or something. It's better to be safe than sorry. If you turn out to be wrong, you just turn out to be wrong, but at least you were safe.
And if you turned out to be right, you just ended up saving the lives of dozens or hundreds of people, possibly. So make sure, do not ever think, I have to compel people, especially to have a great deal of vigilance at this point, do not ever think that trying to notify law enforcement authorities about something you believe is suspicious, maybe like a odd bag sitting in the middle of a store, like a backpack that's been sitting there for as long as you've been in the store. That might be something that you might want to notify someone about, either the store managers or maybe even law enforcement. It is possible there could be something nefarious involved there. If you see someone who's wearing generally all black, that's usually a telltale sign of someone who's about to do something bad, and they look to possibly be carrying a gun under their clothes or something along those lines, you may want to notify law enforcement immediately. You just want to make sure to be as vigilant as possible. You also want to make sure to protect yourself as much as possible as well. And I also do want to point out, folks, do not try and be the vigilante or try and be the Captain America of the day. Generally, the law in the United States, even in situations of an emergency, such as a mass casualty incident, they largely do not allow for people to try and become heroes and charge into danger to go and deal with the situation. The best thing to do in a situation like that is to try and get away as quickly as possible and get anyone else that you can find on your way out to go with you and get out of the way of danger. That is probably the best move that you can make, and also notifying law enforcement as well. But beyond that, that would be my best recommendations that I could give, at least based off of statements that I've seen other law enforcement enforcement agencies make about this at the moment. But once again, folks, I've got to say, we are not the definitive knowledge of trying to protect yourself or notify anyone of any of these situations. I highly suggest that y'all refer to your local or state law enforcement agencies or any federal law enforcement agencies or internal security services for more information about how to remain vigilant and make sure to protect yourself and the greater citizenry of this great nation from any kind of sick or deranged individuals that would try and conduct a heinous act like this. And so make sure to be careful and aware. But with that, I hope that does address that the best we can, at least from what we would know. And once again, folks, do not be alarmed. I do have to also say this. Statistically, the chances of you being involved in any one of these instances is going to be quite low. We do have to remember that there are 360 million American citizens living across the entire 59 states and all of our overseas territories. And so the chances of you being directly involved in any one of these attacks at any given moment is going to be low. That's no reason to drop your guard and not remain vigilant during this trying time for the large part, but it's also not a reason to be on pins and needles every single day as well. Just make sure to be a little bit more alert, report anything that appears to be suspicious to the police, and generally go about your day normally. And also make sure to especially be aware whenever you're in a large gathering like a grocery store, a church, a concert, or any other large public gatherings where there may be 10 or more people. That would probably be a pretty good rule of thumb. But with that, I hope that does address that the best we can. And with that, we are going to be grabbing the final question of the segment and then moving on into our Ukraine war coverage.
All right, and this one goes to Morrow Lester. He said, how much do you think all the ordnance that was dropped on Iran cost the United States?
And I would have to say really quickly, I don't know if I said 59. Some people are saying that I said 59 states. There are only 50 states in the United States, and then I believe there's about 7 overseas territories, if I'm not mistaken. I may be getting the number incorrect on that. But if I said 59, that was a misstatement. It is 50 states in the United States, the lower 48, and then Alaska and Hawaii. But outside of that, can you reread the question again, Matthew? I wanted to make sure to address that in case I misspoke.
Yes, Morrow Lester said, how much do you think all the ordnance that was dropped on Iran cost the United States?
It probably cost us tens of millions of dollars, probably even more than that, honestly. It probably cost us close to about 100 million or less, I would assume. I can't really give you an exact number at the moment, but I would also say that that cost up front is a lot cheaper than having to deal with a nuclearized Iran. That would be far more expensive in the long run than anything else we would have dealt with, but make no mistake, what we did was quite expensive, at least on our normal human scale that we're all on here. We're not on the grand federal government spending scale where they spend hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars every single year. So it was quite expensive, but not incredibly expensive compared to the alternative where we would possibly have to start to deploy or produce multiple hundreds of billions of dollars of weapons and defense systems in this region to try and protect the countries that are in our security sphere, or largely for the greater deal to protect our own forces in the area as we try and protect our interests inside the Middle East. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And also, it appears that there's now a debate in the chat as to whether I said 50 or 59. I'm pretty sure that I said 50 because I do not remember saying 59. I'm not going to.
50.
Yeah, I think I said 50. But the United States has 50 states. There are 48 in the lower 48, and then there's Alaska and Hawaii. We also have a great deal of overseas territories as well, which I believe that we have about 7 of them. I can't name them all by name. I know Guam and American Samoa are some of our overseas territories, but I wouldn't be able to name much more of them than that because I don't go around trying to remember every single small island that the United States owns around the world. Also, Puerto Rico is one of those territories, but those would be the only 3 that I can name off the top of my head at the moment. But anyways, with that, I hope we were able to address that question well, or all those questions the best we can. And with that, it is time for us to move on into the war in Ukraine. Right before we went on stream, we were able to hear that there was an ongoing missile attack in Kyiv, and we were able to get a limited amount of footage showing that attack on the city, which we can see right here. That's the end of that clip right there. But moving on out of that clip from Kyiv and on up into the area of the Sumy front, we have been able to see the Ukrainian armed forces have continued airstrikes against Russian holdouts inside of the town of Tekhino. We've also seen that the Ukrainian air forces over the past few weeks have been largely targeting and destroying any large buildings or structures, with MiG-29s dropping GBU-39s onto the buildings, like we saw in this clip right here. We can see the smoke rising from the building after its complete destruction. And of course, it is showing that the Ukrainian armed forces, which have largely still encircled Tekhino, even up to this point, are still attempting to destroy and wipe out the holdouts of the Russian armed forces, which are inside of the town. Outside of that, at Andriivka, we've also been able to see that Ukraine was able to retake a key village today within this area of the Sumy offensive. It generally does appear that at the moment, the Ukrainian armed forces have not only been able to hold back the Russian offensive north of Sumy, but they've also been able to start to regain ground, including the town of Andriivka just earlier today. It appears the Ukrainian armed forces are able to conduct limited counterattacks in this area, but the front line has largely stabilized near to Yunikivka and Andriivka and doesn't appear to be changing or rapidly expanding at any point at the moment. So it does generally appear that this front line has stabilized, but the Ukrainians are making small gains at the moment and are continually retaking small villages, at least for the past day. Outside of that, we've also been able to see in our location unknowns a new section of the Roadniks category, which is a fun one for sure. I don't know what this thing is.
Oh my God. What is that?
I actually do not know. I don't even know what the intended purpose is. The caption says that it's supposed to be some sort of a engineering or recovery vehicle. What I'm personally seeing is the hull of a T-62 that appears to have spaghetti noodles hung all over a cope cage on top of it that's covering the whole vehicle. I cannot see any way that this thing actually has a practical purpose. I don't even know what the hell it is, actually, and I don't really know what purpose it fulfills on the battlefield. Maybe it is some form of a troop carrier, but if a drone hits the roof of this troop carrier, which is the cope cage, it's going to be turning everyone below it into Swiss cheese from the shrapnel. So I don't really know what this thing is actually supposed to do, but it is an absolute disgrace. Outside of that, we also were able to see the Russian casualty report for the past 24 hours, which was also significant as well. And we were sadly not able to see any Bobcat skid steers that were destroyed. But Miss Decent, keeper of the record, stated that troop losses are steady at about 1,100 on average, and 9 main battle tanks lost today is a significant increase from the average, and it certainly is. As we were able to hear that 1,100 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed over the past 24 hours, along with 2 APCs, 117 supply trucks, 9 main battle tanks, 39 APCs, 157 supply trucks, and 7 cruise missiles. In all, it is quite interesting to see that the Russian Federation has continued to take significant losses over the Russian offensives that are currently going on at Pokrovsk and Toretsk, and it does appear that the Ukrainian armed forces have been able to hold their front lines incredibly well in the meantime. Outside of that, and in the area of Severonsky Forest, we also get to see some fighting in the woods being conducted by a part of the International Legion that has been in Ukraine for years. We believe that generally the main contingent of the International Legion currently fighting in the Severonsky Forest is that of the Brazilian volunteers, which make up a significant contingent, as a matter of fact, of the Ukrainian International Legion, and largely showing that a lot of Brazilians, while technically a part of a country that is in the BRICS alliance, actually support the state of Ukraine and Western and American interests against Russian expansion inside of Eastern Europe, which we can see in this clip right here. And we're going to be muting the copyright-free corporate music that is usually played over an office meeting. As we can see here in the trenches, the Brazilian volunteers, or the volunteers of the International Legion in general, continuing to defend their trench lines from within the forest. And we can see here the soldiers inside of one of their trench dugouts moving around. We can see that it's a pretty low head clearance. We can actually see the soldier here checking something on the helmet and then moving right back outside and into the open trench, although it appears that soldier is pointing back at something. We wish that we could play the audio, but there apparently is copyrighted audio inside of the video. Also, interesting enough, this is showing us that it's Brazilian volunteers because they have the FAL, or the Fusil Automatique Léger, I believe is how it's pronounced in French. Or actually, yeah, I believe it actually is French. It is French, the FAL. But nevertheless, the FAL is actually an amazing battle rifle produced by FN Herstal back in the 1950s, I believe, or the late 1950s. 1950s, and has been used a large amount through the world and is still used to this day. It does not use the standard 5.56 by 45 cartridge that you would usually find as a NATO standard. It actually uses the old standard 7.62 by 5.1 NATO cartridge that was ubiquitous across most of the alliance until the 1960s, when the United States adopted the M16, which had the 5.56 standard cartridge. And then we saw that the rest of NATO would eventually catch up, and then after the rest of NATO eventually caught up, then the United States would announce the attempt to introduce the SIG Spear with a brand new cartridge at 6.8 millimeters, attempting to make that the new NATO standard, although it does not appear that it will be standard anytime soon. But still, a very interesting sort of rifle, and pretty neat to see. And this largely is showing us that this is the Brazilian Volunteers, as they are the only International Legion unit that we've seen using the FALs over any part of the war in Ukraine. I've generally got to say I'm a big fan of the FALs. I know that they are not generally the kind of rifle that falls under the modern volume of fire doctrine that is emphasized for the infantry. It generally actually goes with the lethality doctrine, that the round ought to be able to pretty much take someone out in one hit due to the actual power that's being exerted from the impact of the round. But I still think that it's a very impressive rifle, and considering that a large amount of countries still use the rifle to this day, it has generally stood the test of time.
It's a pretty decent looking rifle, if I do say so myself. Not the most like fancy looking one, but it's pretty neat.
It's pretty utilitarian, but it does have very clean lines on it. And also, it generally is very much adored and appreciated by the actual users and operators, or infantrymen that actually do use the FAL. We can also see right there what appears to be an AK-74 with a folding stock on it, as we can see them possibly trying to grab more ammo or something else in the midst of a firefight. We can see them talking to some folks inside of the trench. Someone said, the FAL goes hard in COD. Wouldn't know about real life. I actually do know about real life, and the FALs are actually incredibly good rifles. I find them to be very accurate. I would actually say that with really very little tinkering from an original configuration of an FAL, you could probably turn one into a marksman rifle incredibly easy. But that's the end of that clip, and still a very interesting look at the Foreign Legion inside the Severonsky Forest. Outside of that, we also got to see a failed assault of a significant type of armored units being conducted by the Russian Federation near to the area of the town of Seversk. We can actually see this column, made up generally of BMP armored personnel carriers, advancing down the road in an attempt to make it through the Seversk plain towards the town of Seversk. Most of these vehicles will not end up making it, as they'll be targeted and destroyed either by artillery, anti-tank guided missiles, or anti-tank mines, such as the ones that the APCs are already running over in the clip.
There's a lot of craters out there in that field, too. It's just been absolutely like, it looks like the surface of the moon at this point.
It really does. You can even see the anti-tank ditches that were built by the Ukrainians earlier on as a stopgap defense from this area of the field towards the town of Seversk, which is off to the left in the footage, about 3 miles away. We can also see the Russian vehicles cooking and smoldering in the field after several of them have run over anti-tank mines or have been targeted and destroyed by Ukrainian artillery and ATGMs. And we can also see another vehicle here also getting hit and knocked out as well, literally right in front of the anti-tank ditch. We now see a drone coming in and taking out this BMP. That was actually a very rare BMP-3. The Russian Federation only had about 300 of those going into the war in Ukraine, and so far we've been able to tell that by video and picture evidence, around 170 of those have been destroyed over the course of the war, meaning that there's only about 120 of those left in the entirety of the Russian army. And that was another one of them that just got lost. At this point, there are so few of them that each one lost is nearly a measurable percentage figure of the remaining BMP-3s in Russian service. But that's the end of that clip, and still showing us another failed assault, which appears to have been conducted by most likely 2 platoons of a Russian battalion tactical group that were attempting to break through in the fields of Seversk. Outside of that, we were also able to get additional footage of the Ukrainians shooting down a Russian drone with raw rifle fire. Check it out. We're going to have to mute it because there is copyrighted music, unfortunately.
That's that music they play behind every conspiracy theory video that's on a YouTube short.
Or better yet, what's going on in Romania? That's also that's also very similar. But we can see the Ukrainians taking shots at the incoming drone. We see the camera distorting from the fire of the rifle. We can actually see the drone right over there in the camera for just a few frames as the soldier continues to fire at it. And we can actually see it right there. There it is. The soldiers are continuing to fire at it, and they got it, and it actually blew up. They were able to successfully shoot it down before it hit anyone in the tree line. A very successful sort of a interception and a really good clip. We're now moving on into our next clips further down the line. We do know that there is heavy fighting right now at Chasiv Yar and Toretsk, but we are not able to show y'all any footage from today, unfortunately, of any of those ongoing battles within the area, as it appears that no footage was published on the ground from those specific areas in Chasiv Yar and Toretsk. We also have been able to hear at Pokrovsk that the Ukrainian tank was able to hold back a Russian offensive, and this tank was actually part of the 1st Tank Brigade of the Ukrainian Army, and we were able to see it in action in this clip right here. We can actually see the Ukrainian tank. It appears to be some of the T-80 or T-72 series or T-64 main battle tanks. Very rarely used, as a matter of fact, in most of the conflict. The Ukrainians like to conserve their armor and use it incredibly sparingly, considering the limited number of tanks that they had available at the opening of the conflict. We are able to see, however, the Ukrainian tank breaking out into the open field and making it towards a tree line to find cover, to be able to fire onto the advancing Russians that we'll see later in the clip. We now see the tank actually pausing the fire within the open field, just about 150 feet away from the cover of the tree line, as it's holding back several Russian infantry units or infantry squads that we can actually see here on the film. Most of them are trying to hide inside the tree line from the tank's fire, but the tank has been able to identify them, most likely with the assistance of drone spotting, and is laying down high explosive shells, most likely the 125mm caliber, onto their positions, suppressing them, and also taking out the Russian forces seen within the trees. When you see the Russian squads continuing to get hit by the fire. We can also see here that the tree line was actually eaten up by that very tank fire as it was hitting the Russian squads that were within the area. We now see the tank laying down a smoke screen from its engine as it leaves the area. We can actually see that the Russians attempted to hit the tank right there and actually hit a berm and also hit the rear of the engine bay twice, but the tank kept rolling and was still able to deploy its smoke screen and successfully leave the area. Pretty impressive stuff, actually, and it does appear that the tank was able to survive multiple hits, most likely from Russian FPV drones. Outside of that, and moving on down into the Zaporizhzhia front, we also got to see in the Robotny area, the Ukrainians once again using GBU-62s to target and hit Russian positions, which we're able to see in this clip right here. We also were able to see in another clip that the Russian Federation was also continuing to hit, well, actually, the Ukrainians were continuing to hit more Russian Federation forces near to the area of the old Zaporizhzhia Reservoir, which we can see that they're hitting one of the bunkers near to this area in this clip and making sure to knock it out entirely. And with that, that's the end of the clip right there, but still, very interesting to see, and great to note that the Ukrainian armed forces were able to knock out those Russian positions within the Zaporizhzhia front. And moving on from that and on up into the area, well, actually, we're going to break for a moment from our usual coverage, as we've been able to hear that we have breaking news. What do we got, Matthew?
Okay, so we do have some breaking news coming out of Iran right this second. Actually, here, right during our Ukraine segment, we got some big breaking news coming out of the Middle East. So right now we're hearing that North Korea has weighed into this situation between Israel and Iran for one of the first times ever. And North Korea has issued an official statement strongly condemning the U.S. strikes on Iran. So that was to be expected. That's not anything too crazy. But we also got some footage as well showing what's left of the Iranian Broadcasting Authority, basically what's left of it. At this point, it's pretty much a husk. We've got some footage here showing the damage, and it's quite extensive that we're seeing right here. So let's take a look.
And it appears those airstrikes we saw days ago actually did knock out the news agency.
Yeah, I think it knocked it out pretty good. I don't think they'll be broadcasting from here again. Look at that mangling. The metal is literally bended out of shape. It's so bad.
همکاران ما هم در تحریریه هم در رژی و استودیو تا آخرین لحظه با اینکه اون موقع که این اتفاق افتاد اون ضلع ساختمون شیشه‌ای که می‌بینید دیوارش ریخته اونجا هدف قرار گرفت. چند تا مشخص از اونجا بود که خانم امامی صدا رو که شنیدن شروع کردن به اون خطاب حماسی که داشتن. 1 دقیقه طول کشید.
We see this Iranian official talking about the destruction of the building.
رو و بالای استودیو رو موشک باران کرد با 3 یا 4 موشک که خب دیگه به خاطر اینکه دیگه قابل استفاده نبود رژیم چون مجبور شد که خارج بشه و همکاران ما
He's trying to explain, well, this is nothing to worry about and everybody should stop panicking and you're totally fine. There's no damage. You're just confused. Get him to the infirmary.
He's actually saying, you see, this is new refurbishment that we made to the building. We were trying to fool the Zionist regime and those evil, wicked Americans to believe that the news facility was destroyed, when in fact it was only a refurbishment that we got from a Halloween store where we made it look like it was covered in cobwebs and fire damage. This is actually nothing at all, and as a matter of fact, we're probably going to lease out this space to Spirit Halloween here in the future. And that's actually at least my translation of what the Iranian official was saying. But we can see here that it appears that that trip to Spirit Halloween actually ended up creating some very spooky results for the remnants of the building.
And that is quite bad. And pretty much the rest of the video is just like a whole nother minute of showing the damage right here. So we get a good gist of it. I also want to get to one more piece of breaking news that's happening right this second. A Russian official has actually spoken out against Tehran's plan to potentially close the Strait of Hormuz. We've heard right now that a Russian official warns that Tehran's potential closure of the Strait of Hormuz would not only affect Washington, but it will also lead to a global oil shock. So it sounds like Russia is not very wild about the idea of closing the strait. So we'll have to see if that actually weighs into Iran's decision of whether or not they're going to close it or not. Now, I want to remind everybody, the Iranian parliament's already approved it. So all that's left is for the Iranian National Security Council, which is a group of extremist people, to simply say, yes, let's do it. And then it's going to be in effect. So, I mean, it's really close to actually happening. So it could happen imminently or it may not happen at all. It's just kind of hard to tell.
And it does appear that the Islamic Republic of Iran is at least stating that through the Russians that the Strait of Hormuz could affect the entire global oil markets, much like we've been saying on air. That doesn't take really an expert analyst to generally know that that would be a bad thing for the Iranians to pull off. And so I'd say that the United States probably should target and destroy the Iranian Navy to stop any kind of those potential actions from occurring here in the future. But with that, I hope we were able to address that breaking news well. And a big thanks to Enforcer Matt once again for bringing us that breaking news here on air. And with that, we're actually going to be moving into Kyiv to cover the speech from President Volodymyr Zelensky of the state of Ukraine here on the 1,215th day of the war, as he's been able to make additional statements about the proliferation of nuclear weapons, also adding in an official Ukrainian statement to the actions that were conducted by the United States against the Islamic Republic of Iran yesterday in an attempt to denuclearize the Iranians and stop them from developing or producing any nuclear weapons. And so without further ado, here is the speech. Peach!
Дорогі українці, українки, сьогодні багато всього за день сталося. Зараз в Краматорську ще тривають рятувальні роботи на місці російського удару. Авіабомби просто по місту, просто по будинках. Під завалами були люди, залучені були всі необхідні сили. Станом на цей час відомо про 4 поранених, серед них дитина. На жаль, 4 людини були вбиті цим російським ударом. Мої співчуття усім рідним та близьким. Очікую також на повний звіт щодо наслідків та щодо всіх обставин російського ракетного удару по полігону на півдні України. Сьогодні був цей удар, не перший такий удар. На жаль, є втрати, є поранення. Потрібна повна відповідальність. Сьогодні була тривала розмова моя з міністром внутрішніх справ Клименком, зокрема про захист наших позицій на передовій та про застосування наших дронів підрозділами Національної гвардії України. Говорив також сьогодні з головкомом Олександром Сирським Все має бути налаштовано системно, так, щоб російські дрони, російські розвідники знищувались і знищувались максимально оперативно. Окремо говоритиму на тижні з партнерами щодо додаткового фінансування для виробництва дронів-перехоплювачів, перехоплювачі, дрони для передової, також дрони на оптоволокні та всі типи дронів для ударів по російській території мають бути профінансовані так, щоб це дійсно відчувалось. Це буде і вже є попередні домовленості з частиною наших партнерів, з частиною європейських країн. Сьогодні був міністр оборони Норвегії в Україні. Є рішення про $400 мільйонів у наше виробництво, нові інвестиції на дрони передусім. Ми працюємо разом і працюємо для того, щоб створити всі умови і виробляти ППО в Україні, виробляти з партнерами, з Норвегією. Кроки до цього ми робимо. Відкрито вже офіс в Україні однієї з найбільших європейських оборонних компаній. Найбільшою норвезькою оборонною компанією Kongsberg Defense and Airspace. І максимально ми все прискорюємо. Були сьогодні детальні доповіді, також розвідки ГУР та Служби зовнішньої розвідки. Передусім про російські наміри і наш від них захист. Ключове, що намагається зробити Москва, це боротьба проти санкцій. Вони намагаються всіма методами виторгувати для себе не просто незастосування нових санкцій, але й ще послаблення існуючих. Ми розуміємо, яким чином і кого вони використовують в Європі, в інших частинах світу. Протидіємо. Я дякую кожному, хто просуває, попри все, санкційний порядок денний, бо це порядок денний наближення миру. Ще одне. Сьогодні були доповіді по ситуації на Близькому Сході та в регіоні Затоки після американських ударів по об'єктах ядерної програми іранського режиму, який так багато допоміг Путіну. Зараз в українському небі чергові хвилі шахедів. Ми всі прекрасно пам'ятаємо, звідки у Росії така зброя. Іранські рішення на допомогу Росії принесли нашій країні та багатьом іншим країнам масштабні руйнування, масштабні людські втрати. І це дійсно має припинитись. І це дійсно не має бути посилено ядерною зброєю. Жодного поширення ядерної зброї в сучасному світі не повинно бути. Це треба підкреслювати. Важливо, що є американська рішучість щодо цього. Рішучість президента Трампа. Так само треба підкреслювати, що дипломатія має запрацювати. Запрацювати всюди. На Близькому Сході, в регіоні Затоки і у нас, тут, в Європі, в Україні. І якщо Путін відкидає всі мирні пропозиції, у тому числі американські пропозиції, то не дивно, що відкидають їх поки що і в Тегерані. Але всі вони мають відчути, що таке сила міжнародної солідарності та неприпустимості будь-якого поширення терору. Реальна і довготривала безпека потрібна. Дійсно надійна безпека. Я дякую всім, хто допомагає з цим. Я дякую всім, хто з Україною. Слава Україні!
And Herom Slava. And with that, that is the end of the speech of the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, and that also rounds out our day 1215 summary of the news. And I got to say that tonight was one hell of a news night. It's, of course, amazing to see that the Lee Spring Army impressively raised $2,868 so far for the USO in support of U.S. forces around the world. And that's a really great thing to see, and good to know that we're continuing to support and help out American and Western interests around the world in whatever way, shape, shape, or form that we can. But with that, it is time for us to move on into the rest of our stream, which is actually going to be a little bit more relaxed. We're going to get to call off the top donors that we've had in between the last segment and this one, and we're also going to get to chit-chat with all of y'all. Considering that tonight is a Sunday fundraiser night, which is usually a tradition here on the stream, we run these pretty much every single weekend, and so far over about 3.5 years have been able to raise $1.5 million in support of nonprofits helping out around the world. If some of y'all are a little bit new and may not know about that, we have been doing this for an incredibly long time, and we usually consider these fundraisers to be a pretty big thing here on the channel, and a lot of people in the community pride themselves on saying that as a group they've been able to raise over $1.5 million for all of those nonprofits and charities around the world that have been helping out in Ukraine, that have been helping out inside of Israel, have been helping out in the Middle East in general, and have also been helping out in the United States. So there's been a great deal of them run, and I want to make sure that we are able to recognize those top donors that we may have had between the last segment and this one right now, and then get on into our questions. Also, one other thing, folks, considering it is a Sunday night fundraiser night, we actually get to talk to y'all without any super chats in the way. Because we run a fundraiser tonight, we aren't actually taking in super chats, and so we actually do not make a cent on tonight's show, just to show you all that as well for new viewers who may not know how this works. This is the control room I'm looking at right now, and you can actually see the chat revenue is zero. These fundraisers do not make a cent here on the channel. We literally run these just for the sake and nicety of it. So we pretty much do a full working day for free here these days, just to make sure that we can run these fundraisers, get everyone the news, and also support the actual folks that we're covering the news on, so that way we can make sure to leave the place a little bit better than we left it off, and also stand true with our moniker that we're supporting American and Western interest, which sometimes you have to go out of your way to be able to give a little bit, instead of always getting something in return, something that some people don't get. But beyond that, I hope that kind of lays out the land or the groundwork, at least, for how these shows work these nights. But I also got to give a huge shout out to that anonymous viewer who just threw in a $132 donation. Pretty impressive.
Oh, they rounded out that number to a nice even 3,000. You saw they did that, like they took it to a nice 3,000,000. I love that.
I absolutely love that. Actually, it's a nice round $3,000. So if anyone else throws in the donation, now I'm of course kidding tonight, you got to throw it up to 4,000. I'm just joking. Of course, you can put in any amount you like, but it is nice to see a well-round number of 3,000 right there. But with that, and someone just threw in a 5. I'm just playing with you. Thank you to the anonymous viewer who threw in the 5. But with that, Matthew, do we have any top donors in between this segment and the last one?
And we also had a $50 donation from Amanda Green. And a huge shout out to Amanda Green for that generosity and helping to bring us up to that $3,000 figure that we're currently sitting at right now. So that is our top donor for the moment. Also, by the way, before we move on and into our live chat questions, and Forrest, you actually showed it on the screen. I knew people were going to freak out when they saw it. They saw the poster I reposted about the UFO footage in the Middle East, the disc-shaped UAP that was seen and spotted on video camera footage in the Middle East back in 2020. This footage right here was recently released like 3 or 4 days ago. It's new footage, but it's not a new event. It happened about 5 years ago. All I'll say about this is we do see these objects, and also the military has spotted and documented these objects quite a bit over the past decade or so in the Middle East. And there have been a lot of testimony from military officials and also soldiers that have seen these things. Nobody's really sure what they are. But I think we might have a better idea than you think what they are, if you know what I mean. I think they might be something that maybe the United States might have a hand in a certain way or another, because they seem to appear around U.S. bases, and they don't ever pose a threatening presence. So it's basically up to speculation. It's the typical UFO talk. It can delve into crazy conspiracies, and then it can sort of delve into more reality. So it's kind of up for debate what that is, but it's legit footage though. It's actually real from the Middle East. It's showing an orb-shaped object sort of flying around and defying physics. But unfortunately, what say you?
Is that the Orb of Judgment?
You know what? Maybe that is what people saw. And also, by the way, just to make that clear, that this is not what was spotted over Tehran. That was something else. That was an explosion that people were mistaking for a red orb of justice or something. This is a totally different thing. This is an unidentified aerial phenomenon that we don't know what it is, or at least we don't think we know what it is. So that's what this is.
Dude, we could absolutely go ham with this right now, though. Y'all know those. You know what I'm about to talk about, right? Like the History Channel shows who sit there for like 30 minutes and they just lead you along to no conclusion. Like you'll come back. By the way, huge shout out to Ninja Machinist who just threw in a $200 donation to the fundraiser. That's actually the second highest donation to the fundraiser. Now, huge shout out to you, by the way. But y'all know what I'm about to get to here with this. Like those History Channel shows that just string you you on and they never get to a conclusion. Like, they'll have that same narrator guy, and he's like, is this the orb of judgment that many people have been talking about? Is this the one? And then some expert will say, it could be the orb of judgment, but it also could be a balloon that was just flying over the area at the time the picture was taken. And the way of the light, we'll tell you all the answer after the break. And then it cuts to like 7 minutes of ads. And then you come back and they do the whole thing like over again. And they do that for 30 minutes. And that's what they call an episode. I always absolutely hate those shows because they never tell you anything. Like, it's just endlessly like stringing you on along and kind of like baiting you, thinking that they're about to actually tell you something that will matter. And then they just come back and they're like, they literally just recap the same thing. They could be like, could it be that this is the orb of judgment? We are going to be going to ancient England to see. And then they'll be like, yeah, there's this guy who like carved this giant thing in the side of this hill here made of chalk. And then in the 1800s, they added a wiener to it. Isn't that funny? Oh, could it be the orb of judgment? Find out after the break. And then they throw you to another ad break. And it's like, none of this information is even pertinent to what you're talking about. You're just bringing up this weird stuff and stringing us along for 30 minutes. I absolutely, like, that was the moment, folks, that I decided that conspiracy theories had absolutely, most of them, no merit to them, is because those History Channel episodes have absolutely no substance to them about conspiracy theories like this. And I'm like, it's like, there's got to be nothing to this because they don't get into anything here. And they'll bring on the supposed expert conspiracy theorists and they don't have anything either, hardly. So with that,
you know what's interesting though, Enforcer? Here's something that the audience might be curious to know. The United States typically keeps experimental aircraft secret for typically at least a decade or longer. For example, to sort of illustrate that, the F-117 Nighthawk, which is our stealth fighter of a sort, bomber, I meant to say, that was actually first flown in 1981. And it's this aircraft right here. Can you believe that this advanced looking aircraft, this stealth aircraft, was first flown in June 18th of 1981, but the public had never seen it until April of 1990. That was almost a decade later. That was the first public appearance at Nellis Air Force Base. And it was the formal unveiling after years and years of secret development and also operations. It had been in service for that entire decade pretty much until the public got to see it. A similar thing for pretty much all the experimental projects that the United States works on. It's typically about a decade or so before we actually see it. So, you know, some things like the B-2 Raider, which we just got introduced to a short while ago, that has likely been in service for quite some time, and we just got to see the first glimpses of it when that photo came out. So that's pretty much the way it works for all of it, which is quite interesting. I'm not saying that necessarily that orb that we're seeing in the Middle East is necessarily a U.S. experimental aircraft, but it is possible that maybe it's some type of experiment of some sort, but nobody really knows. It seems to defy physics, so if it is something of ours, we've made a quantum leap in technology for a fact, if that is our craft that's flying around, but it's just hard to tell.
Also, by the way, folks, the F-117 is not a fighter, it is a bomber. I know that it has the F designation, and the F designation usually is reserved for fighter aircraft, but the F-117 does not have any offensive abilities, and I also believe that it does not have a radar, at least according to what they say publicly. This aircraft is entirely a bomber. It is a, let me go show y'all its possible armament, or at least what it can do. Maybe they have a little picture of it here. Here you go. It has one bomb bay on board, and in this bomb bay, each F-117 can only carry 2 bombs. You can actually just see it dropping a GBU-27 right here. But generally, that's what we know, is that the F-117 is specifically designed as a stealth attack aircraft or a bomber to be able to drop a limited number of larger ordnance or bombs onto their target. That's what the entire F-117 design revolves around. There is nothing offensive about this aircraft at all, and it's never been able to mount any offensive weaponry or operate as an actual fighter. Let me see if I can actually show y'all its armament, at least according to Wikipedia, which is a pretty reliable source. And you can see here, folks, that there is absolutely no air-to-air armament on board an F-117. You can load the GBU-10 Paveway, the GBU-12 Paveway, the GBU-27 Paveway, the GBU-31 JDAM, or a B-61 tactical nuclear bomb, which is a gravity bomb. And you can also bring 2 of these in each F-117, by the way, so you can actually bring quite a significant number of tactical nuclear weapons to the battlefield if you wanted to with an F-117. But beyond that, that is the only thing this aircraft does. It is a bomber by purpose and design, but a smaller one. Not a large strategic bomber or anything like that. It is a smaller bomber, but a nice one. And I like it. I think it's cool. But anyways,
also give the point. Also, by the way, I kind of find it hard to believe that this was like 19. I can't. What was the date I just said for this? Like
81?
19. Let me go back. Yeah, 1981. The F-117. This advanced looking aircraft right here was 1981. That's insane to me. For example, the B-2 stealth bomber, which just carried out the bombing inside of Iran, that was first developed in 1979. It first flew in 1989. So once again, that sort of decade timeline there that the public got to see its first flight and get to see it in action. That's crazy to think that those aircraft are that old. Literally 1979, that very advanced flying wing, the B-2 stealth bomber that we still use today, and it's still super intimidating to the enemies. It was created that long ago. It makes you wonder. It's like between that development date of 1979 and 2025, which we're currently in right now, that's a huge span of time. It makes you wonder what we really have sitting in the hangar somewhere.
And it really is an interesting thing. It really does make you wonder, because even to this day, the B-2 looks futuristic. Even in the present day, this thing still looks like it's alien technology. Could it be that aliens helped the government design the B-2? The answer is no. The B-2 was largely developed actually out of the YB-49 program, which a lot of people don't know about. And I just typed in TB-49. We're looking for the YB-49. This right here. This actually was designed and developed after World War II, not that long after. It originally was the XB-35, but later on, they would actually they would replace the turboprop engines, which you can see on this aircraft, with the turbojet engines that you can see on the YB-49, and it'll be redesignated to the YB-49. Because during the time, the sort of computer systems or avionics systems that allow for the B-2 to actually be rudderless didn't exist, the YB-49 and the XB-35 both had some form of rudderworks or systems on board to stop the yawing of the aircraft while in flight. But the YB-49 actually was most of the technology that was actually used about 30 years after this thing was canceled and scrapped to be able to develop the B-2 bomber with. So there's actually a real followable development timeline to the B-2 Spirit that you can actually see, because crazily enough, a lot of people always say that it was the Nazi Germans who had the first flying wing with the Horten 229. It was actually the United States through, I believe it's Northrop Grumman, or at least Northrop Aircraft Corporation at the time, that developed the first flying wing in the world. And let me go show y'all the Northrop flying wing, or at least the first flying wing of its type that ever existed. So let me go grab it. I gotta go grab the little one. Dang, man, let me go see if I can get a picture of this. Ah, yeah, here we go. The Northrop N9M. This is actually the first flying wing. Oh, let me bring that over right here. This is actually the first flying wing that ever existed in the world. And it was actually designed by, let me make sure that I get his name correctly, Jack Northrop, who actually designed this aircraft. So the Horten brothers were not the first one to develop a flying wing. It was actually Jack Northrop here in the United States. But considering that a whole bunch of Nazis at the end of the war that didn't get hung in Nuremberg started to write books about how advanced and great the Nazis were, and they started to push forward the theory of too little too late, which is just not true. It's just that everything sucked. And, you know, that's just the basic run of the mill. The Nazis actually get most of the credit, at least publicly, for developing the first flying wing. But it was actually America that created the first usable flying wing, seen here, and it was also the British that developed the first usable jet engine as well. The Germans were a few months behind the British. So a little bit interesting with that, folks. The only thing that the Germans actually had us beat on was rocket technology, or rocketry technology. That was the only thing that they actually had us beat on. Beyond that, the Allies had already developed the jet engine first, the flying wing first, and also had the first flying jet aircraft in military service, which was the Meteor inside of the United Kingdom. And the United States actually would have its first jet-powered aircraft before the end of World War II as well. But
you know, that was okay though. They were headed in rocket technology because the Germans were so kind after the war. They were so remorseful that they figured, let's just go over and help those Americans build those rockets to be the best in the world. Let's help them build those things just because we're feeling generous today, I guess you could say. So then they helped us build our rocket program, and it turns out that we just got significantly better, which was just so nice of them to help.
It is a really nice thing to know that they helped. You know, we actually told them, we said, hey, would you like to help us work on these rockets? And some of them said, no, I'd rather die for the Fuhrer. We said, okay, well, we can actually hang y'all, and you then you don't have to help out. And then they said, well, actually, on second thought, I think that rocketry is helping y'all out with that. That'd be a great idea. But the actual truth is that a lot of them actually defected over to the U.S. side towards the end of the war. They actually pretty much drove right into American forces to surrender and offered their services so that way they wouldn't end up being handed over to the Soviets. Because pretty much every single German at the end of World War II was terrified of ending up in Soviet-controlled territory or running face-to-face with the Red Army as they were pushing through Germany. And they had a good reason to be fearful of that because the Soviets were pretty nasty as they were pushing back into Germany at the end of World War II. But still, a little bit of interesting history that people don't know about, at least with the United States and our aircraft technology and development. Also, someone is correct. Jack Northrop actually did get to live to see a B-2 Spirit. Well, he actually kind of did, kind of didn't. Some folks from Northrop Grumman who were still working on it, of course, the company's named after Jack Northrop, in a sense, they actually dropped by his house when he was in old age and actually showed him the design scheme or the general concept for the B-2, just to show him that the flying wing concept that he originally pioneered was actually alive, and it was going to end up being an actual usable bomber within the U.S. Air Force, unlike the YB-49, which never ended up being actually a prolific bomber. It was actually a bomber, I believe, in service for a time, and it actually, let's see here, let's see, 3 converted, let's see. Okay, yeah, so it was actually used for a little bit of a time in testing, but not in any large numbers. I believe it was actually the XB-35 that saw some service. 14 of them were actually put into service in the Air Force in 1946, which is quite interesting. And then they were retired from 1948 to 1949, so an incredibly short service life. But, that's also interesting, Matthew, that people completely forget about that because they're like, oh, the Nazis were so far ahead of us. There was no such thing as a flying wing. And it's literally right after World War II, we had literal bomber-sized flying wings already.
Yeah, it's just really crazy. It's just what's really wild about it is how war spurs development and production of new technologies like never before seen. There's nothing like a war to motivate people to really get on the ball when it comes to developing things like this. It's unfortunate though that out of all the technology and all the advancements we could make, it's typically in the area of defense because it's out of necessity, and it's usually not in the areas of humanitarian things and stuff like that. It's usually not, but sometimes it does get carried over into those other industries. But mainly it starts off with military advancements, defensive measures, and things like that. And then the technology somehow gets co-opted by these other industries. It's kind of interesting how that works.
Also, one other interesting thing, I wanted to tell you all this because y'all might find this really interesting. In testing, because when the Air Force was actually, the fresh, brand new Air Force was actually testing these bombers. By the way, these bombers were actually in service so early that when they originally were brought into service, they weren't even in service in the Air Force. They were in service in the Army Air Corps, and then they got brought over into the Air Force when that branch was created in 1947. But outside of that, in testing, these aircraft actually had a significantly reduced radar profile. It wasn't stealth, but its radar profile was very small compared to the conventional bombers of the day, like the B-29. The interesting thing, however, was back then, air doctrine largely revolved around the concept of high-speed bombers carrying large payloads, and this bomber was slow, much slower than its contemporaries, and also was not an incredibly large payload-carrying sort of a bomber. It only could achieve the lower profile on radar, and that was about it. And that's generally why all of them got scrapped and canceled. But what was interesting about that, though, is that if the U.S. had actually started to develop on that concept a little bit better and actually had some visionary knowledge that radar technology was going to become prolific in the late 50s and 60s, it actually was possible there could have been a low visibility or stealth bomber already in U.S. service by the late 50s or the 60s by the time the radar age became wildly important and the era of the dogfight, or at least the visual identification era of air combat, was largely starting to disappear. So a little bit of an interesting kind of a what if the U.S. actually started to research and develop the flying wing a lot more than they did any kind of other strategic conventional bomber like the B-52 or the B-47 and so on. But anyways, I hope you all enjoyed that little rabbit hole and historic story about the development of the B-2, or generally flying wings in general, considering that the B-2s did successfully conduct that bombing operation on Iran and are still showing to this day that Jack Northrop was truly a visionary in his own right. But with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. So with that, it's now time to jump into our live chat questions proper. We're fresh out of topics of discussion when it comes to the UFO orb talk. So we're jumping right back into our live chats. And our first one here is going to go to Aaron Hubert, who said, what I wonder is when the attack will happen from Iran. Will it be days, weeks, or months?
I would say that the attack from the Iranians may be within weeks. It's really hard to say because the Iranians are most likely trying to figure out what they're going to be doing. I'm sure they didn't really expect the United States to attack them, and it does appear that they've been shocked that they were attacked. They haven't responded back directly, either through their proxies or through the Iranian military, so it is possible that it may take them weeks to actually decide to respond against the United States and actually start to attack U.S. forces. However, I'm fairly certain that a closure of the Strait of Hormuz is inevitable at this point and will be happening within the next 2 weeks, if my opinion was anything to go off of, or my crystal balling for the large part. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And a big thanks to you once again, at least for helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like y'all who are asking great questions, we wouldn't be able to have a question segment right now. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. So our next one here is going to go to Howard Mendelson. He said, wouldn't higher oil prices benefit the Russian shadow fleet? And also, Howard, let's get a quick oil price quote if we can real quick. Let's see. Oil price crude. Let's see what we're sitting at. So we're currently seeing, this is the crude oil futures, by the way, because I don't think the market's open yet, if I'm understanding that correctly. It looks like the oil is currently trading at $75.35 USD. That's up 2% so far, based on the futures. So it looks like there is a small increase here, not a huge increase, but maybe tomorrow and Monday when everything opens up, maybe we might see a big increase. But Enforcer, what do you say? Do you think the higher oil prices are going to benefit or hurt the Russian shadow fleet?
The higher prices are going to benefit the Russian shadow fleet, at least for now. But on a domestic level, it's not really going to be helping out the Russians too much, because if the price of the barrels of oil is increasing here on the international market in the futures, that also means that the price of oil in barrels is going to increase inside the Russian Federation. So while they're making more money, they're also possibly losing more money in the Russian Federation trying to transport or purchase that oil for refineries to refine into usable fuel products. So it ends up kind of balancing out to not really mean too much for the Russians in the long term, at least in my opinion. Maybe a slight benefit, but not a massive marginal improvement to their situation economically.
Interesting. So me personally, if you're asking my opinion, Howard, I would say higher oil prices benefiting the Russian shadow fleet. I would say, generally speaking, I would say no, because there's a reason why Russia is telling the Iranians to not close the Strait of Hormuz, and closing the Strait of Hormuz will cause the oil prices to skyrocket. That will be almost an instant skyrocketing of the oil prices, and Russia does not want the strait to be closed. So that tells me that it must not be in Russia's interest whatsoever for the oil prices to go up, nor is it in Russia's interest to close off that very crucial strait right there. And also, even if the Iranians close the Strait of Hormuz, it's presumable that they'll let the Russians and the Chinese still go through. But it's probably likely they'll try to keep the Western ships out, and they'll probably try to attack those to keep them out of the strait. So I would say it probably actually will not benefit them, at least in my opinion.
I would have to agree. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this question goes to P-Dog, who said, could the missing uranium be at the Bushehr nuclear power plant?
It is possible. There is a decent amount of reasons to believe that that could be a good theory. One, it's right under our noses. No one would expect it to be there. Two, there are Russian contractors currently working at Bushehr, and generally, mainly for the reason that it's an operating power plant reactor, which would be dangerous to hit due to its radioactive fallout. There are also Russian contractors there, which would make it a little even riskier to hit, because not only would you cause significant nuclear fallout, but you could kill Russian contractors, and the Russians may have a proper casus belli at that point. So with all that in mind, it could actually be there stored at the Bushehr nuclear power plant, because generally, who would expect for it to be in one of the most obvious places that it could have wound up? No one would have. So that seems to be a likely option, at least to me. But who's to say where it is? It could literally be anywhere in Iran. It could actually be in someone's backyard in a garden shed, for all we know. We just have no clue. But it could also be at the Bushehr nuclear power plant, possibly. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best we can, at least at the moment. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this question goes to Eric Horner, LSA, who says, if Iran blocks the Strait of Hormuz, do you think the United States or Israel will go kinetic to unblock it?
Absolutely. The closure of the Strait of Hormuz would be a violation of international law and international maritime law, as a sovereign country would be exhibiting control or influence over an area of international waters. That is generally not allowed legally under maritime law on the pertinence of international waters, because international waters are international. You generally follow global or standard maritime laws in international waters, but beyond that, a country like Iran cannot unilaterally close off Omani international and Iranian waters to commercial traffic unilaterally. That's something that they cannot do. In general, though, what would be the issue is that the Iranian Navy isn't going to be sitting out there forming a line through the Strait of Hormuz and shooting at anyone who comes through. They may come out and try and destroy vessels that attempt to come through, but what they're probably going to do is lay out a minefield within that area of the Strait of Hormuz that pretty much will make it to where no commercial ship would want to even take the chance of going through. And that also ensures that even if the Iranian Navy is destroyed, the Iranians still get a second shot at stopping the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, because U.S. minesweepers would have to come in along with other significant naval assets into the strait to try and clear it out for international traffic to resume, and then the Iranians could take pot shots at those vessels with anti-ship missiles based in the surrounding area around the strait. So generally, it actually would be a pretty difficult scenario to untangle once they tried to close off the strait, but the answer that I would believe would come out is that the U.S. would definitely bomb and destroy the Iranian Navy at that point in Bandar Abbas, and mostly would start to target and destroy any anti-ship batteries that started to pop up along the Iranian coastline. And especially considering that there's practically no real radar-based missile defense systems in this area of Iran, or really anywhere, the U.S. Navy or a carrier strike group could largely provide cover and strike at any anti-ship missile batteries wherever they're found to protect the U.S. Navy as they're trying to clear out the strait. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next question here goes to Mark the Kinetic Possum. He said, we see small entry holes from the MOPS, and I believe this is a positive sign, as the blast must have gone off deep. And if there was a crater, the blast went into the air, and is that correct?
Generally, from what we understand, that would be correct. The bombs did explode several hundred feet underground, and I can say that the holes that we're seeing right there actually have been widened outside of the impact of the bombs. The bombs actually are not that large. These holes are actually about the width of a small dump truck each, which is showing that there was a lot of explosive force vented right out of the opening that the bomb made going into the mountain. But outside of that, it generally does appear that most of the explosive force was contained underground, probably inside of the facility itself, from all the MOPS that hit. So generally, from what we can tell, it does appear that the facility has been heavily damaged, if not nearly completely destroyed, as a result of the MOPS exploding onto it, because it does seem that most of the explosive force was concentrated well below underground, where the facility actually was. So with that, I hope that does address that well. Great question, by the way, Mark the Kinetic Possum. Great to have you asking a wonderful live chat question tonight. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next question goes to Dalton, who said, how close are we to World War III? And thank you for your time. And LSA.
Hey, and thank you for asking the question. I would generally say that World War III is a good ways off, in my opinion. And I know that I keep saying that here in the channel, and I know that a lot of people would like to say different. And there's a lot of people out there saying different. But at the end of the day, this is our channel, and I generally put out the analysis we want to put out here. So to answer why I would say that the chances of World War III are low, it's generally because this is more so a regional conflict than anything. China can't really get involved because while the PLA is stretching its legs for the large part and actually starting to venture further out into the Western Pacific and down towards Australia, we do not believe that they would ever be able to conduct sustained fleet operations in the area of the Arabian Sea. And not only that, China would never be able to project enough firepower in the area to actually be able to combat and defeat the two carrier strike groups that are currently in the Arabian Sea. Not only that, but any strategic bombers flying from China to try and attack these aircraft would have to fly an incredibly long air corridor over international waters into the Arabian Sea to fire at them, or they would have to get permission from India or Pakistan, largely India primarily, to be able to fly over their airspace and then conduct these attacks on the U.S. carrier strike groups, which is also unlikely as well, because the Indians are not on good terms with the Chinese right now. So really there is no way for the Chinese to militarily support the Iranians, so no matter what they say or do, they're pretty much out of the picture at this point. I know that they are a significant threat and a significant issue on a global stage, but at least regionally in the Middle East, their power projection abilities are minimal at this point. And also, there isn't really any way for them to even sustain combat operations if they wanted to arrive in the Middle East for a sustained period. Their navy is just not configured for that yet. However, the Russian Federation might be in a little bit of a position to provide minimal support. They could provide material support through the Caspian Sea or through the land corridor in Azerbaijan. We've already seen that the two have a strategic partnership of exchanging any kind of materials or weaponry necessary for either of them to continue their actions or warlike behaviors. But beyond that, the Russian Federation also has no ability to militarily support the Islamic Republic of Iran in the current conflict. Russia doesn't even have a navy that could respond in the area that could sustain any kind of operations. The Black Sea Fleet is pretty much literally held in the Black Sea. The Turks will not let them leave, and the Turks also won't let any navy pass through the Bosphorus or the Dardanelles currently. So pretty much the Black Sea Fleet, whatever's left of it, stuck in the Black Sea. So that means that the Russians would have to call on the Baltic Fleet or the Arctic Fleet to be able to come down into the area of the Middle East to do anything. Considering that the Strait of, the Suez Canal mostly would be closed to them, they would have to take the arduous journey all the way around Europe, all the way around Africa, and then into the Arabian Sea to show up, meaning that their supply line is greatly extended, and that would be suicidal because also their supply line has to pass through the entirety of Europe and through the Atlantic, where any NATO navy, if they want to support, such as a British or French naval force, or just the U.S. Navy alone, could target and destroy any Russian military supply ships that were attempting to help sustain the Russian naval operations in the Arabian Sea. Not only that, but the Russian Air Force's strategic bomber fleet was just destroyed a little while ago, with nearly 35% of all of their bombers completely destroyed by the Ukrainian armed forces. That also means that in terms of strategic bomber forces, they are a little stretched thin. They don't even really have enough to continue their sustained missile campaign against Ukraine, much less to actually try and fire any sort of significant volleys that would cause any real damage to U.S. or Israeli bases in the Middle East or U.S. carrier groups in the Arabian Sea. So in general, there's really no way for any I wouldn't even consider the Russians to be a major power. There really is no way for the Chinese, which are the only other major power in the world outside the United States, to get involved due to their lack of power projection. And the Russians actually being able to feasibly create a world war out of the Middle Eastern situation is also highly unlikely as well. That's why you'll see that Russia has pretty much gone straight from saying, if the United States bombs the Iranians, there's going to be terrible consequences, to they just condemn the strikes and there's no response. They didn't condemn the strikes and then say, we are going to support the Iranians. They just condemned it and said, what a shame, because they really can't do anything else physically than say, what a shame. So pretty much both China and Russia are delegated to diplomatic protests at the moment, most likely through the UN, which is what they're doing currently, and then there's not really much else that they can do in support of Iran. So as far as this becoming a world war, highly unlikely. This will most likely remain entirely a regional conflict without any larger spillover or spread into Europe or Asia of the conflict. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so moving on to our next question here. This one is going to go to Joe Emily, who said, y'all noted last night, but why not hit Iran's navy to keep the straits from being mined in the first place?
That's a great question. I actually thought that the Iranian Navy was going to be targeted and destroyed in the initial strike where we were going to destroy the nuclear facilities, because it would seem to me that, in my opinion, it would have been pertinent to destroy the Iranian Navy outright immediately. Pretty much an Operation Praying Mantis 3.0, because the original Operation Praying Mantis only destroyed half the Iranian Navy. So let's do two Operation Praying Mantises together, make it the 3.0, and destroy the whole Iranian Navy at Bandar Abbas. That would make a great deal of sense to me, because I was thinking, if, we were working off of a a logical sort of a framework here, if we bomb those facilities, it is highly likely that the Iranians are going to go all in and mine the strait. And so I was thinking that once we started to hit the facilities at Isfahan and also Natanz and Fordow, that there was most likely going to be some kind of a strike, whether it be an airstrike or a naval launch strike, that was going to hit the naval wharfs at Bandar Abbas and destroy their fleet. We didn't see that, and it's largely leaving the gate open for them to actually be able to mine the strait. Now, there is some diplomatic reasons as to why we would be hesitant about doing that. if the Iranians do that, that gives us a perfect casus belli after that point to go in and literally change the Iranian regime out if we wanted to. It's kind of leaving the door open for them to pretty much get enough rope to, you know, the old saying. So we're kind of giving them that leeway room, I suppose. I think that's the actual theory or plan behind this currently. We're kind of giving them enough of that rope to be able to do whatever they're about to do, either strike U.S. bases or mine the Strait of Hormuz, because either way, they're in violation of international law, or they conducted an act of aggression against the United States, and that gives us the proper response on a diplomatic level to be able to respond and say, this is exactly why we're bombing them, is because of this reason. So we either get an international law justification for further conflict with the Iranians, or we get a casus belli of defense against the Iranians if they were to attack us. So I think that's the reason why we haven't destroyed the Iranian Navy yet, but in my personal opinion, considering the damage that could cause to global oil markets if they mine the strait, I thought it would probably be pertinent to destroy the Iranian Navy along with the nuclear facilities at Isfahan, Natanz, and Fordow. But we'll have to wait and see how this goes. This might actually end up better than my original plan, or it might end up worse. We'll have to see. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And we are on to the third to last question of the night.
All right, so this one is going to go to, let's see here. This one goes to Oni, who said, do y'all think a ground invasion will happen if Iran awakes their sleeper cells in the United States and Europe to commit terror attacks and cause Article 5 of NATO to be enacted? Honestly, I would say definitely not a ground invasion. I would say I don't think any sleeper attack here in the United States is going to be of a level that we've seen previously. Like, it's not going to be something on a mass scale, I don't think. If something is happening, it's probably going to be on a smaller scale, because we do have a decently competent FBI, and they do keep an eye on these people, these nutcases that are Iranian-backed people and proxies. They keep an eye on these people specifically, and they up their scrutiny of these people in times just like this. So they have an idea of who they're looking at. Now, of course, there are people that are here undocumented that are not being tracked so well, which is obviously a huge problem, but they will be on the lookout for it. So I don't think there's going to be any mass terror attack. I don't think it's going to happen. There might be some sporadic, isolated ones here and there, but hopefully not many, and hopefully none at all. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say there would never be a ground attack or a ground invasion. I would never worry about that. The Iranians don't have a way to actually land any forces in Europe or the United States and then sustain their operations. It will generally be fanciful. It would be an Iranian wet dream if they were able to make that happen, but it's not reality. They just can never pull anything like that off. But as far as sleeper cells or any kind of lone wolves conducting some sort of extreme actions like mass casualty events inside the United States, that is likely. These groups are not really looking to achieve anything like the toppling of the U.S. government. They are looking to make innocent people in this country pay. That's all that they are concerned about. That's all that they care about. And it is evidently clear whenever these attacks happen, like any other prior attack that occurred back in the mid-2010s, that's all they're wanting to do. They're just wanting to cause terror to be stricken into the U.S. population as a result of our foreign policy actions that had to be done. Many of y'all will remember that as the U.S. was fighting the war on ISIS in the Middle East, there were a lot of people, lone wolves and sleeper cell groups, that were conducting their attacks on U.S. soil to pretty much just strike terror into the hearts of U.S. citizens for actions we had to take to crush an extremist terrorist force in the Middle East. So this could also happen as well from the Iranians or any Iranian splinter cells. But in my opinion, they're not going to be anything that will start to take over ground in America and say, you know, like the deserts and plains of Wyoming are now controlled by the Islamic Republic of Iran. That won't be happening. What will happen, however, or what might happen, I hope that it doesn't happen, but there's a decent likelihood it will, because this is how it went with prior terrorist forces or terrorist states for the large part, is that some people will be in a shopping mall one day. Some people will be in a grocery store or a church like they were in Michigan. And some crazy lunatic's going to show up and try and do something crazy. That's generally what's probably going to happen. So once again, folks, I gotta say, make sure to pay attention to your local and federal law enforcement agencies and any notifications that they give y'all to look out for any kind of suspicious activities, and what to look for and how to look out for it. And also, make sure to report any suspicious activities that you see to your law enforcement officials or police officers immediately within your locality, as rapid action when seeing something that doesn't look normal could end up saving dozens of lives of your fellow citizens and generally would be considered a heroic action. So make sure, don't go out of your way to be like a vigilante or anything, but if you see anything, make sure to work within the confines of the law, make sure to report the issue to authorities, and make sure to try and get away from whatever looks to be a dangerous situation as fast as you can. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one. Oh, well, the second and last question of the night.
So our next one here goes to Uwu, who said, what is the chatter about Russia or another country supplying Iran with a nuke? And I would say I really haven't heard that chatter, I'll be honest with you. But just addressing the speculation on its face, I would say the odds of Russia or any other country simply just giving Iran a nuke, meaning a nuclear warhead to put on a missile, or even both of them, a delivery system and a nuclear warhead, I would say the odds are pretty low, because even countries like Russia, which are heavily aligned with Iran, they don't really just want to give Iran a nuke, because notice that Iran and Russia have had some sort of bumpy relationship right now, because Russia is not completely behind everything Iran's doing. They are questioning some things that Iran is doing, and that can create a fracture. And Russia doesn't want to give away nukes to a country that could then turn on them at a later date. I don't think Russia would want that. So I don't think China would do that either. I would say between the two countries, China would definitely never give Iran a nuke, and Russia would probably never do it either. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to agree. I don't think there's ever a chance where the Russians or the Chinese would provide Iran with a nuke, because if they were going to do that, I think they would have already done that and allowed the Iranians to pretty much avoid the nuclear weapons program entirely, or allow them to test the Russian or Chinese nuke years ago. So that way it appeared that the Iranians were already a nuclear armed power, and then the Iranians could just work to create their own nuclear weapons self-sufficiently at that point. So I do not think the Russians or the Chinese have provided Iran with a nuclear weapon. I think that the chances of that are slim to none. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so who is the lucky last person who put in the lucky last question of the night?
And also, by the way, can you believe somebody's calling me out for saying the friendly Germans came to hell with the rockets? That was sarcasm, by the way. I don't like, everybody else understood it was sarcasm except for one person who just chewed me out for it and said I was being serious. I was joking. It was sarcasm. But anyways, jumping on to our last question of the night. This one is going to go to none other than, I'm trying to pick it from the last questions we have here. Let's see here. Let me do some looking here and make sure I'm picking the most relevant one. And I would say that this one is going to go to Iran. He has a question about Ukraine. This is our last question of the night, and also our only question we got on Ukraine, because we had very few. So Iran said, Lukashenko released the opposition leader today. And do you guys think that they are preparing for a time after Russian occupation and after Putin?
I'd say maybe. It may just be the fact that they released them so that way they didn't look like a complete dictatorship. For some reason, dictatorships actually go through a lot of effort, like the Russians and the Belarusians, to try and look like they're not dictatorships, although they still clearly are. So I think that may be why the opposition leader was released today out of Belarus, but I haven't really known or read about that situation enough to speak on it with a great deal of confidence, because I've only been following the Middle East and the Ukraine war situation directly as the ground conflict's been transpiring over the day. I haven't really looked at what's going on in Belarus specifically on a domestic level, like the release of political prisoners, so I'd largely have to declare ignorance on a great part of that question. But with that, I hope I was able to unfortunately say that I don't know enough to speak on that with a great deal of confidence here at the end, but I do thank you all so much once again for watching. Tonight we actually reached a peak viewership of 39.4 thousand live viewers who were here, and 360,000 people have watched this stream before it ended. I've got to thank you all so much once again for watching. There's still 19,000 of y'all here right now, just about. And we got to be incredibly honored and grateful that y'all are here. It's an amazing thing to know that so many of y'all have been here with the channel for years, and a lot of y'all have just joined us recently. And I hope y'all been enjoying our coverage greatly and enjoying the factuality and the up-to-date information that we're able to provide y'all on a 24-hour news cycle. Of course, if it wasn't for all of y'all supporting this fundraiser night, we wouldn't be able to say that once again, the Lee Spring Army has never missed a fundraising goal and was able to raise an incredible $3.3 thousand in support of the USO, an amazing organization that helps out armed forces of the United States States, overseas, and around the world in helping to stay in touch with their families at home, help out soldiers who are wounded, and family members who may have heard that their great family member has taken the ultimate sacrifice in the service of the Republic. A massive thanks to you all so much once again for watching tonight, and we will see you all possibly tomorrow. I believe that tomorrow is my video day. Y'all will definitely see a Shore War video going out for sure, but you may also see a breaking news stream going out as well. I believe that we probably won't, though. We're going to see about having Monday as an off day generally, but beyond that, I thank you all so much once again for watching, and we will see you all then. Good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, and long live the Republic, and long live the Lee Spring Army. The Lee Spring Army will never die.
And with that, folks, good night to you all, and thank you all for all 360,000 plus views tonight. That's a ton of people here once again, and also a huge shout out for helping us to smash the fundraiser goal and have another successful...
using its firepower for what appears to have been a knockout blow, at least as described by President Trump and by his staff, to the Iranian nuclear program. Of course, the question is whether it was a knockout blow, and I think what you're going to see today is the discourse shifting to one of BDA. That's the refrain you'll be hearing a lot of, battle damage assessment, whether indeed it was a knockout blow, whether indeed the damage was enough to end any credible work at those sites and effectively allow Israel to pack up and say that the war is over. The main threat, what is described as the main threat to his existence going back 30 decades, has now been dealt with conclusively.
I thought it was interesting, the Israeli Prime Minister gave a televised address yesterday where he said Israel is very close to reaching goals in Iran, but will also avoid a war of attrition. How should we be reading those comments, Dan?
Well, it's worth keeping in mind that the countries are separated by something like 1,000 miles of territory, I think 3 international borders. Iran is something like 70 times the size of Israel. There really is...
No more socks on the rail. Pleased to report.
Not sure whether or not we shamed him back into his shoes or if he's since made his way out of the rail.
I would have played that the same.
I know. I know. 我看2张就推了。all in 不认。
Ding Biao just declare a blind all in here?
I believe he did, yeah.
He's about to take a trip through the blinds, which would be very costly. But if you're raising in the dark, you're kind of going about things blind, albeit you have the chance to pick up 2.5 bigs as opposed to have 2 of the bigs represented from your own stack. Chidwick with King Jack 9-7 and a couple of diamonds does decide to climb aboard. Greiko could do the same. 3 clubs, 10, some coordination.
Yeah, Greiko is certainly at least going to call here. He could also consider just pot raising, trying to get Chidwick to fold some sort of hands and just get heads up against Ding Biao, but he does elect to just call. His hand has good playability. Note that Ding was attempting to go all in blind, but still has a small amount of chips.
我不知道我那2张是啥牌。
Jack 6 tray rainbow.
不知道那2张是啥牌。我就看了2张。
Still just the 10s for Greiko. Gut shot and ace high. Backdoor spades for Ding.
Chidwick just protecting his hand a little bit. I think, Ali, there's a tournament rule where if Chidwick had checked and Ding had gone all in for 100K, because it's not a full bet, I don't know if this is only a limit poker thing, but because it would be less than the min bet, I think that Chidwick now doesn't have the ability to raise that bet.
And you think that influences his choice to lead out?
Yeah, I think if Ding had a little more behind and Chidwick had a raising option or something like that, or just Ding could bet a little bit more, Chidwick may have checked. But
well, a pair of 5s and an open-ender now for Ding Biao on the turn. The Jacks still leading now with a gut shot.
Small side pot brewing here, but probably not enough to make either player too interested.
Does go check with the 800 on the side. Jackson 9's top 2 for Chidwick, but look at this. Ding Biao has made a straight.
And he does not have his best poker face on, as he appears to be telling his rail that he has a big hand and smiling quite a bit. I think.
Well, Chidwick's going to haul in the side.
Or maybe he was still blind.
Oh. With an almost villainous chuckle there on the end.
我看了一张 A， 看了张8推的吧，我是眯一张7。
The alligator blood is on full display.
Greco not happy to see the short stack triple up there.
No, that's damaging
Nuts
for him. Here's our man. You know, given the day he's had, where the deck has really forced him into spectatorship for the most part, some of it is just prudence. But
Who the dealer?
it's nice to see him with a rare moment
I
of
only
glee.
see one car only. I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, the big game on tour is headed your way every Saturday. New episodes from late 2024, the NAPT in Las Vegas, are available on the PokerStars YouTube channel. Watch the loose cannon Jordan Hendrick taking on Jen Tilley, Sam Grafton, Andre Akari, Griffin Benger, and soccer star Gerard Piqué. It all happens on the PokerStars YouTube channel. That's the second season of the PokerStars Big Game.
Oh, we've gone up.
3-6.
Yeah, it's 3-6.
Dust for Dylan. 3 spades and some interactivity. Chidwick, he steps aside, however. 2 baby pair and hearts for Greco.
I do have an affinity for these connected small to medium double paired hands, Ollie.
You like showing up with the off cuts from the butcher shop?
You know, I think one of the biggest pots I ever won at the time was with the 3-3 deuce single suited all in 5 ways pre-flop.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, the
you
hand's
just removed cards and thought everybody else is.
Well, it's just never going to be doing that badly.
My goodness, I bet there were some breathless people.
It's a fun one to show up with at Showdown, I'll tell you that.
For you.
Certainly, in this case.
Not so fun as the Jack-8 deuce board for 4s and 5s. Oh, the turn. Let's bring the 9 of diamonds. Ding Biao now, who's already in the lead with the 8, picking up the king high. Flush draw. Gut shot as well.
I think check back makes a lot of sense here again for Ding Biao.
Looks like he has agreed. Another jack on the end, filling in the club draw.
Greco decides to turn this one into a bluff, thinking his 5s are not going to win at Showdown too often, and does have a club in his hand.
900K.
Biao has all options at play here. Certainly he can fold. He can bluff catch if he thinks that Greco's getting out of line. He does block some of the strong stuff himself, or he could even consider turning this into a bluff, but I think when it's checked down so far, the third option becomes a little bit less compelling.
Nice timing there from Richard Greco as he does put the best hand into the muck. Well, it's been a swingy affair for not just Richard Grieco, who came in with a pretty healthy chip lead, but for Stephen Chidwick, and for that matter, Dylan Lindy, who's very much on the upswing as we look at the tournament update brought to you by Splash Sports. Average bigs right now, 24 bigs, and for PLO four-handed for $2 million up top, this ain't all that deep, is it?
Well, I'll say it's actually even less than that. So the average, if you add all 4 stacks and divide them by 4, is 24 big blinds. But if you look at it, the effective stacks here, everyone is under 20 big blinds because Lindy has so many of the chips in play with almost 60 blinds himself. So yeah, we're very shallow right now. He's about 18 big blinds deep with Chidwick and even less with the other 2.
Jack 9-7 on the button as Grieco limps, not adding any depth.
Yeah, exactly the type of hand that really wants to limp, see a flop, can happily limp call a raise. Especially with Ding so short, he just doesn't want to put himself in jeopardy of facing that 3-bet from Lindy.
Lindy with nut diamonds, 3 of them. Does end up checking his option and finds the ace on a rainbow board.
Over to
Grieco. Happy to check back as Richard. 2.1 still in the middle now. Backdoor club draw takes shape. Lindy with a gutter. 2-6.
If Lindy bets here, it's mostly just a protection bet against clubs. But I think he'll check some decent portion of the time as well, and he does. Not a ton of incentive for Richard to build a pot here with very little interaction with the board. Jacks can still be ahead some portion of the time.
Grieco checks and brings us to a 6 of hearts river. Aces and 6s now for Lindy.
Yeah, once this hand has been played so passively by both, and reasonably so, I think Lindy should just go for a value bet here. Doesn't feel like a run out that Grieco's going to bluff super often.
Lindy. 1.6. Hunting value, 1.6. Into 2-1.
Note that Richard hasn't instantly let go of this hand. Perhaps wondering what value bets Lindy has that didn't want to pursue value on an earlier street. Ultimately, he doesn't have a great hand to call with. But he could beat some 1-pair bluffs, maybe something like a 6-5, 9-10.
He is giving it a chew here and a think. Something about this line not adding up. The 7 is very key.
Yeah, the 7 is key to an extent because it blocks 7-5, but really Lindy is repping a lot wider than 7-5 for value here. Repping a lot of hands like the one he has, a lot of aces up combos. Maybe even some weaker 2 pairs, some 8-6 could definitely go for value here. 6-4 even.
Grieco ultimately does decide to bin it. And Lindy had the winner. Now he's got the pot. Well, today's coverage of the World Series of Poker is brought to you in part by Splash Sports and that whimsical whale. That looks like a whale that wouldn't beach itself. You know, just they've been doing it lately. I'm not sure. Something's going on. Maybe the plastics have finally corrupted the navigation systems.
Oh no.
You know, on our marine mammalian friends. It is kind of, what is it, kamikaze whales? What are they doing? It's like, anyway.
I'm not up to date on the whale beachings as we look at Ding Biao with a premium hand here.
Yeah, we're up to date on his button open to 2.1. Understandable. His dedication to the holding. Diamonds are smothered here by Lindy. Ace Queen 9-7. He's got plenty of chips to maybe grab the sheriff's badge.
Pot.
Yeah, there it is. 1 syllable, 3 letters. And the rest of Ding Biao's chips have been summoned. Wow, Chidwick double-suited ace, king, queen, deuce. Alex.
This is very interesting because if Chidwick were to say, yeah, and Chidwick does just let it go. If he were to go all in, then Ding Biao can actually fold and try to ladder up.
I was just thinking the same thing, but look how classy Chidwick kept it. Never a second thought. He decides absolutely this big ladder is way more on my mind than accumulating some chips and taking a risk unnecessarily. That is a professional step aside from Chidwick, and he will be happy to allow Dylan Lindy to do the heavy lifting potentially and finally get rid of Ding Biao. He has been resilient, already having doubled on multiple occasions. Is he going to be able to do it again? Queen 10-6, he finds bottom set, but just take a look here. Gut shot straight draw for Lindy. Is a dirty snowman?
Running full house possibilities as well for Lindy.
Yeah. Can't overlook it. Now queens and nines.
No.
Yeah, you hear Ding Biao recognizing the additional outs. 8 of them in total. 7 in actuality with the queen of diamonds busy. The deck has lacked mercy on the day, and yet again it does so. An 8 on the end for the 10 high straight.
Unlucky.
All happy.
I know, unhappy, unlucky.
Ding Biao's first words. All happy? Well, yeah.
Hey.
I would say they are all happy. Ding is, even though you have yet.
Did he perhaps not realize, Ali, that he lost the pot?
Good game.
You know, it's right there on the board behind you. Ding Biao. Step up to the payout desk and collect your 713,000, but fight on no further. As perhaps a rare signal cross there for Ding Biao. Maybe he was just kind of taking in the moment, savoring, relishing, absorbing his demise.
Yeah.
Savoring, not the right way to describe it.
Seemed like he was focused on the 2 pair outs and just kind of forgot about the straight outs.
Yeah, look at Dylan Lindy. The sun has shone down on him in a healthy way. I'm surprised that the scalp isn't lobster red, just based on the amount of UVs that the deck has dedicated to that seat. Is that Elio Fox back there?
I believe it is.
Yeah.
Pot.
2.1.
Well, guess who's got a chainsaw? It's that man there with the Jack 7-5-4, and he is ready to run amok with it.
Yeah, 1 million now guaranteed for the 3rd place finisher, 2.15 million for first and 1.4 for second. Dylan Lindy with such a powerful chip lead can really apply a lot of pressure here, Ali.
By the way, let's not sleep on that classy muck there from Chidwick that he didn't make a meal of whatsoever. Right? You can get some delusions of grandeur there. You're like, oh man, you know, I'm performing pretty well with this double suited ace king. I can maybe pick up some real chips.
Yeah, I think he landed on the right decision, but the fact that he did it so quickly, Ali, just showing his expertise, just, you know what, I'm not even going to get tempted by this hand.
Yep. That's like deleting the message from the aforementioned Toxic X without even reading it.
That's a power move.
That is a straight up. That's when you're master of your own domain.
I think you're right.
I mean, and also because it leaves it unread. You know what I mean? And that, of course, you can live rent free.
You're not speaking from experience
in the
here, are you,
center
Ali?
Who, me?
You? Toxic X's? I can't see those things going hand in hand.
You kidding me? I'm like a resume of nuclear waste.
You've been with your current girlfriend for a couple years, did you mention?
Best girlfriend I've ever had, by the way.
I love to hear it.
Love her very much. Amazing. Totally chill. Low maintenance. You know, age appropriate also, I feel compelled to say.
Has that been an issue in the past?
It hasn't at all, but you know, I remember one time I was out in Orange County on Valentine's Day on a date, and I looked around and I was midway through the sentence, which I started on, which was how cute all of these dads are out with their dog, and then two of them kissed, and I realized, oh, okay. The range is a little bit wider down here.
We see Greco here with a relatively weak hand, but just taking advantage of those ace and king blockers.
And by the way, he's now relieved a little bit of kind of what had been encumbering his procedures in the presence of that Ding Biao pesky shorter stack. He's gotten himself into the 7-figure club, but a real pay ladder of 430,000 between third and second. Something to be mindful of as Chidwick flats here. Cannibalism down beneath Lindy on the leaderboard here potentially. Ace 10-6 out flopping is Greco here. Note the gut shot.
Very understandable for Chidwick to peel this hand in the big blind. Not the flop he's looking for, and with the SPR less than one here, Greco does just move in, which should generate a fairly quick fold from Chidwick, despite the nut gutter.
Keeping it tidy with the check fold. I really enjoy the opportunities to observe when players as talented and capable in the complex situations elect to prevent themselves from getting into the muddy waters, right? Even for people like them that are strong swimmers. They look and they're like, nah, I'm good, you know? Somebody should run a gavel out there to Dylan Lindy and allow him to just bop everyone. Maybe one of the inflatable ones, not an actual wooden.
Kind of doing that here with this open ollie. Jack 9, 7, 4 single suited. I don't think his cards matter too much at this point.
Deal this man 4 Kleenex and watch him pot it.
And it's a fun spot to be in, just similar to the spot you have if you're
At the World Series of Poker, it's not just a game, it's war. Gear up at the Poker Go Shop. Look sharp, play sharper. On site at the WSOP and online at shop.pokergo.com.
You were saying, Alex?
To be honest, I'm not exactly sure what I was saying, Ali.
I love the dedication, the panic with which Alex orphaned.
I knew a promo was coming, and
yeah,
you know,
that was a man that was like, "Stop everything." We're not going to clip that Poker Go Shop promo as Chidwick clips 2.1 million off his stack. Double suited Jack 10 8-6. Greiko with a lot of interference, stepping aside. Lindy considering patronage, but doing nothing more than that. Those are big pickups there for Stevie, as the jockeying effort between he and Greiko is a very real one, with advantage Richard by about $1 million. Well, let's reflect on this 50K, shall we? Back to 2021, when guess who? Jeremy Osmus, one of the boys of summer, picked it up. 85 entries only that year. Robert Cowan of England, 2022 champ, 5 million. Jesse Lonis picked up the real haul when we had 200 entries in 2023. That was the COVID revenge 50K, 9.5 million. And then Daniel Perkasic of Germany, the most recent reigning champ.
And what a massive jump there, Ali, between 2022 and 2023. 106 entries all the way up to 200 the next year. Very rare you see any event increase by that sort of a percentage.
Almost a factor of 2. As Greiko factoring the ace, king, queen, deuce, and the button into a 2.1 million chip open. Onwards. A lot of hand flare on Richard, and you know, slightly incongruent with the otherwise sort of simple, you know, wow, a lot of scalp movement. But you know, that wasn't my read.
Wouldn't have been mine either, but you're right. There's a lot going on there between the rings and the bracelets.
Did you see the movie 300?
I did not.
Xerxes, you know, kind of, anyway, you'd have to see it. I mean, he doesn't have the nostril to earring, you know, Janet Jackson-esque kind of, but, you know, he's a little bit more measured. Lindy measuring out a raise. Take it, sir.
Lindy with a real hand there. Not that he needs one to open in this situation.
Well, Dylan Lindy wouldn't be faulted for having his mind on this figure. 2.146 million, which comes with that bracelet. Minimum of 1 million guaranteed to all 3 players as you look at the remaining payouts. The only 7-figure ones of these final 9. You see the dearly departed, numbering 5 thus far since the onset of our coverage. 100K was the min cash. But he's not going to get out in front of his skis, Dylan. You know, he clearly is salivating, recognizing the likelihood that he'll be able to pull this one off, just given the chip distribution right now. But Greiko and Chidwick are going to fight, and they're going to have something to say about it. Chidwick speaking up here from the button, understandably. Greiko bows out. Lindy ace, queen 10 deuce, rainbow.
All in.
Wow. The spin is on. Dylan electing to take the offsuit combo as the all-in here, Alex.
A little surprised to see him just stick this one in, but understandable. You know, he thinks that Chidwick will be potting quite wide off the button and only had 9.5 big blinds. Equities do run close. We can see here Lindy, despite the ace-queen high being behind the ace-king high with a suit, still has 45%.
$12.3 million in the middle. Advantage Chidwick ever so slightly. King, queen, 9. He's got himself 2 pair. 3-1 favorite. Note the gutter. Lindy took out Ding Biao with something similar. 7 on the turn is cozy as Chidwick's advantage grows to 85-15. Is there more filth on tap in this stub? No. I I confess I'm so used to carnage on the river that I just pause, you know, verify. But now, Chidwick.
Big double up there from Chidwick. Pulling ahead of Richard Grieco into second place. And I think a little bit of a loose shove there from Dylan without a suit.
Haste, Alex?
Certainly not far off the threshold.
Well, crossing over from the short stack to the mid stack threshold is Chidwick. As Grieco falls back here as the two thoroughbreds jockeying to see who will place and who will show. 430K, the separation between third and second place prize money. Chip count and payouts brought to you by Poker Stars. Grieco getting busy here. Does feel like somewhat of a game of roulette has broken out. Double suited Jack 9-6-6.
Very tempting peel here from Chidwick.
Does he want to take his fate into his own hands here potentially and do the heavy lifting himself? The call suggests he's interested in such things. Both parties sharing a jack and a 6. Queen 7-5, rainbow board.
Neither one likes this flop very much. Just a question of, do either of them feel like they have enough of a hand to try to get the other one off of a low equity hand?
Well, immediate gutter for Chidwick with that 6-9 working.
Grieco can pot a lot of his value hands on this flop, and he may just decide that he wants to use this one as well.
Wow, and he doesn't waste any time doing it.
And just not enough equity for Chidwick there to continue.
Grieco showing fight. Alex. This
Making a lot of strong moves indeed.
Yeah, he ain't punting. Well, Play Poker Go is where the action never stops. Jump into free online poker with real competition and zero risk. Grind the ring games, run deep in tournaments, and spin the wheel of gain. In the brand new No Gamble, No Future Sit and Goes. No deposits, no bots, no gimmicks. Just pure, authentic poker. Play now at playpokergo.com. Available on web, iOS, and Android. But as myself and Jesse Sylvia established during my last foray into the booth, not available on BlackBerry.
Okay. Not a device that I've ever owned, Ali. Not one that you see around too often these days.
You about 11?
Alex, I'm a little bit afraid to ask this, but
including the big one.
how long ago did you procure your first cellular device?
7.5.
I think it was sometime in high school, so it would have been 2003 probably. My first?
Okay, so like 17, somewhere around there?
Yeah, I would have been 16.
What was it?
Some type of flip phone, certainly.
Okay.
Hot.
Maybe the Razor was one of the first ones I had.
Oh,
or
yeah.
Maybe the second one.
Wow, you did it right.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, flipping 2.1 million into the middle is Lindy with ace 10 6. Now, Queen Jack Jack 9 is a good bit of kit here for Grieco. I don't know that he's looking to rip, but
Yeah,
defer.
It's a little bit close because and he does rip.
Wow, talk to us.
Well, he thinks that he has some fold equity because of how wide that Lindy should be opening the button. He's just run into it, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, he has.
All in.
And something smells on the bottom of Richard Grieco's shoe, and it's the aces that he stepped in. The unpleasant odor of this 22.1 million pressed into his treads, 35% equity. Can he scrape his way out?
And if he cannot, heads up between the two good friends.
Wow. A wrap on the 10-8 deuce board. There's some wriggle room.
Greco pulls to an equity favorite without improving to the current best hand.
Board pairing 8 is disappointing. No spades to speak of, and you see the cards required for Richard Greco to get off his feet and back into his seat with 22.1 million in front of him. And the queen will do it. Jacob and Nina working together. Oh, and some high fives there from Pinky.
Verification.
I assume that makes the gentleman with the crossed arms the brain.
We're seeing a lot of these verifications here, Ali. Important stage in the tournament. Dealers not wanting to mess up the count. Perhaps this is something that WSP has instituted in these high buy-in situations.
You know, I confess I heard a couple of stories about situations in which, you know, pots were not necessarily properly tabulated and awarded on occasion with some payout
It does make
ladder
sense
implications.
to
so
be very careful when the
listen,
stakes are this high.
I don't think anybody is going to push back on it. Sure, it can feel a little bit inconvenient. You know, you're like, come on. But just nothing wrong with dotting our I's and crossing our T's.
And all of a sudden, Richard Greco back in the ball game, sneaking up on Dylan Lindy in the chip counts with Chidwick the clear shortest, with
Yeah,
15
just
bigs.
5 million separating Greco and Lindy. This is a very improbable landscape I'm looking out at right now, top of the screen. I don't think we predicted something such as this. Greco was one card away from leaving Chidwick to do battle heads up.
Hey, we need security in the stands. You've got two? You've got
Yes.
two cards?
Yeah, 2.
Yeah. I think I lied to you last time, by the way. I have more. I have like 9.
Okay, thank you.
We're not experiencing an earthquake by chance, are we?
Not to my knowledge, Ali. Why do you ask?
Just the vertical oscillations of the camera there. You know, I don't know if camera 6 maybe needs a bathroom break.
Maybe the operator's had a few too many swigs of his flask.
Do we have an imbibing camera up out there that you know of, Alex?
Well,
don't narc on the man. These are long days. You know, I'm not going to stand in the way. Ace 9-8 here. Couple of clubs. Greco and Lindy intertwined. See the open ender for Greco. Look at Lindy.
Straight flush draw,
Yeah.
over pair.
Well, under to the ace, but yeah.
Yeah, true. Over pair is a bit of a stretch.
Knuckle back and a second 8 and second heart. Coming off the stub here. Pot staying static at 1.8.
Check.
Not a lot of incentive for Lindy to bet here.
Does it feel to you like straightforward is the order of the day as we see Dylan actually doing a little bit of betting, just given the mutual interests of Greco and Lindy?
Yeah, I mean, he can get some protection against hearts here or some other straight draws. Does get the fold right away.
Well, shutting Greco there
Lines, please.
with what was the best hand. Well, it's been scrappy out there, and if the tanks are running dry, what better way to replenish them than with Oats Overnight, who brings you This coverage in part today, winning is easier with 20 grams of protein. Please shake responsibly. And I confess as many times as I have read that, as I have not yet indulged in oats overnight.
I'm going to give it a try at some
I'm not,
point.
but the shaking though is the part that I'm not clear.
Do you not like shakes?
Oh, so it's an oat shake?
My understanding is it's a bit of a hybrid that more closely resembles a shake than a meal.
Huh.
Like a healthy shake. I like Brian Tate a lot. I've played with him, over a few tournaments over the last few years. He's a very pleasant guy.
Hell of a poker player.
Good card player, very good at the draw games. So I figure, you know, I'll give his product a try.
Yeah, not that that has anything to do with shake aptitude. You know, these aren't sort of intercepts on a Venn diagram.
No.
Like Guy plays a great game of mix. He must have a mean acai bowl.
By no means, but typically when you like somebody, you're willing to at least patronize their business once or twice.
Is that a...
Did I use the word patronize correctly there? Can it be used in that context, Ali?
Is that a euphemism by chance? Sometimes if it's good enough, you might go back for thirds, Alex.
Well, not where I was heading, but on your 38th hour of being awake, I'm not surprised your mind has drifted that direction.
By the way, on my second hour of being awake, my mind is right there. So don't suggest that the lack of REM cycles is to blame there. Thankfully, that pot wasn't eventful, as I definitely didn't pay any attention to it.
Greco had a nice stab on the flop with a very thoughtful combo. He seems to be picking up a little confidence after winning that big all-in.
A nice stab, you say?
A nice stab.
Like a file-down toothbrush in the pen?
Something like that.
A little shiv? Got to go in between the ribs with it, by the way, Alex. That's how you get the punctured lung. Not that I've been locked up and, you know. Anyway.
Speaking from inexperience,
I
I'm sure.
watched Oz on HBO, you know, eons ago, dating myself there, but excellent prison drama. It got a little weird toward the end with gratuitous amount of male nudity that, anyway.
Raised to 1.5 million.
They were trying to push the envelope. As we see Lindy pushing forward 1.5. Fully clothed with the Jack 9-7-6 double.
Very nice looking hand here for Lindy. Jack 9-7-6 double suited. Chip lead button. What more do you need?
Take it down, sir. A bit of a waltz here for Lindy and Greco, as they're not looking to get in one another's way. They're very much looking over saying, hey, you want to book this trip to Heads Up? Let's tread lightly.
Cognizant of that big pay jump if they can get rid of Stephen Chidwick. But at the same time, if they do play a huge pot, whoever wins that pot is going to have an overwhelming chip lead and be in just total command of the tournament. So I think willing to play that pot if needed.
I mean, would that not be regarded by the critics as an ICM suicide of sorts if whomever it is that holds the chip lead with those deep stacks in the presence of Chidwick at 11 big blinds were to work their way out of the room in third?
Yeah, I mean, you could argue it that way. You can also look at it as them just having such a higher chance of winning the tournament outright if they are to win that pot.
Well, only time will tell. As we want to tell you about True Classic and PokerGo's giveaway. 15 winners are going to get a shot at a $5,000 package to compete inside the PokerGo studio in a signature event at the end of the year. Just tell us your favorite poker story at trueclassictees.com/tcpokergo for your chance to win. That's trueclassictees.com/tcpokergo. Submit now and take your shot. Now, I confess, in these sorts of subjective sweepstakes competitions, you know, I mean, are there some published metrics as to what's going to qualify? You know?
Good question, Ali. I really don't know who the judges are or how those stories will be chosen.
This sort of obfuscation is rife with controversy. Not that I'm looking to stir the pot. You know what? I am stirring
You
the
are
pot.
looking to stir the pot.
I am stirring
which
the
is
pot. I am shaking the oats.
Not something you're afraid to do.
No. Jack 9-6.
A little bit of something for both players here. Top two for Lindy. Open ender for Chidwick.
Limped pre. BVB. Lindy knuckling over. Dampness of this texture lending to his decision. You know, sometimes I think early on in our Pot Limit Omaha careers, we can be misguided into thinking that betting in order to always try to deny equity with these top two pairs, which are quite vulnerable on boards such as this. Granted, again, blind versus blind situation is the path to travel.
Right.
But when you encounter inflation or further resistance, as we see the turn providing the spade draw to both parties now.
Yeah, I think a lot of the thing you want to think about in these situations in PLO is the stack to pot ratio. Here with the stack to pot ratio of just over 3, I think Lindy had kind of a nice hand to go for the check raise all in.
Right.
If facing a bet. So I think that's the avenue he's taking. And now he's got a bit of an under-repped hand when it does go check, check.
Check.
Now he's sort of switching from wanting to check raise all in to likely just wanting to check call here.
Yeah, I mean, things have straightened out.
Does Chidwick want to turn his hand into a semi-bluff, or does he want to just check and realize his equity? Both options have some merit.
Well, a bet here does set himself up to be able to barrel again on the river unimproved, though.
I think I have a slight preference for bet, just given how much interaction he has, but checking is totally reasonable too, allowing himself to realize his equity.
And instead, what he's done is check back and allow Lindy to make nines full of jacks, although unclear whether or not Lindy had fold on his mind, given the sheer strength of his holding, which now has this one by the throat. Nothing more than 10s and 9s with a queen kicker here for Chidwick. And Dylan's going to do his own bidding. 1.5.
600,000.
Oh, I like
600, forgive me.
I like this a lot from Lindy, kind of representing thin value and looking to induce a bluff raise from a very capable Stephen Chidwick. I think this is a cool play in a spot where Chidwick is somewhat unlikely to have very strong hands. You would have heard from a lot of straights on the turn. And he does just get the light call also from the queen 10. So it's kind of a nice dual purpose play. You can get called a little bit lighter and you can also potentially induce some bluff raises.
Boy, I gotta tell you, Alex, that is the kind of decision making on the end there that is the first exchange that feels to me like it might have been predicated upon some intimacy. You know, like maybe the hand in and of itself in a vacuum warrants that. But it's a decision that he makes knowing his opponent maybe more so than the average person.
Certainly, he might have gone bigger against somebody who's a little bit more just your classic loose passive player where he thinks he's going to get paid off a lot but not face those bluff raises that he might face from Chidwick.
10 seconds.
2 pairs, 2 diamonds.
Calls.
Let's see, 3 is the ask from Lindy. Price ripens for Chidwick. He'll flick in the call. Now Greiko, Badugi jacks. We'll check back. A rare 3-way affair. 2.4 in the middle. 8-6 deuce. Middle set for Lindy. Top pair and a gut shot here for Chidwick. Backdoor spades. He will knuckle. Still working jacks is Greiko. 6 dangler.
And is this just too much hand for Chidwick to get away from with a stack to pot ratio under 2 for himself here, I wonder?
Well, maybe we're going to find out in short order as Lindy, with plenty of reasons to put something out there.
Yeah, and Chidwick's going to feel like he has some amount of fold equity in addition to just having pretty good equity against most hands. Can't be putting Lindy on a set.
That's 700,000.
In fact, when Lindy bets this small, it makes me even more likely to just want to go for a pot size raise as Chidwick, just knowing that my opponent might be just going for one of those small stabs and have a few more bet folds.
As you mentioned, this $4.5 million may convince itself that it has some fold equity as well as some raw equity.
However, he does just take the more passive route and call. Also very reasonable. Ugly spot for Greiko here. Tempting to peel given the price, but quite likely you're dominated one, kind of both directions. He doesn't really have any immediate draws. He's got some mediocre running straight draws.
Wow.
Interesting. He
What's
goes for
this?
a bluff raise here, thinking that he has enough equity to get it in against Chidwick's calling range, but can put pressure on some of Lindy's hands.
This is a very funky choice from Greiko, and one that he didn't need to make. I mean, you might think he would be content to simply step aside, avoid crossfire, and yet he's seizing initiative here.
It's a bit surprising to me, especially with a lack of barrel ability. He doesn't have a lot of runouts in which, if Lindy does call, he can continue this play. Just the naked. Now, on the other hand, you do want to select some of your bluffs from hands that feel like they're just not quite strong enough to call, but have some interaction with the board. Greiko does meet some of those criteria.
Call.
Now, what an interesting spot for Chidwick. This pot is ballooning, and Chidwick may feel that by folding now, and he does, Ali, he allows the other two to potentially play a large pot and ladder up. So even though he has top pair and a gutter, he gets away.
And you might have thought he would have been lured into that one just based on the tantalizing math of it all. But considering also that Greiko's willingness to take that line should be affixed to something that would leave Chidwick in kind of a less desirable spot with his specific holding.
And we do see Greiko just shut it down. I thought there was a chance he would feel compelled to continue some sort of story on this 3 of diamonds where he does have that 5 blocker once he's taken this line, but now electing a little bit more of a cautious route.
Well, he's got the gut shot and the overpair. However, he's got the sense that Lindy's continued participation is an issue for him. You see Lindy picking up the gut shot straight flush draw.
And I think if you're Dylan Lindy, you of course don't know that Greiko had just this kind of airball bluff. You might be figuring he's got some 10-9-7 combos and your hand really wants to get protection. In the off chance that you are coolered and beat by something like a set of 8s, you still have some equity in the form of the flush and straight draws. So very tempting for Lindy to put out some sort of value bet here.
10 seconds. Time extension.
6 million.
I bet it's now 6 million.
A third of Greiko's remaining 18 million and 60% of what's in the kitty. That's the figure dialed up by Dylan. Now Greiko unblocking the 10-9, 10-7, 7-4 type of stuff, you know, just as I reach ambitiously for maybe what would leave the jacks thinking perhaps hope is available.
Oh, he's got a look on his face like he doesn't want to fold immediately, but he really is close to the bottom of his range here in a spot with some ICM implications.
And by the way, he can fight on with 18 million, which is well clear of Chidwick's 5-1. If he just steps away from this one.
Time extension.
All in.
What?
All in.
All in.
And he moves in.
Greiko going all in here. Look at Lindy. He's got 2 4s in his hand. He's got the diamond backdoor. I mean, we block the nuts. We have a redraw. Where are we going?
How much is it?
Yeah, Dylan just has too much hand here, and this is what a move from Richard Greiko.
16, right?
What?
Understandably targeting some floats perhaps, but he just doesn't have much equity against anything that's going to call. This is a bit of a wild move, using his 5 blocker and his 6, but he's really run into it, Ollie.
He sure has. And note, by the way, the prosperity of Chidwick's decision-making here is all of a sudden he has allowed Greiko to venture into the wilderness.
Yeah, Chidwick had a hand. He could have potentially just pot raised on the flop, and by just calling, he allowed Greiko to really make a very ambitious play at the pot.
I mean, listen, far be it from us to lay any criticisms on a man as seasoned and in control as Richard Grieco. But the imagery on our screen is not that which we anticipated by any measure when this one took shape.
No, I didn't look at Grieco's hand on the flop and say, yeah, he's going to get all in here.
Final table.
A board pairing 3 on the end. And the manner in which Richard Grieco gets out of that seat, Alex, suggests that 98.6 isn't going to be the reading on any thermometers placed near him.
Yeah, even?
Yeah.
Do you need extra? I mean, you have one, two PLO bracelets, so like.
Well,
no, that was a wild hand.
Guys,
$1 million payout to Grieco, which you see there, brought to you by PokerStars, as Heads Up is upon us, and Avantage Dylan Lindy, and it ain't close. Just look at that disparity as he will take a massive chip lead into Heads Up against Stephen Chidwick. We're going to step aside and rack it up, and we'll be back with the conclusion of the 50K after this.
I'm not afraid to do what I have to do.
You know, my problem is I just don't believe you.
Let's see what this footballer is made out of.
I'm an aggressive player. Stop showing off, mate.
Are you kidding me?
Anything can happen in a big game on tour.
Suited Drugel as we look at the 10-10-9-8 single here from Lau into Ding's stack. Certainly want to play this one considering potting it, and he does, I believe.
900.
900,000.
Well, he knows that Ding is desperately looking for one that he can get it in with. Double suited, King 976, not a Drugel.
No, this is a strong hand, but one that I would just call. You're not going to have any fold equity on a shove here with Ding stack, so you can still get away on the worst flops. You've got position, and he does agree with me, it looks like. Oh, he was just adjusting his blind.
Maybe, yeah.
900.
Okay, so the flat announced.
Kind of announced it in an unusual way, repeating the bet size.
Yeah.
Drew a raise of the eyebrow from left.
Looking over in the process. Some interference here. 7-4 deuce and a couple of clubs. That is one of the suits that Ding has. And with top pair and a flush draw.
And a nice flop here for
Esto es un call
Ding
imposible.
Biao.
Pareja de dieces.
It's like 3-2 roughly.
Hombre, él tiene pareja flat draw y todas las...
His advantage.
¿Eh? No, no. Muy poco también.
Wow. Working the 10s real hard right now. In front, but just look what he has to fade. The top of the board. A 6 for 2 pair.
Lau picking up the wrap as a redraw.
Hearts a non-factor. And now it is Ding Biao's turn to fade. In his seat, hoping to haul in this 4.4, and he does just that. Runner boat. Well, we got here in an awkward hurry as it's Heads Up under the cover of darkness in the 50K pot limit Omaha, which rated to involve Richard Grieco, but then other ideas were employed, leaving yours truly, Ali Najad and Alex Livingston here in the booth, and Natalie Bodie out there waiting to coronate either Dylan Lindy or Stephen Chidwick as the champion here. Both of them have secured $1.4 million in pay money, $2.1 million, a disparity of over 700,000 between the two. 41-30, Stephen Chidwick's Heads Up record. He's been down these streets on plenty of occasions as you get a look at the particulars. Brought to you by Octopi Poker. Who will hoist the bracelet? Will it be number 3 for Dylan Lindy or number 3 for Stephen Chidwick? Two good friends with plenty of knowledge of one another's games. And one of the deceptive things about those Heads Up records, Alex, is you never know whether or not somebody was tasked with something like this when an L gets hung on them.
And Chidwick, I'm not sure if he's more just in glee or in shock right now by what just happened. Not expecting to get heads up in that hand with how deep the other two were and with the holding that he saw. But what a great spot for Stephen Chidwick now, who has just laddered up $4 million or $400,000 and now playing heads up for a bracelet.
Yeah, number 3 of their careers. If they manage to win this one, how about 3 already snatched up by that man, Benny Glaser?
Yeah, what an absolute crazy run he's been on. Looking very good for Player of the Year as he takes the rail here.
2025 looking very good on him as Jesse Sylvia perhaps trying to mine him for a little intel, going, what's your secret, my man?
Perhaps.
Meanwhile, Lindy mining ace king 10 deuce. Chidwick says let's spin. 9885 with diamonds. A stone flip.
I'm going middle. You're going high and low?
Yep. I'll take 3/4.
It'd be tough with these two hands.
It would be. I think impossible.
Looks impossible, yeah.
Yeah, I think impossible.
Well, it didn't take long for these two to play for it all. 6.4 million, an actual 50-50. Will Chidwick find the double, keep this fight going, or will Lindy complete the one-man wrecking ball? This queen deuce certainly looks like the latter more so than the former. No diamond on board.
I've seen you come back from worse.
Nothing beyond an 8. That's all that will keep Chidwick intact. Facts remain on the turn. Is it Dylan Lindy's day in the sun? Only the stub knows. And yes, deuce is full of aces for good measure as the two friends embrace.
Hey, if someone had to come back, it would have been okay if it was you.
And Lindy.
I would have felt kind of bad for him.
$2.1 million richer.
Thanks. Thanks.
Along with bracelet number 3. Chidwick denied his third, but 1.43 million.
There you go.
And
Thank you.
plenty of him to be proud of. Big hugs from Benny Glaser as well. Awfully proud of his man.
Good to see you.
There's Sylvia looking for a loan.
Coming into the day pretty short, Ali. What a performance.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm kidding. He's not looking for a loan. He just wants a grant. I'm kidding. No laughing matter, though. That which we observed here, which was Dylan Lindy doing it and doing it well here in the 50K. I think the one that's going to raise eyebrows, of course, Alex, will be that pot that brought us to heads up and what compelled Richard Grieco to make the choices that he made that so improbably allowed Stephen Chidwick to take a swing heads up, but it was a short-lived one as he would bow out in second, and Dylan Lindy would take a bow as he is standing by with our Natalie Bodie to share his thoughts here on bracelet number 3, $2 million in prize money.
Well, Dylan, congratulations. I mean, this final table, this event filled with elite established pros. Does this one carry any extra meaning because of that?
This one carries a lot of extra meaning because of that. It was a very difficult tournament. Obviously, I had to be pretty lucky to win. And then getting heads up with one of my best friends in the world, yeah, I couldn't imagine it going any better.
Take me through that. Because of that friendship dynamic, does it make it a little bit easier, a little bit more difficult?
Kind of makes it, well, somewhat more difficult because he knows how I play very well and he's better than I am at poker. But also easy because if he wins, then I'm happy too.
Well said. Well, tell me this. Last question for you. What makes World Series of Poker bracelet number 3 most gratifying for you?
It was just kind of the dream I chased from the beginning of poker. So I think getting one in A big event like this means a lot in the high roller. I had been kind of struggling in World Series high roller specifically with success in other tours. So it feels nice to book a win here in this.
Breakthrough summer you've had. Congratulations. And with
Thanks.
that, it is my honor to present you your third World Series of Poker bracelet. Hold it up to that camera. Once again, congratulations.
Congratulations indeed, as Dylan Lindy beaming and brimming with both pride and payout. Well, Alex, final thoughts?
I like this one.
It was a fun day of cards, Ali, and what a performance from Lindy, coming in short stacked and finding his way to the gold bracelet there, taking down his close friend Stephen Chidwick in a short-lived heads-up battle.
And I'm sure you're glad it was short-lived, because you've still got time to get out there and late reg an event yourself. Best wishes to you, my friend. Certainly hope everybody out there enjoyed this 50K PLO final table as much as we did. As always, on behalf of our entire crew here in Las Vegas and my partner Alex Livingston, this is Ali Nejad saying so long, and we'll see you next time from the WSOP